Evil Queenmaker is a strategy simulation game where you act as a tutor in the demon realm, raising the young, lowest-ranking demon king to become the supreme ruler. The game earned rave reviews for its detailed plot and setting, as well as its brilliant homage to the iconic simulation games of the past. In a very trendy turn of events, our lucky protagonist was once one of those players who couldn't stop singing its praises. He would spend his time reading every glowing post on the forums, ready to go full keyboard warrior against any brainless toxic hater. He used to be a blindly loyal fanboy. As for why he calls himself a fool now, that's because the game turned into a complete dumpster fire. Had they become too delusional from the better-than-expected feedback? In less than a year, the developers proudly released an expansion pack that completely betrayed everyone's expectations. A heap of disgusting, logic-defying endings was added. Just reading the dialogue on screen made players want to spew curses at their monitors. No, seriously, what the hell was that? How is anyone supposed to swallow that? Immediately, the ratings plummeted to the absolute abyss. From a former fanboy, this guy turned into a hater, starting to post scathing, bitter reviews filled with the rawest of feelings. Things like, "The Demon King I worked so hard to raise just betrays me," or the most annoying part of these lame, premature deaths is that they shove betrayal elements in without any rhyme or reason. If you're going to do this, why the hell did you even release an expansion? You'd already picked the perfect pawn and perfectly recreated the early 2000 simulation genre, hadn't you? However, the developers, who had always remained silent on other posts, suddenly responded, "We hope you can create a better ending yourself, Evil Queenmaker." Reading that message made the veins in his temple pulse like they were doing a disco dance. What the hell was this bastard saying? What kind of garbage is this? As soon as those words finished, the computer screen suddenly erupted in a blinding flash of light. As soon as those words finished, the computer screen suddenly erupted in a blinding flash of light. It took a long while for him to widen his eyes, his mind a tangled mess of confusion. What the hell is this? Where am I? Just as he thought this, his body, fragile as a falling autumn leaf, drifted past a pair of eyes with glowing red pupils. From those eyes emerged a figure wrapped in dark energy. He looked no different than a disciple of Satan himself. Dazed, he parted his lips to ask, "Huh? Who?" But the other party just spewed out a stream of birdsong while he lacked Doraemon's translation breath. What? This absurdity only paused when he blinked his blurry eyes open, struck by a massive wave of dizziness. The first thing that came into view was a Renaissance-style gate. It looked old enough to have been around for his own ancestors. By the time he could stand up and get his bearings, his mind was flooded with sheer shock. What is this? A castle. He cautiously touched the gate, trying to search his memory. Am I dreaming? This feels too familiar. I swear I've seen this place somewhere before. Finally, when he looked up at the top of the tower, the light of truth shone through his brain. I definitely saw this in Evil Queenmaker, but this answer only made him feel even colder. Why is it appearing right in front of my eyes like this? Don't tell me. A veteran gamer is a veteran for a reason. In an instant, he realized his current situation. This is insane. If I've truly transmigrated into the game, that means this is that child's castle. A veteran gamer is a veteran for a reason. In an instant, he realized his current situation. This is insane. If I've truly transmigrated into the game, that means this is that child's castle. It didn't take long for his face to turn pale as the realization hit him like a bullet train. He scanned a man in front of him and muttered to himself in shock, "Isn't that Kane?" But when he rubbed his eyes and looked at the NPC dialogue again, "Oh my, are you Mr. Nahan?" His inner voice screamed again. It's real. He's saying the exact first line of dialogue that Kane says to the player. After Nahan passed through the gate, Kane continued his dialogue while bowing at a 90-degree angle. "I didn't expect anyone to volunteer to educate our Demon King. We are truly, deeply grateful." Ignoring the rambling, he was still lost in his own thoughts. If that's the case, have I really become the tutor to a Demon King? His brain involuntarily recalled the last message before he entered the game. "We hope you can create a better ending yourself." By now, Nahan understood everything. Damn it, was this what that message meant? They told me to create a better ending myself. That's truly ridiculous. Shoving Nahin's mess aside, a rather hesitant voice echoed in the spacious room. Cecily, how do I look? She quickly asked back. I try to choose a simpler style as you suggested. Don't you like it? Seer gripped the stuffed animal in her hands, hesitating before denying. It's not that I don't like it. After taking a deep breath, the little girl cupped her blushing face and confirmed, it's just, I'm a little shy. This expression made Cecily cover her mouth to stop her inner thoughts from spilling out. She's so cute. This expression made Cecily cover her mouth to stop her inner thoughts from spilling out. She's so cute. She tried to maintain her composure by holding up the gift. So I asked the chef to prepare this for you. Seer's eyes sparkled like diamonds the moment she caught a glimpse of her favorite treat, pudding. But before enjoying it, she didn't forget to express her gratitude. Thank you. Cecily quickly turned away, replying vaguely, it's nothing at all. But inside, she was praying fervently. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, but you really are adorable. Suddenly, there was a crisp knock at the door, followed by a robotic voice. Lord Seer, it's Kane. Without waiting for a response, he stepped inside to announce, the person who will become your tutor is waiting outside. Seer jumped to the ground without a moment's hesitation. I understand. Kane. Suddenly, she dropped her innocent act and spoke with extreme seriousness. I will go to the reception room immediately. Kane, hit by that super cute maneuver, could only hug his chest and cry internally. Lord Seer, since when did you become so dignified? Seer maintained that posture until she sat on the throne. Kane, I am ready. He still hadn't escaped the daze, continuing to display his loyalty, truly worthy of a demon king. This loyal servant would have no regrets even if I died right now. The wait passed quickly as the sound of a door opening and footsteps approached. Nahin looked straight at Seer and introduced himself solemnly. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Seer. I don't know where he learned that aristocratic posture, but he pulled it off quite well. My name is Nahin. After speaking, he quickly scanned the profile of the girl in front of him. Seer von Devada, the sole descendant of the former demon king Seer von Devada, who once ranked second in the demon realm. However, in a sudden war that broke out 2 years ago, they suffered a heavy defeat, and Seer von Devada fell in battle along with most of his closest aides. In a sudden war that broke out 2 years ago, they suffered a heavy defeat, and Seer von Devada fell in battle along with most of his closest aides. This ascension to the throne stripped away her childhood. Furthermore, the Devada clan plummeted to the very bottom, ranked 72nd, and at this rate, even that position would be threatened. This ascension to the throne stripped away her childhood. Furthermore, the Devada clan plummeted to the very bottom, ranked 72nd, and at this rate, even that position would be threatened. The little girl suddenly bowed at a 90-degree angle and shouted clearly, Hello! Nahin, having received such a grand greeting, could only stutter back, Hello. Seer quickly raised her head and chirped. Please feel free to talk to me comfortably, because to a royal tutor, I am a student, not a demon king. These words made even someone eavesdropping like Kane nod in approval. Lord Seer, you are truly very understanding. Seer quickly raised her head and chirped. Please feel free to talk to me comfortably, because to a royal tutor, I am a student, not a demon king. These words made even someone eavesdropping like Kane nod in approval. Lord Seer, you are truly very understanding. Although she didn't yet understand what a supreme demon king was, her unwavering faith began to take root right there. Yes, teacher, but that hopeful atmosphere didn't last long. Nahin was currently hanging in a mood as gloomy as if he were about to go on a date with the Grim Reaper. Kneeling on the ground, only 2 words remained in his head. It's over. Nahin's whole body trembled as he began to reflect on himself. Am I crazy? Was I possessed by a demon or something? Did I really just say I will become Seer's tutor? Even though I'm a hardcore fan of Evil Queen Maker who has beaten every ending and knows everything from big events to small details. The regret gnawed at him, making Nahin pull his hair out. He even had all the hidden elements in the palm of his hand. But clicking a mouse and actually raising the kid in real life were 2 completely different things. How can I teach a demon king when I don't even know magic myself? Spinning in circles, he suddenly fell into a spiral, wondering, didn't I plan to refuse politely at first? Was it the instinct of someone who once craved being a teacher? Or was it just the excitement of meeting Seer in person? If not that, perhaps it was because I understood Seer's pain too well. Anyway, what can't be done can't be done. I have to refuse right now. But just as he thought of this plan, a light like phosphor began to spill from Nahin's eyes. After the light exploded in his brain, fragments of memories scattered like they were trying to sever every nerve, forcing him to reflect. Nahin's memories finally. The figure who dragged him into this game appeared, which also explained a bit of the mystery. Right now, this body of Nahin is a high-ranking demon. His mind suddenly felt like it had been bathed in holy water, enlightening him brilliantly. That's right, if it's like this, with this power and knowledge. Nahin's aura exploded, the protagonist quietly burying his determination deep inside. Can I do it? I can even go far beyond that level. Nahin's aura exploded, the protagonist quietly burying his determination deep inside. Can I do it? I can even go far beyond that level. Perhaps even the ideal ending I once envisioned. Dreaming is great, but no sooner had the idea sprouted than he got stuck. But why does Nahin only remember his alias and absolutely nothing about his real name? The next day, Seer looked at the surrounding wilderness and couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, didn't you say we have a lesson today?" "I have a private study room." To her face, Nahin explained patiently. "Instead of a stuffy room, studying in a spacious place like this will feel much more comfortable, right?" But he kept his real goal carefully tucked away. Studying here helps increase concentration, which in turn grants bonus stat points. Just then his eyes caught what Seer was carrying. "But I've never seen that doll in the game." He tried to use his gentlest tone to probe. "Are we going to study with that friend?" The little girl puffed out her cheeks and declared firmly, "You see, teacher, Whitey is my favorite friend." Nahin was a bit speechless, but tried to analyze the pros and cons patiently. "If I were Whitey, I think I would step aside so my friend Seer could focus on the lesson." But Seer heard that and exploded with negative emotions, shouting, "Whitey doesn't have any other friends besides me." He keenly noticed Kane in the background frantically shaking his head, so he tried to restrain himself. "It seems there's a story behind this. I can slowly figure it out later." He keenly noticed Kane in the background frantically shaking his head, so he tried to restrain himself. "It seems there's a story behind this. I can slowly figure it out later." To be more persuasive, he even actively reached out and held its hand. Seer happily switched to a joyful demeanor. "Whitey says he understands." Nahin, having passed this hurdle, breathed a sigh of relief as well. "Great. Then let's begin." He pointed to the board and started the introduction. "Today we will learn the basics of mana operation." Seer quickly voiced her query immediately. "Yes. But what about learning the history of the demon realm?" Kane said I should only start learning mana operation after I've finished other basic subjects. Nahin didn't flinch as he threw the blame on the old man. That's just because Kane has a too rigid personality. Kane watched the little girl's excitement and felt sick to his stomach. Nahin didn't pause too long, but held up 4 fingers and went on a tangent. "Seer, if you want to protect yourself and your subjects as a demon king, understanding exactly the power you possess is extremely important. That's why I will teach you mana operation, mana application, martial arts, and royal studies first." The little girl immediately mimicked the motion and reported the situation. "That sounds great, but I've already finished all of royal studies." He was momentarily surprised, but still wanted to confirm. "Is that so?" The little girl immediately mimicked the motion and reported the situation. "That sounds great, but I've already finished all of royal studies." He was momentarily surprised, but still wanted to confirm. "Is that so?" A scroll filled with text was spread out in front of Seer right after that. The little girl stared at it, asking innocently, "Teacher, what is all of this?" Nahin introduced it seriously, "A training manual. It will help Seer apply royal studies to reality. If you do your homework properly, I will reward you with pudding." Looking at the little girl's joy, Nahin's inner thoughts sneakily added, "I'll use anything Seer likes, not just pudding." Because favorability is an extremely important factor in Evil Queen Maker. After calculating, he quickly focused on the illustrations on the board. Back to the main topic, mana can be divided into innate mana, which is concentrated in the mana core and is the total amount of mana everyone possesses, and usable mana, which is the amount of mana everyone can actively use. First, what criteria determine the amount of usable mana? Faced with the question, Seer suddenly tilted her head and replied honestly, I don't know. Nahan had no choice but to suggest skillfully. Demons like us, along with half-demons, devils, and dragons, all possess circuits in our bodies. Do you know what their function is? Nahan had no choice but to suggest skillfully. Demons like us, along with half-demons, devils, and dragons, all possess circuits in our bodies. Do you know what their function is? Nahan pressed his advantage with a compliment and a new question. Exactly. More accurately, it's like a pathway for mana to flow through. Question: what would happen if you had many circuits? This time, Seer didn't hesitate at all and blurted out, a lot of mana would flow through. She even relied on that to turn the tables. So, usable mana is determined by the number of circuits, right? Nahan was satisfied and treated her to a double compliment. You're smart. You catch on very quickly. Watching Seer smile until her face beamed, Nahan realized the path he was taking was the truth. They say praise can even make a whale dance. From now on, I shouldn't skimp on praising the kid. He took the opportunity while Seer's brain was clear to shove in more theory. Innate mana is determined at birth, but circuits can increase depending on your effort. If you have enough innate mana and you increase the number of circuits through effort, you can raise your usable mana capacity. To make the lesson more vivid, Nahan even waved his hand to perform a spectacular fire-breathing act. When the performance reached its end, he took the opportunity to draw a conclusion for Seer. You can use this much mana at once. The little girl widened her eyes and exclaimed in admiration on the spot, Teacher, you're so cool. Nahan replied complacently, and I am your royal tutor. Only Cain was holding a belly full of suspicion. This doesn't seem to match the level of a royal tutor teaching a fallen demon king. In his eyes, a flicker of calculation gradually spread. Although he is an unknown demon, he certainly has enough skills to possess that power. On this side, Seer didn't seem able to hold back her excitement anymore. Can I also do that? Teacher. Nahan smiled widely and affirmed firmly. Of course, as long as you practice, that's more than enough. Actually, there was more he didn't say, but he decided to keep it tight in Seer's head. Because after all, you belong to the Devata clan. Because she had a goal. The little girl copied Nahan's movements and promised, I will work hard. A tutor had appeared for the weakest demon king, Seer. One day, this news spread throughout the demon realm. The news reached Andromalius, and he asked annoyedly, Even so, it's just the 72nd floor, right? Daltalion nonchalantly transformed into a capitalist. Don't worry about that anymore. Bring me some information that makes money. Only Carabia showed a disdainful attitude through his question. So what? Regardless, it was undeniable that this was a fact of no interest to some, but extremely interesting to others. Citri lay in the bathtub and asked lazily, Really? What kind of idler would go and accept that job? Her attendant nearby quickly replied, It's someone named Nahan. Citri didn't even budge, continuing to interrogate. Nahan? That's the first time I've heard that name. The other party then expressed their frustration. I investigated but found nothing at all. Citri immediately jumped out of the water and muttered, Interesting. Citri wore an expression of interest and quickly ordered, It's been a long time since I went out. Let's go for a walk. Get ready. Citri wore an expression of interest and quickly ordered, It's been a long time since I went out. Let's go for a walk. Get ready. Cecily had been waiting since the afternoon and jumped out cheerfully to greet. Your Majesty, why are you here? Interrupted in her train of thought, the little girl blurted out, Hello, sister. As soon as she finished, Seer turned away in embarrassment. Wait, the homework the teacher gave. Cecily was stunned, with a bunch of question marks above her head. What's wrong with her? After a few seconds of reflection, Seer shyly hinted at something. Cecily didn't hesitate to suggest, Yes, please go ahead, Your Majesty. Seer took it as a command, so she tightened her grip on the scroll and raised her voice. Start cleaning immediately. The new setting came so suddenly that Cecily stuttered. Your Majesty. She pointed at the magical brooms working at full capacity and explained, But I'm already cleaning. Saying that, Cecily noticed the thing in the little girl's hand. Huh? Wait a minute. The more she scrutinized it, the clearer the answer became. Is that a training diary? After understanding everything, Cecily immediately gave Nahan a like. The royal tutor is truly talented. Does he think that forcing Her Majesty to give orders will help her get used to the demeanor of a monarch? Then I should just play along. She quickly adjusted her state and stood up straight to recite. I understand. You mean I need to be more attentive. I will obey your command. Seer received the results she expected, so her face suddenly became radiant. She turned away happily, but didn't forget to throw back a report. Then I'm going to study. Where Seer couldn't see, Cecily was covering her mouth and laughing like a fox. Her Majesty always looks adorable. Seer skipped across the yard without realizing there was whispering nearby. Surely, but the little girl reached her destination and greeted them. Though halfway through, she had to change to a tone of confusion. Teacher. Kane, having very sharp eyes, replied immediately. Seer, you're here? Without any suspicion, she held up the diary to report. Yes. I also just finished my homework on royal authority. He patted his favorite student's head happily with a promise. You finished it? I must reward you with a gift. Nahan looked at the bear in Seer's hands and hesitantly suggested. What would be good to give? How about finding another friend for Whitey? Seer widened her sparkling eyes and agreed without a second of thought. A friend for Whitey? I would love that. But before she could finish, her eyes fell upon Kane next to her. The joy in Seer's eyes was suddenly drained away completely. She dropped her head, correcting her answer in a dejected tone. Actually, never mind. Nahan didn't need much more data to have the answer in his head. As expected, the castle's finances were having the exact same problems as in the game. I didn't expect her to have to hesitate just because of a stuffed animal. If that's the case, I have to step in. He squatted down in front of the little girl and decided to speak plainly. Seer, regarding the castle's finances, can I manage them instead of Kane? Just until you can manage them yourself. Seer was stunned by that sudden proposal. You teacher, Kane, suddenly about to face unemployment, hurriedly expressed his confusion. Royal tutor, is this why you asked about our financial situation earlier? Nahan didn't turn around, but just cold-bloodedly called his name, Kane, seeing Seer happy after receiving a stuffed animal as a gift. Don't you want to see that scene? Kane's eyebrows almost kissed each other upon hearing that question. Although he clearly remembered every smile of Seer's, his voice still couldn't sound confident. I want to see it too. But Nahan understood the point and immediately interrupted. I know what you're worried about, but I don't care about money. He unexpectedly placed his hand on Kane's shoulder and said a string of profound words. Don't misunderstand. I'm not taking over financial management because you're incompetent. It's just that everyone has different strengths. So please let me do what I'm good at. Although he had only been there for 2 days, Nahan confidently declared, in the near future, Seer will stand at the pinnacle of Demon Kings. While he was in the middle of his speech, Seer tugged at his sleeve to get his attention. Nahan knew clearly that she had heard and understood everything he had just said, so he solemnly affirmed, I believe in you. It seemed like steam was rising in Nahan's eyes. Meanwhile, Seer was still smiling broadly as she handed over the responsibility. Then please earn a lot of money. Nahan slightly curled his lips into a very faint smile, silently setting his determination in his heart. That's right, trust me, teacher. Seer, gold bars will soon roll into our pockets on their own. Nahan slightly curled his lips into a very faint smile, silently setting his determination in his heart. That's right, trust me, teacher. Seer, gold bars will soon roll into our pockets on their own. Nahan slightly curled his lips into a very faint smile, silently setting his determination in his heart. That's right, trust me, teacher. Seer, gold bars will soon roll into our pockets on their own. Nahan saw the magic power radiating accordingly and felt a startle in his heart. She shouldn't have formed many mana circuits yet, but her mana power was far beyond imagination. This potential was not at all suitable for the lowest-ranking Demon King of the 72nd floor. The more Seer displayed, the more his confidence grew. She kept up very well, so I don't have to worry about the progress. Of course, I also won't be a bit greedy, but thinking of this, Nahan immediately waved his hand to signal, all right, let's stop here for today. Watching Seer slump to the ground panting, he sighed involuntarily, her physical strength is still too weak. Watching Seer slump to the ground panting, he sighed involuntarily. Her physical strength is still too weak. A moment later, Nahin started letting his calculations drift through his mind again. Today she went jogging with Whitey again. He decided he had to find out the information that made him curious. Kane, is there any reason Seer is so attached to Whitey? The old man asked, suddenly hesitated a bit. That. It's a stuffed animal that the former Demon King Seer gave Her Majesty for her 5th birthday. That answer helped Nahin realize something. A keepsake from her mother? No wonder she cherishes it and carries it with her like that. He followed that up, gradually forming a more practical scenario. Her death was definitely an important part of the plot, but I will tell her the truth behind this when she is old enough to take her own revenge. Just then, a frantic voice cut in. The head butler, Kane, immediately turned to question them. What's going on? Eldon quickly spread out a piece of paper to report thoroughly. Sir, a letter was sent from the lower floor. The 71st floor, I mean. Kane took the item with a sense of unease. The 71st floor. What on earth could they be demanding now? In the demon realm, a difference of just one floor means a massive gap in force scale, military quality, economic standing, and much more. But Nahin suddenly wore a sinister smile as his thoughts reached a crucial point. But don't be too afraid, Kane, because this is exactly what I've been waiting for. A few days later, a carriage train rumbled in, accompanied by a shout to open the city gates. Nahin tilted his head slightly and whispered, Kane, relax a bit. You're going to show them an opening to exploit. Even though the old man wanted to start a fight, he swallowed his anger and replied to him, Understood. Nahin looked at Baphomet holding the reins, and an exclamation suddenly escaped his heart. The driver isn't just some pushover, is he? He proactively stepped forward to perform the standard greeting. It is a true honor. Baphomet was momentarily confused. Why would meeting a lowly driver be an honor? Nahin asked back, bewildered. A driver, you say? He paused for a moment, then switched to a sharper tone to expose him. You're joking a bit too much, imposter Baphomet. The moment that name was spoken, Kane paled and whispered. Baphomet realized he had been exposed and smirked, questioning, How did you know? At the same time, a lazy voice resonated from inside the carriage. That's interesting. Citri didn't wait for an invitation and proactively lifted the curtain to reveal herself. The moment she set foot on the ground, the group of people with Cecily all blushed simultaneously. Only Nahin maintained his composure to greet his opponent. It is a great honor to meet you for the first time, Your Majesty Citri. She swept back her hair with a seductive air and offered a compliment. To be able to see through Baphomet's disguise, it seems you are not an ordinary person, are you? Nahin smiled brightly and shot back. How could an ordinary person become the Demon King's teacher? Right. Citri burst into laughter and had to nod in acknowledgement. Fair point. Both sides were playing psychological games, while Kane on the side was internally panicking. Good grief. If he's a royal tutor, shouldn't he know what a one-floor difference in the demon realm means? What is he thinking? What's with that arrogant tone? But Nahin decided to get to the main point. May I ask what business you have here? Citri snapped in reproach. You are impatient, aren't you? Can't we go inside and talk? He didn't waver and brushed it off. No, unless you have a valid reason. She was stunned by this bluntness. What did you say? Nahin remained stoic as a statue and calmly rattled off a string of eloquent words. My apologies, but crossing this boundary is Seer Devada's territory. Even if you have a higher rank, you cannot arbitrarily invade the territory of another demon king. Therefore, I want to hear a valid reason. Citri gritted her teeth to prevent a heap of refined language from spitting directly into Nahin's face. Now I'm being looked down upon by someone like this? If it were in the past, someone like this. Just hold it in. I have a purpose for coming here right now. She immediately adjusted her emotions and made up a random excuse. As the ruler of the 71st floor, I have matters to discuss with the ruler of the 72nd floor. That is all. Nahin easily compromised again. If that is the case, then please come in. Baphomet, having listened to the dialogue between the two, had to admit to himself, Nahin has guts. He is smart, daring to borrow Citri's name to remind me that even if Seer Devada's position is shaky, she is still a demon king. Nahan did not know the man was secretly praising him, and calmly turned to order Cain. Please forgive my rudeness just now, as I am also the protector of Her Majesty. I hope you understand. Cain, please show them the way. The old man immediately bowed to follow his lead. I will escort you to the reception room. Citri did not follow Cain immediately, but tilted her head to signal. Baphomet, you won't be waiting here for long. He understood the meaning and quickly assured her, Yes, Your Majesty. Citri took leisurely steps, but her mouth refused to concede. You have lost a lot of servants, haven't you? Nahan admitted frankly. That is inevitable when the financial situation isn't ideal. She responded with fake sympathy. Is that so? Such a pity. That tone made his inner self want to curse. Damn it, whose fault does she think that is? But Nahan not only did not show dissatisfaction, but was even more polite. Please feel free to make yourself at home. Citri kept her posture and bitterly asked back. By the way, when is that child coming? His stomach immediately churned with the desire to give her a beating. A moment ago, you called Her Majesty the ruler of the 72nd floor. While still lost in thought, Sir plopped down into the chair and added, I have some urgent financial issues that need to be discussed. That sudden expression made Nahan's internal alarm bells ring. Seriously? Look at you. Are you trying to seduce me? Sorry, but you're just an easy person. He smiled brightly, crushing Seer's intentions. Wonderful. I am currently managing the finances of the Devvada Castle, so you could just talk directly to me. But his firmness unintentionally fueled the illusion in Citri's heart. He can't take his eyes off me. That's why men are so easy. Assuming she held the advantage, she began to rattle off words that made the servant pouring tea tremble. Not long ago, many of my soldiers who were supporting the 72nd floor died due to an invasion by human adventurers. So, you need to pay compensation and expenses for additional personnel. Nahan didn't hesitate to ask a sharp question. Exactly whose wish were those soldiers deployed under? Citri admitted nonchalantly. Of course, it came from my good intentions. With only the army of the 72nd floor, how could you stop a human invasion? Right? That was all he needed to suddenly flip the table. You really are a despicable thug, aren't you? Citri paused momentarily to verify. What? What did you just say? In her heart, she even found reasons for Nahan. Surely, I miss her. But facing her now was his somewhat insolent smile, which brought her to her senses. No, I didn't mishear. Citri slammed her teacup hard on the table and flew into a rage. How dare you take that attitude with a higher-ranking demon king? Feeling that wasn't enough, she crushed the cup and shouted, You've really lost your mind. The atmosphere in the room was inadvertently dyed in the red of anger. But Nahan continued to calmly pour oil on the fire. Why are you so angry? Is it because I called you a despicable thug? The servant had already knelt to the ground as Citri raised her voice again. You know that well, and you still dare to open your mouth? Nahan took the opportunity to open a protective barrier for them before speaking solo with her. Forcing a weaker demon king to accept your excess troops and then extorting them. If that is not the act of a despicable thug, then what is? Citri's eyes turned as red as lava, signaling that this volcano was about to erupt. Your arrogance is truly sky-high. Around her body, waves of light began to appear that could blind anyone facing her. Citri was ready to strike, but before that, she still had to give the introductory line for proper procedure. It is your own fault for bringing this punishment upon yourself. With that said, magic like dragons and tigers lunged straight at Nahan. But even though he was facing a dangerous situation, he still replied calmly. Oh my, I was intending to let this pass peacefully to save your face. But Nahan didn't speak anymore and snapped his fingers. The fire arrows that were rushing toward him suddenly twisted into an abnormal curvature, then veered sharply in another direction. That scene was so absurd it made Citri's heart skip a beat. My fire. While she was still in a state of shock, Nahan spoke calmly again. Your Majesty Citri, why don't we solve this by talking like intelligent demons? He locked her with his gaze and suggested slowly, Actually, I have a very good proposal for you. Citri noticed the fiery red pupils and the overwhelming aura on Nahan immediately. Yet, she still held her tongue, mocking, You dare to make a proposal to me? Nahin didn't blink when he exposed her. You won't be able to refuse, because it concerns the seal on you. This critical hit successfully turned Citri to stone on the spot. Citri's voice dropped to question. Do you know what you were talking about? Nahin immediately raised his voice mockingly. How could I not know about your majesty? The one who was ranked 12th, but fell miserably after being sealed. Her complexion immediately darkened. If you're just going to ramble about things everyone knows, shut your mouth. Citri paused momentarily with a panicked gaze. Don't you need to conquer the upper floors? After all, the seal stones that are binding your power are scattered throughout the floors ruled by mid-level demon kings and above. Citri paused momentarily with a panicked gaze. Don't you need to conquer the upper floors? After all, the seal stones that are binding your power are scattered throughout the floors ruled by mid-level demon kings and above. The contract paper immediately flew straight toward her. I will help your majesty break the seal on you. Citri's expression was a mixture of complex emotions. She hesitated and spoke with a skeptical look. How exactly do you intend to help me? Nahin's gaze darkened, and he spoke with implication. You just saw it. A small part of my power. Her voice dropped with high vigilance. What is your true identity? He immediately declared clearly, I am the master of the Demon King. The corners of Nahin's mouth curled up with implication. Well, will you sign the contract? Citri spoke decisively. I've finished writing, check it. Citri spoke decisively. I've finished writing, check it. He paused momentarily, full of suspicion. The only reason Citri signed a contract, even knowing this, the words and firm handwriting appeared. Article 2. Demon King Citri will provide military operating funds for Demon King Seer von Devada. Article 3. Nahin commits to providing all possible support to Demon King Citri, not limited to any specific area. Article 4. Demon King Citri must absolutely not confront the faction of Demon King Seer von Devada. And Demon King Seer von Devada must absolutely not confront the faction of Demon King Citri. Nahin still maintained a calm demeanor precisely because the clause stipulated that I would support her with all my might. Her expression was a mix of complex emotions. The power right now is overwhelming, even compared to me in the past. How? What if the power he called a small part is just a tiny fraction of his true power? The corners of Citri's mouth curled up with amusement. This is a bet worth trying. You put your blood seal on it too. He immediately took out a sharp knife to drip blood. Very well. Nahin used his finger to press onto the contract to confirm. 2 fingerprints of the 2 people were immediately imprinted on the surface of the paper. The contract suddenly floated in midair. Then it emitted mysterious rays of light. His gaze was a mix of complex emotions. Then I look forward to working together. Demon King Citri. She also clearly declared with a determined look. Likewise. Nahin spoke slowly with a gentle tone. Seer, from now on, Her Majesty Citri here will help us. Seer paused momentarily, full of doubt. Really? The little girl immediately bowed formally. Thank you, Miss Citri. Citri immediately avoided eye contact with a confused look. Happy to work with you, kid. The little girl immediately bowed formally. Thank you, Miss Citri. Citri immediately avoided eye contact with a confused look. Happy to work with you, kid. Citri hesitated and spoke with a flustered look. Looking forward to your help. Her cheeks suddenly turned hot with embarrassment. Nahin kept a stoic demeanor and then spoke slowly. You did well. You should have done that from the beginning. Now I will explain the method to fulfill our contract. She paused momentarily. The method to fulfill the contract, you say? The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Then he sighed. That's right. Her Majesty Citri will also become my student. Her eyes widened in shock. Citri dissatisfiedly questioned with a skeptical look. What kind of nonsense is that? Nahin maintained a calm demeanor. I know your Majesty was once an excellent demon king, but currently you are just someone with mediocre power and influence, at the bottom of the rankings, and a completely unremarkable, bland demon king. Her complexion darkened when she had to listen to such direct questioning. Citri immediately screamed with a crazy look. You don't need to be so mean. You're the one who needs the... What's with that look? Nahin's expression was a mix of complex emotions. You must think that your development has reached its limit and that retrieving your sealed power is the only way. Nahin clearly declared with a determined gaze. But your majesty is perfectly capable of becoming much stronger. She paused momentarily, full of doubt. What? Is he lying? Can I become stronger? Citri clenched her fist to suppress her rage. Wait, if it's the power that guy possesses. Nahin's gaze was a mix of complex emotions. Even in the game, Citri was able to retrieve her sealed power and grow with it, becoming Seer's reliable supporter from start to finish. If I'm determined to help, she will certainly regain her former strength. Her voice dropped with a warning. You better not play tricks on a demon king. Nahin turned around and walked away decisively. I don't joke about these things. You must fulfill the terms of the contract first, so go home today. He still maintained a stoic demeanor. You can come find me whenever you have time. Citri's face immediately contorted with anger. What? You want me to come find you? I'm a demon king. Naturally, you're the one who should come find me. Seer's gaze darkened with a crazy look. No, the master is mine. Nahin still maintained a stoic demeanor. You heard what the child said. It can't be helped. She felt exhausted and helpless. Fine. Visiting about once a week is enough, right? He declared clearly with a decisive look. If you think that's fine, then let's decide on that. Citri dissatisfiedly questioned. What do you mean by that? Do you mean I'm dying to see you? The corners of Nahin's mouth curled up with implication. Who knows? We'll find out soon enough. The corners of Nahin's mouth curled up with implication. Who knows? We'll find out soon enough. Zeta hesitated and spoke with a skeptical look. This is pure nonsense. Why the hell are we stuck here? Verena immediately spoke with a provocative, mocking tone. If you're that dissatisfied, why don't you leave and go back to your masters like dogs? Her complexion immediately darkened. Who are you calling a dog? His expression became serious. Keep talking. Go ahead. The soldiers under Seer were equally exhausted. Epsilon urgently bowed respectfully. I apologize, Vice Captain. I will discipline my subordinates properly. Verena's voice dropped with dignity. Spend your time training properly, instead of talking nonsense. The shouting in unison immediately rang out. Yes, sir. His expression was a mix of complex emotions. Captain, do you intend to just leave them like that? The atmosphere was very chaotic, and the training was just as messy. Linnell's eyes immediately darkened. She hesitated and spoke with an uneasy look. What else can we do? After all, we anticipated that everything would be this noisy for a while. A few days later, Nahin sighed with a helpless look. Citri slammed her hand down on the table with a crazy look. Are you really trying to pick a fight with me right now? What do you mean you can't teach me? Why are you only saying this now? He spoke slowly with a helpless look. It's not that I can't teach you. I'm currently busy uniting the forces of Her Majesty Citri, so I simply don't have the time. The corners of Nahin's mouth slowly curled up with implication. That is why I would be extremely grateful if Your Majesty could lend a hand. The corners of Nahin's mouth slowly curled up with implication. That is why I would be extremely grateful if Your Majesty could lend a hand. He still maintained a stoic demeanor when Citri left in dissatisfaction. She is fully determined to take revenge. It's also good if that becomes motivation for her. Nahin's expression was a mix of complex emotions. Your Majesty, I have one more thing I want to ask. Can you take charge of the final finishing steps? Nahin's expression was a mix of complex emotions. Your Majesty, I have one more thing I want to ask. Can you take charge of the final finishing steps? Nahin's voice dropped with a calm look. I came to look over the place where Seer will learn swordsmanship from now on, and I also have a few things to resolve. Verena immediately sneered and sighed. Resetting the command system and regaining control is just something you happen to resolve? Nahin raised an eyebrow and spoke mockingly. Isn't that obvious? Vice Captain Verena. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. You say obvious? Could it be that you had experience leading an army? He cut decisively. I did not. Verena's eyes showed interest, and he offered a provocation. I don't mean to look down on you, Mr. Nahin, but uniting soldiers from different factions is not an easy task. Nahin still maintained a gentle demeanor. Really? Would you like to see how I handle this? Nahin still maintained a gentle demeanor. Really? Would you like to see how I handle this? A moment later, everyone paused with a skeptical look. Training ground number 3, Murmurs immediately rang out. Isn't that Mr. Seer? It seems Mr. Verena is also with him. Who is the person standing next to them? Nahin's gaze toward Verena was calculating. Vice Captain Verena, highly skilled and extremely loyal, but that loyalty is reserved solely for Seer. Therefore, to ensure that he will follow my order from now on, I will take this opportunity to completely win him over. Epsilon immediately appeared and spoke respectfully. Mr. Seer, you have business here. Nahin smiled gently. It's a pleasure to meet you. Epsilon, my name is Nahin. I am Seer's master. He immediately shook hands politely and sighed. I know very well. You are the one who separated us from Her Majesty Citri, right? He immediately spoke slowly with a determined gaze. It is true that I did that, but I truly believe that it was the right decision. After all, I took all of you in when you had nowhere else to go. Epsilon's eyes immediately changed in horror. His hands started to tremble. Epsilon roared, questioning with a crazy look. Do you think you could just say whatever you want? Nahin's voice dropped with power. Your handshake is a bit rough. He immediately applied force strongly. He stepped back as he had to endure bone-deep pain. Nahin still maintained a calm demeanor. Epsilon, know your place. The master you must serve from now on is standing right here. Yet you dare try to act equal to me. Your master's master, you say? He still maintained a calm demeanor. Is that what Citri taught you? Epsilon trembled and questioned. Do you dare to insult Her Majesty Citri? Nahin paused and spoke mockingly. You still believe Citri is your master? He immediately carried Seer and declared clearly, Look carefully, your master is not Citri, but Mr. Seer who is right here. His eyes wavered. He is so cute. Wait, this isn't right. Epsilon still firmly asserted decisively. My only master is Her Majesty Citri. Nahin sighed. Good spirit. His hand immediately channeled internal energy. If that is your wish, then so be it. The streaks of energy enveloped them, causing all the soldiers to fall to their knees, and his entire body trembled from the pain. Verena immediately changed his expression with a skeptical look. Is this mana? Nahin declared clearly with a calm look. I don't need a dog that isn't loyal. I will just eliminate it. I will give you one last chance. His voice dropped with power. Do you intend to continue denying reality and just disappear? Or will you place your hope in a new future? Epsilon still firmly asserted decisively. We have sworn loyalty to Her Majesty Citri. Therefore we have no choice but to follow her orders, because we are demons. The corners of Nahin's mouth curled up with implication. With this level of loyalty, you will be quite useful. You'll have to be responsible for those words. The space immediately returned to its original state. Citri immediately spoke with a dissatisfied look. You idiots, why didn't you listen and make everything complicated for me? Don't you know that Mr. Seer and I are allies? He hesitated and spoke full of doubt. Her Majesty Citri. But that's only in name. She cut in decisively. Shut up. It is a real alliance. Citri still maintained a stoic demeanor and declared, You are the symbol of the solid alliance between the 71st and 72nd floors. Understand? Epsilon was still in shock. What? We are the symbol of the alliance. Her expression became serious. I want this relationship to continue. Even for the upcoming war, this alliance is absolutely indispensable. After finishing her statement to Nahin, Citri went straight to the main point. Now, shall we start the lesson? The serious voice that belonged only to him rang out. Yes, continue. After finishing her statement to Nahin, Citri went straight to the main point. Now, shall we start the lesson? The serious voice that belonged only to him rang out. Yes, continue. Nahin knelt on one knee to be on eye level with the little demon king in front of him. Seer, just for a moment then. But before he could make any other move, the little girl suddenly held his large hand. Sweat could not help but roll down his forehead. Nahin gave a forced smile as he asked the little girl, Seer, I have to teach. Can you let go of my hand? But responding to him was a super decisive answer. No. A silence passed, and only after a long while did Nahin react. A moment of silence passed, and only after a long while did Nahin react. This image hit his eyes and left him deep in thought. Is this just childish stubbornness? There's no helping it. Without the slightest hesitation, Nahin decisively lifted her high, as if Citri wasn't even nearby. Then, instead of holding hands like this, how about, ultimately unable to endure the scene of overwhelming affection right before her eyes, Citri shouted directly, "You said you would train me, didn't you? When will we start?" Turning to face Citri, he spoke with a firm tone as he assured her, "Don't worry, I can still teach you like this." Obviously, this made her knit her brows tightly. "What is that? What does that mean?" In response to her query, a jet-black flow of demonic power suddenly erupted with every word Nahin spoke. After all, today's lesson is... He instantly turned the peaceful scene under the warm sun into hell, right before Citri's stunned eyes. As waves of cold, black wind swept past her, the voice belonging to Nahin's throat echoed throughout the space. "Just one strike. You only need to hit us once." And this action of his made someone as arrogant as Citri more furious than ever. "Are you kidding me? Do you think that kind of training will be useful?" Hiding amidst the dense mist of demonic power, Nahin curled his lips into a confident arc, as if he held everything in the palm of his hand. "It will." Without warning, Citri suddenly collapsed to the ground, chilled by the terrifying aura coming from the man opposite her. Or rather, the pressure from the opponent's power forced her to lie flat, there miserably just to listen to his judgment. "One thing is for certain. I'm stronger than your majesty," was in the past. With his aura radiating continuously, Nahin slowly let out each word, no different from a devil crawling out of hell, even more so than a true demoness like Citri. "So break free from my mana and try to hit us, even with just one strike." At this moment, the fact that she was lying flat on the cold stone ground indirectly proved that her own ability compared to Nahin's was no different from a small pond compared to a vast ocean. "This is impossible." Without bothering to waste another second, he decisively turned and walked away as his mind sank into thought. A consolidated alliance is another form of seer strength. Although Seer's personal power is crucial, an alliance will make it easier to expand influence and authority. After some reflection, but not forgetting to blurt out a question laden with ironic judgment, "Your Majesty, how can you regain your strength if you are struggling against this amount of mana?" Even though she was in a predicament, it didn't stop Citri from shouting, "Are you mocking me?" Seeing that she had made no further progress, his thick eyebrows arched. "It seems it's too much for you. Why don't you just give up?" Although she encountered some difficulties in regaining her strength, Citri still tried her best to persist. He spoke carefully with sharp eyes and the knowledge reigning in his brain. Nahin could recognize the problem in the other's body and how to solve it. The floor where Citri's power is sealed is at least in the middle realm. To survive there, she must adapt to the pressure of dense mana. The corners of Nahin's lips suddenly curled into a 45-degree arc. At the moment he thought about the next thing, increasing the number of mana circuits during this process was just an added benefit. In contrast to the dark atmosphere continuously radiating from him, Seer, with her innocent mind, couldn't help but interject, "Teacher, Citri looks like she's in a lot of pain." Nahin didn't mind the trouble as he informed the little girl, "That is the purpose of this training session. Look closely." Seer tilted her head due to the rising confusion. "Huh? What?" Yet Nahin didn't answer aloud, but pondered silently. "Because later on, this is the training that one day you will also have to do." Compared to the peaceful scene of the two, Seer and Citri were forced to train their vocal cords in the wide space. Time passed quickly like a dog running in the fields. Before long, sunset fell along with Nahin's voice, "Don't overdo it, considering your current age." By now, her whole body was drenched in sweat, no different from having just gone to a sauna. Even though it was a struggle, Citri still tried to respond, possessing a tenacious will and determination to overcome every terrifying challenge. Trying? Today, I must hit you at any cost." While enjoying afternoon tea, he didn't forget to cheer her on with a laugh. "I hope your efforts will bear fruit." Although outwardly appearing playful, deep within Nahin's information processing center, he was silently moved. Her 12th place position is certainly not just for show. Has she adapted already? Maybe I'll be embarrassed sooner than expected. After nearly a day of witnessing Citri rolling on the ground, Seer suddenly spoke up. Teacher, I want to learn too. Unable to help but draw his attention away from his thoughts. We already learned this morning. The little girl clearly expressed her desire to acquire knowledge through her affirmation. I want to learn even more. Nahan looked deep into the sparkling, equally shimmering pupils of the other. His mind suddenly wavered. Trying too hard is worse than doing nothing. But how can a teacher refuse those eyes? So he decided directly, all right, I will quickly teach an advanced lesson based on what we learned this morning. After Seer cheered joyfully, Nahan's long, slender fingers snapped with a resounding sound. At the moment Citri was struggling to stand up from the jet-black magic pressure, her whole body suddenly felt light, leaving her bewildered. Huh? What's happening all of a sudden? At the moment she stood straight, his low voice sounded, take a break for a while. Ultimately, she couldn't hold it in anymore and directly threw herself flat on her back, abandoning her image. I can finally breathe. The very next second, Nahan knelt on one knee in front of the little demon king and posed a problem. Seer, tell me what you learned today. The little girl excitedly raised her hand to speak. Peripheral mana. It's using the mana floating in the air. It helps me use spells that require more mana than my mana circuits can handle. A standard answer sufficient to satisfy him as he let out the next question. Then how can you grasp the mana floating in the air? Regarding this, Seer couldn't help but ponder for a moment, and then the next second, the little girl confidently gave the answer. I ask it for help, successfully causing Nahan to burst into a hearty laugh. That's a very good explanation. However, Seer immediately found the problem in her own answer. But how can I ask for help? I've never talked to mana before. He didn't mind responding. Don't worry, our mana can speak for us. To make it easier for Seer to understand, Nahan decisively visualized the image with practical actions. If I spread my mana out, soon in the palm of his hand, a light source would radiate that could rival the stars hanging high in the sky and make friends with the mana floating around. I can bring it toward me. And then the detailed explanation was slowly poured out by Nahan. I can use the power of my friends to cast even more powerful spells. When the demonstration ended, he didn't forget to ask Seer, do you want to try it yourself? Naturally, the little girl couldn't refuse. Yes. Recalling what Nahan had done, the little girl lifted her arm precisely. And then Seer relied on her own super talent. The little girl began to control the energy source in her body, following every instruction from him. Like that, slowly spread your mana out. Originally lying on one side resting, the movement on Seer's side made Citri jump up. Feeling what was radiating around the little girl's body, she was astonished. Is this the mana of a 7-year-old child? Beads of nervous sweat rolled down her cheeks. The determination in Citri surged more than ever. I must maintain this alliance at any cost. Not paying attention to the thoughts in her mind, Nahan was busy praising and continuing to guide Seer. Very good. Now try to pull your mana back. The little girl obediently responded, yes, thinking everything would go smoothly. Who would have thought Seer would suddenly startle at the last minute? Huh? It feels strange. This was explained scientifically by Nahan. That strange feeling is the mana floating in the air. Thinking everything would go smoothly. Who would have thought Seer would suddenly startle at the last minute? Huh? It feels strange. This was explained scientifically by Nahan. That strange feeling is the mana floating in the air. The next moment, the ignition move was skillfully applied by Nahan to the point that the fire energy transformed into a skull shape. However, because it was purely an example for Seer, clearly its size was tiny accompanied by a super small growl. However, because it was purely an example for Seer, clearly its size was tiny accompanied by a super small growl. Showing her own attitude, Citri displayed her knit brows and questioned Nahan. What on earth are you teaching the child? He just calmly asked back, is there a problem? Successfully making her unable to respond with a complete sentence. No, not necessarily a problem. Showing her own attitude, Citri displayed her knit brows and questioned Nahan. What on earth are you teaching the child? He just calmly asked back, is there a problem? Successfully making her unable to respond with a complete sentence. No, not necessarily a problem. Internally, it was one thing, but outwardly he appeared dangerous by admitting, "I'm quite impressed that you realized it." That's right. Citri couldn't suppress her curiosity. "How on earth did you know that?" Nahin flatly shrugged and replied vaguely, "Who knows? Anyway, I have one more lesson to finish." Not bothering to pay attention to the conversation with her anymore, he leaned directly toward the child in his sight. "Now, Seer, can you do what I just did?" The little girl confidently responded, "Yes." Not letting time go to waste, the little girl immediately shut her eyes tight and began to mumble, imagining the fire. Effort and talent do not fail people. Seer quickly grasped the key point and performed the ignition. The magic language carrying her fire element energy immediately manifested into a tangible entity in the space. The next moment, Seer successfully received a fire skull similar to her teacher's. And of course, Nahin would not forget to praise. "Well done." At the moment Citri's fist clenched, he was still busy reminding the little girl, "There will be times when you need to use the surrounding mana like this, so you will need to regularly practice absorbing and refining it. Remember?" After finishing his words to Seer, Nahin immediately darted his cold eyes towards Citri. "Your Majesty, trying to retaliate against me should only happen during training." She immediately pulled her hand back and pretended to look around. "I wasn't doing that." Ultimately, after a chaotic moment in her mind, Citri honestly made a request, "Teach me that ancient magic too." Unfortunately, she wasn't Seer, so she was flatly refused by Nahin. "I refuse." With a fiery temper, Citri couldn't hold back and let out a series of questions like a machine gun. "Why not? Why? Why? You said I was also your student." He didn't mind her face when he was honest. "Because I don't trust your Majesty enough to teach you this." But not long after the answer was dropped, his mind continued to shift. "Wait, maybe I can earn some extra benefits from this." A sinister smile was displayed by Nahin. "If we become a bit closer, I might consider it." Her cheeks flushed unnaturally. Clearly Citri misunderstood something. At the moment she stammered, "We need to be closer." Her hands clenched so tightly that they shook violently. Her determination to advance forced her to make a difficult decision. "All right, if that's the condition, just so I can become stronger." The atmosphere immediately changed 180 degrees when Citri turned around and shyly asked in a stammering tone, "All right, so what is your type?" Causing both teacher and student Nahin to be puzzled. And he had to drop a question. "Why are you suddenly mentioning type now?" Even up to this moment, she still hadn't realized how wrong this was heading. "Is there a problem? If I want to be closer, I need to know your preferences." His face pale, wanted to just print the words speechless on his face. Nahin hurriedly corrected, "It's not that. I'm talking about trust between the 72nd floor and the 71st floor. Citri was stunned. "What?" A crow flew by. And because it was her own misunderstanding, she felt awkward and replied in a gradually fading tone, "Is that what you meant? You should have said so earlier. Just forget it. Forget what I just said." Taking a long breath, he shook his head as he replied, "It's okay, as long as you understand now. Next time, bring me a proposal that I cannot refuse." At the same time, being a little child, Seer understood absolutely nothing as she witnessed the whole scene that had just unfolded. Before long, night officially covered the entire mansion area. Amidst the dark space with only a hint of moonlight, Nahin sank into thought. According to the memories he inherited, this character of Nahin is a great demon. That explains why he knows things like ancient magic. Every familiar image and piece of information about the evil Queen Maker in his mind was continuously pulled out by him. Even in the game, the true nature of the great demons is rarely revealed. They are only described as great, mysterious entities from ancient times, possessing immeasurable power. Strangely, this body seems to be guarding against other great demons. Examining each document in his hand carefully, he quickly came up with a plan. First, the most urgent issue right now is expanding the territory. Bored to the point of leaning his back against the solid chair, analytical waves jumped continuously in Nahin's brain. We are not ready to advance to the human world. The 71st floor is Citri's territory, so skip it. Then there is only the 70th floor ruled by Demon King Andromalius. With Citri's help, we might have a chance, but a direct attack would be too costly. Is there a better way? At the moment Nahan encountered difficulty in implementing the plan, his gaze was suddenly drawn by something. With Citri's help, we might have a chance, but a direct attack would be too costly. Is there a better way? At the moment Nahan encountered difficulty in implementing the plan, his gaze was suddenly drawn by something. While closing the door, Lin-El didn't forget to report in detail about Seer's actions. Sincere apologies, Mr. Nahan. The little majesty insisted on coming along, embracing the small body in his arms. Naturally, he wasn't the type of unreasonable person to be annoyed by this. It's okay, Commander Lin-El Leza. Thank you for coming. Even though I reported urgently, I know you are busy. Lin-El seriously continued. You said you needed my opinion, not wasting another second before going straight to the main topic. That's right, I want to discuss expanding the territory. This left her somewhat surprised. Excuse me, territory? Continuing, Nahan directly emphasized each word about the situation they were facing. If you mean conquering the 70th floor, that will be very difficult. Even with Citri's help, we are still inferior in military strength. With her own work, Lin-El understood every corner regarding the ability to win, so she constantly advised, if you are planning for a total war, I advise you to reconsider. Before she could finish speaking, Nahan handed over a piece of paper and caught Lin-El's attention. Only then did he slowly say, it sounds like you're saying that it is possible, as long as it's not a direct confrontation. Lin-El's pupils flashed like gemstones, but clearly showed confidence, as if holding everything in the palm of her hand. Commander, I think this is a quite strong move. Lin-El nodded in agreement. We will need to start a few covert operations. I will select a team specialized in infiltration. Nahan also continued. I will also discuss this with Mr. Epsilon. However, she was still worried. Even so, I'm a bit worried about the frictions that might occur. His voice calmly reassured. It will be fine. Now they will listen. However, she was still worried. Even so, I'm a bit worried about the frictions that might occur. His voice calmly reassured. It will be fine. Now they will listen. Not only that, it also helps ensure the loyalty of the recruits to Majesty Seer. But Nahan seemed cautious. How? Not only that, it also helps ensure the loyalty of the recruits to Majesty Seer. But Nahan seemed cautious. How? He turned to Seer, his voice sweet. What do you think, Seer? The little girl's voice sounded sweetly. Anything is fine with me. Scene changed to where Citri is displaying an annoyed face. Regarding the campaigns on the 70th floor, I will also help. She shouted angrily. What's with that look? Don't you trust me? Nahan hurriedly justified. No, it's not like that. He hurriedly swallowed the wandering thoughts into his stomach. It seems the relationship between the 70th and 71st floors is just as bad as in the game. Suddenly, Seer ran from her seat, surprising Nahan. Seer, where are you going? The innocent little girl stepped forward to shake Citri's hand. Let's work together. The innocent little girl stepped forward to shake Citri's hand. Let's work together. She looked at the little girl with apprehension, but Citri also had to resign helplessly. It's truly tiring to have to deal with someone so innocent. And then Nahan had to come to her rescue. But Seer, if you do that, Whitey will get dirty. The little girl hurriedly sat up. Whitey. He gently knelt beside Seer to coax her. It's okay. Just take it for a bath. Why don't you take a bath with Whitey? The little girl looked sad. Yes. Afterward, Nahan turned to instruct Kane. Please look after the little majesty. The old man respectfully said, Yes, Mr. Nahan. Citri didn't forget to kick him. You seem quite used to coaxing children. Nahan's face suddenly darkened. It's not exactly that I'm used to it. I just think and act in a way that helps Seer accept things more easily. But he also retaliated. I guess your majesty Citri often acts without thinking. She shouted angrily. When have I ever done that? He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Let's pause the training here. Let's continue the story from earlier. Citri stood up and stretched. The 70th floor? I will do my best. Nahan was a bit vague. Why is that? She just replied dismissively. If I said it's because we are allies, you wouldn't believe it. right? Citri smirked. The truth is that we ourselves have already prepared for war. Nahin's face became serious. I know war would break out, but I didn't expect it to be sooner than expected. Anxiety suddenly crept into his heart. This event was supposed to happen much later. Has the timeline changed because I accelerated my plan? Nahin immediately made a suggestion. I have no reason to refuse. So how do you intend to help? Citri crossed her arms and retorted. Well, you really have no shame. What do you want me to do? You stand face to face with her? Since you're already prepared, why not go all out? Citri seemed to disagree. What? Then we would lose too much. But Nahin calmly reassured. Don't worry, the little majesty won't suffer any heavy losses. At this moment, she realized, are you just telling me to cooperate in acting? Nahin clapped his hands loudly in praise. You are sharp. You truly live up to your title of majesty. But Citri couldn't laugh. I know that a compliment, but why does it sound like sarcasm? Nahin clapped his hands loudly in praise. You are sharp. You truly live up to your title of majesty. But Citri couldn't laugh. I know that's a compliment, but why does it sound like sarcasm? Citri accepted and smiled contentedly. So Andromalius criticized Aaron Raiders in public, and now their relationship is fractured? Raiders is one of the most influential characters on the 70th floor. Citri accepted and smiled contentedly. So Andromalius criticized Aaron Raiders in public, and now their relationship is fractured? Raiders is one of the most influential characters on the 70th floor. Citri also sharply realized something else. You told me this because you already have a solid plan, right? He comfortably shared the plan. I will send someone he cannot refuse. Linnell's figure immediately appeared in her mind. I think I know who it is. Afterward, Citri discussed the main point. What's the percentage split? Nahin seemed very fair. From territory to money, split 50-50, what do you think? She was a bit surprised. That's surprising. I thought you would demand a larger share. Nahin slightly raised an eyebrow and joked. We are allies, after all, because internally he understood the weight of this cooperation. Our alliance with Citri must be maintained, so this is just a small price. Nahin slightly raised an eyebrow and joked. We are allies, after all, because internally he understood the weight of this cooperation. Our alliance with Citri must be maintained, so this is just a small price. Finishing his words, Nahin used one hand to impact Citri, making her shout. Even worse, he could still laugh. Let's get back to training. Your Majesty. Citri roared angrily. This is too much. Afterward, Nahin returned inside the castle. Seer hugged Whitey in her arms and ran over. Teacher. Nahin took the little girl into his arms and praised. Seer, Whitey looks clean now. The little girl acted spoiled. Yes. His eyes touched Seer's unusual hair. But did you just dye your hair? Cain approached and bowed. Unlike other demons, the Devata clan can store external mana in their hair. That's why they have a superior advantage in using magic. He had deduced this himself. The other day, when you taught the little majesty how to use external mana, she must have stored it instinctively. Nahin's face suddenly changed. Storing mana? This wasn't in the game. Nahin's voice lowered. So the hair will return to normal after using up the mana? Cain still respectfully bowed. Exactly. The former Demon King Seer stored so much external mana that more than half of her hair turned red. Hearing that, he silently looked at the little girl. If she can store external mana, then even Seer can now use spells that consume a lot of mana. Finished, Nahin patted Seer's head. You will need to practice collecting external mana regularly. Seer, the little girl happily responded. Yes. He changed his expression and turned to ask Cain. Where's the commander? Somewhere on the 70th floor ruled by Andromalius. Linnell stood from high up, gazing into the distance. Afterward, she jumped in long strides on the rooftops. Linnell walked while pondering. They're better than I thought and didn't cause any trouble. Has Mr. Nahin seen through their entire strength? She, along with Epsilon, flew in parallel. And then they jump high intending to move to another spot. Linnell landed on a large branch. The remaining people each chose a hiding spot to observe easily. Zeta whispered the information. It's that wooden house. It doesn't look suspicious at all. Epsilon seemed still confused. But why did we come here? Immediately after, Lin L explained for him to understand. The little majesty wants the 70th floor. To do that, we have to convince Aaron Raiders to join our faction. Verna was a bit hesitant. Is that really feasible? She gently landed on the ground. We are soldiers. We only have to follow orders. Afterward, Lin L jumped up and ordered the action. All four of them rushed toward the house. Right when Verna got close, a voice sounded. That's enough. Two figures stepped out of the house. The woman with the cold face spoke. State your names. Lin L had an ominous feeling. Aaron's men, they were better trained than she thought. Large feet stepped out. So you are the messengers of Majesty Seer von Devada. The person who appeared was Aaron Raiders, puffing on a cigarette. Which one of you is the representative? Only then did Lin L remove her disguise. Her face gradually became clear. It's me. Aaron's voice suddenly changed. Wait, you're Lin L Leza? One of the other two also lost their aura. Seer's four swords? I thought you all died. Lin L silently replied. I threw away that name a long time ago. Now, I'm simply the sword of Majesty Seer. Aaron invited them inside to discuss. So Majesty Seer intends to take the 70th floor? You really think that? Lin L interrupted him firmly. Absolutely feasible. But Aaron seemed not to trust it much. How can I be sure? There was no worry on her face at all, because Majesty Citri and I are enough to take down someone like Andromalius. He fumbled in a small box while praising. Confident, aren't you? But if you say so, I have to believe it. Aaron took a puff, but war is a different story. Even when combining the forces of the 71st and 72nd floors, you are no match for the 70th floor. Isn't that why you're here? You need help from a demon who knows this place like the back of their hand, like Lin L crossed her legs, hinting at a few things. I can't reveal all my trump cards right now, but I will tell you one thing. Beside Majesty Seer is someone that even 100 warriors like me wouldn't dare touch. Aaron's gaze seemed to harden. Wait, Fear began to swell inside him. One of the four swords, warriors once feared on par with demon kings, is saying this? But Aaron tried to suppress it and laughed out loud. You really have a sense of humor, Commander Lin L. Leza. But Lin L. was extremely firm. You say it's a joke? Do I look like the type of person who would joke in a place like this? He nonchalantly retorted. If someone that's strong really exists, you wouldn't need my help, right? That person could easily wipe everything out. We can't risk attracting the attention of the upper floors just for taking the 70th floor. Her eyes were bottomless. If you don't believe me, feel free to report this meeting to Andromalius. But remember one thing, you won't escape the consequences either. Count. Aaron's throat was dry, and he remained silent. Are you threatening me, or are you just testing me? Unlike others, he had witnessed the true power of the four swords with his own eyes. Then, he had to make a difficult decision. Fine, tell me what you want from me. Lin L. went straight to the point. Allow the forces of the 71st floor to pass through your territory. And when the time comes, help me pin down Andromalius so Citri can move in and finish him off. And she named the prize for this game. You will be rewarded with status and wealth befitting your contribution. Now, instead of a rotting rope, I bring you a stronger one. Will you take it? Afterward, Lin L. returned to report. The negotiation was a success. Well done, Captain Lin L. But she refused to take the credit. It was easy thanks to your advice, Master Nahan. He responded politely. The success is all due to your reputation. Lin L. immediately changed the subject. When do we move out? Nahan replied simply. Soon. You must be tired, but stay prepared. She answered solemnly. Yes, sir. Seeing that Lin L. hadn't left, he asked, What's wrong? Are you worried about something? She hesitated. Master Nahan, if I may, I have a question. Why are you willing to be a lowly tutor for His Majesty? Nahan slammed his pen down on the table. A lowly tutor? I love the way you call the royal tutor. Lin L. still had no intention of giving up. But compared to the ability you've displayed, that position is far too menial. Why would someone like you choose the 72nd floor, the absolute bottom of the barrel? Logically, this makes absolutely no sense. His voice showed a bit of helplessness. You're worried I have other motives, aren't you? A coup, for instance. Lin-El replied calmly. That possibility did cross my mind. Nahan pondered silently to himself. She's serious. This is getting tense. If I tell the truth, she'll think I'm crazy. And she won't let me off the hook with a half-hearted excuse. Finally, he decided he had to tell the truth. Well, because it seems interesting. That's why I love this game. Lin-El's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? Nahan laid his cards on the table. A demon lord raised by my own hands. The weakest, most despised demon lord. One day, she will rule the entire demon realm. Nothing could be more exciting than that. Lin-El had another surprise. You mean to say all of this is just for your own amusement? Nahan's voice carried a hint of sadness. At first, yes. But that makes me sound too cold-blooded. I've grown fond of this place. But a second later, he regained his smile. First of all, Seer is the most adorable demon lord in the world. She's surprising, isn't she? But Nahan kept rambling. There's Cain, a steadfast and loyal aide. And Rhea, who has a warm heart and always keeps the castle running smoothly. Cecily, who is both sharp and efficient. And Mark, the best chef in the demon realm. Vice Captain Verna might be a bit rebellious, but his skill and loyalty are unquestionable. And then there's someone strong, loyal, talented, and beautiful. Captain Line. Nahan acted as if it were nothing. I'm just telling the truth. So why are you so surprised? Her cheeks gradually flushed as his gaze became tender. Anyway, I like the 72nd floor, and I like the people here. I'm very fond of everything here. Nahan told himself, what could be better than seeing these characters with my own eyes? He concluded firmly, leaving Lin-El shaken. So don't worry. Unless you kick me out first, I will never turn my back on Seer. Only then did she smile comfortably. Thank you for answering my rude question. But Nahan negated it. Rude? Not all. Your loyalty belongs to Seer, not me. He smiled brightly as well. That just proves you are more loyal than anyone else. You asked that only out of concern for Seer, right? Lin-El felt a bit guilty. I'm very grateful that you think so. Done. Nahan let her leave. Go get some rest. Lin-El left happily, as if a burden had been lifted. His Majesty truly has a great eye for people. Later, Seer came to Nahan's room. Teacher. He was surprised. Seer, it's not time for lessons yet. Why are you here? She answered innocently. I just came to play. What are you doing? Nahan looked at the documents. I'm reviewing the financial books. Seer found it interesting and suggested. Can I look with you? He agreed generously. Of course. Nahan immediately thought of a new plan. Since you're here, why don't we learn a little about economics? Seer immediately started learning. It was written here that crops had been destroyed due to adventurers intruding from the human realm. He began to ask for her opinion. That's right. This is a petition for support because they are running out of food. What do you think we should do? Seer replied quickly. Just distribute food to them. We have grain and meat stored in the warehouse from last year. Nahan asked back. Should we just give it to them for free? Her eyes were sharp yet firm. No. We can provide partial aid, but the rest should be sold at a very cheap price. Not only that, but he also mentioned another important issue that left Seer stunned. But what if the farmers don't have money to buy food now? What should we do then? Afterward, Nahan picked up a pen to write. During times like these, we can use something called... She was curious about the new concept. A loan system? He drew it on paper, so Seer could visualize it. Farmers will borrow food at a very low interest rate, and then they will pay it back during the next harvest. Seer smiled brightly. That way the food problem will be solved. And since it's not given away for free, the castle doesn't lose anything, right? Only then did she realize. Exactly. Suddenly, there was a voice outside the door. Pardon the intrusion. Nayan replied, Come Rhea. What is it? She stepped inside and said respectfully, Apologies for interrupting your work, but it's time for His Majesty's snacks. He agreed happily. Seer, go have your snack. Her eyes lit up. Rhea smiled brightly. Today it's strawberry shortcake. Seer was excited. I like cake too. Just as she walked out, she looked back, making Nahan curious. What's wrong? She grinned wide, beaming. Teacher, come eat with me. Rhea reminded them timidly. Your Majesty, Are you planning to share your snacks? Seer hesitated. Yes. I mean, I didn't use honorifics. Nahin just smirked slightly. Of course. In his heart, he was delighted. I thought Seer would never share her snacks with anyone. Nahin said affectionately, "Then I'll try the cake you like so much." She urged him incessantly. "It's delicious. Let's go, hurry up." He set aside his work and followed them. It seemed like he had earned Seer's trust in his own way, and he even got invited for a snack. Suddenly, Kane appeared from nowhere holding a letter. "Master Nahin, there you are." Nahin was a bit surprised. The way the old man appeared suddenly suggested it was a serious matter. "There is a letter sent." He received the letter from the 71st floor. Nahin read the content of the letter carefully, then gave a satisfied smile. "Everything is ready, isn't it? Today's snack will be quite delicious." At another palace, Seer had probably received the news, and the person inside was furious. "Citri has declared war?" He slammed his hand hard against the side of the chair. "A weak spider on the 71st floor dares to challenge me?" The one speaking was the demon lord of the 70th floor, Andromalius. "That woman Citri has truly lost her mind." A subordinate rushed to stop him. "You must be careful, Your Majesty." He became even more irritable. "Careful of what? She's just a pathetic loser whose power has been sealed." The subordinate still tried to persuade him. "But she used to be a high-ranking demon lord. Even though she lost her power, her cunning remains." Hearing this, Andromalius lowered his voice. "You mean she dared to cause trouble because she has a plan? What does she even have left to rely on?" Another person in the group spoke up. "I have a few theories." He was curious and asked, "Theories? Let me hear them." Count Egan Vermilion spoke of the things he had heard. "Recently, there are rumors about an alliance between the 71st and 72nd floors. Besides, spies from the 71st floor report that Citri frequently visits the 72nd floor." Then Egan proposed a theory. "Based on that, she is definitely colluding with them." Andromalius laughed out loud upon hearing this. "How cute. She's declaring war based on a garbage dump like the 72nd floor." Only he was the most serious. "The 72nd floor may have few people, but we cannot ignore them. They still have Seer's 4 swords." Egan's eyebrows knitted slightly. "And there are rumors that the royal tutor they just hired is no ordinary person." Andromalius showed open contempt. "What? A royal tutor? Do you think I would believe that? If he were that good, why would he settle for the 72nd floor?" He continued, "I don't know the exact reason, but one thing is certain. He is the one who brokered the alliance between the 71st and 72nd floors." He stopped laughing. "He managed to sway Citri?" Egan agreed with Andromalius. "Yes, Your Majesty. That is why we must resolve this war decisively." Once he had won the man's heart, he smirked. "We should launch an all-out attack from the start. If we crush them with overwhelming military power, then neither Citri nor the 4 swords will stand a chance." Not only that, but Egan leaned close to Andromalius's ear and whispered, "And one more thing. May I speak with you privately?" He listened silently. "Speak." After hearing it, Andromalius's face relaxed. "I like the way you think." "Very well. Let's show those arrogant bastards on the 71st and 72nd floors the gap in our power." His sharp eyes even noticed the absence of one person. "By the way, isn't Count Aaron Raiders here?" Egan reported the situation. "Indeed, Your Majesty, not only the Count, but his entire faction is absent." Andromalius angrily ordered, "Those idiots drag Aaron Raiders here to me immediately." Suddenly, a soldier rushed in from outside. "Your Majesty, something has happened," he asked in his frustration. "What is all this noise about?" He announced the news in fear. "Demon Lord Citri's army. They're setting up camp right in front of the castle." Andromalius heard it like a thunderbolt. "What? What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" His anger flared up. "Don't tell me that bastard Aaron." Immediately, Egan beside him suggested, "Your Majesty, please give us the order. Our army is ready to assemble. Just say the word, and we will march and wipe them out." Everyone in the hall was fired up and said in unison, "Destroy that foolish Citri and the traitor Aaron." Andromalius no longer hesitated and immediately ordered, "Very well, all troops, move out. Wipe out all those arrogant vermin for me." At the same time, Seer had been equipped with a suit of armor to go to battle. She felt a bit uncomfortable. It's too stuffy, teacher. Nahin patted Seer gently. Bear with it a little. This thing can save your life. She obeyed obediently. Yes, sir. She felt a bit uncomfortable. It's too stuffy, teacher. Nahin patted Seer gently. Bear with it a little. This thing can save your life. She obeyed obediently. Yes, sir. Nahin turned to ask. Kane, where's the captain? He reported. She must have started by now. He urged everyone. Then we should hurry too. Let's go. Come on, Seer. Kane stayed behind and bowed respectfully. Good luck to you. Nahin brought her to the gate. Vice Captain Verna, is everything ready? He replied quickly. I've been waiting for you. Nahin pointed to the gate. His Majesty Citri has prepared a temporary teleportation gate. It will take you straight to the 70th floor. Before leaving, Nahin left one remark. She gave us junk. Verna was startled. What? But he was generous, so he let it slide. Nothing, let's go. And so, Nahin and Seer entered first. They were unaware that in the distance, a stranger was watching. 3 masked people appeared here. The one in the middle was Duncan, captain of Andromalius's Tenebris Special Forces. These idiots are stupid. They left the castle completely empty. Well, they will pay the price. He braced his hand on the roof ridge and ordered action. No more sneaking around. Tenebris, appear proudly on the roof. Kill everyone left inside. The others received the order. Understood, Verna asked again, feeling uneasy. Master Nahin, is it really okay to leave the Demon Lord's castle empty like this? He warned anxiously. I heard Andromalius has an assassination squad under his command. If they suddenly attack the castle. Nahin cut him off directly. You're right about that. Then you should know this too. He smiled confidently. Sneak attacks like that will be completely useless. At this moment, an intruder hadn't even reached the door before being kicked away, while the others stood watching in a panic. He widened his eyes in disbelief. What is this? Kane was still clutching another person, his voice cold. I don't remember inviting anyone here. He questioned them sternly. Who are you? Verna could not hide his shock. How long had he known they were here? Nahin replied succinctly. There are things that can be hidden and things that cannot. On another side, there was someone else falling from high above. Cecily swung her blood-stained broom happily. Butler, we finished cleaning up this area. Rhea stepped out quickly. I have too. But what happened to the door? Kane just forced a laugh and made an excuse. It's been a long time since I fought, so I went a bit overboard. Mark walked over carrying one of them and asked with a smile, Is everyone okay? A mouse managed to sneak into the kitchen. At this moment, their attention immediately shifted to the last remaining intruder, who was trembling. Everyone is okay, but our uninvited guest here doesn't look too well. At this moment, their attention immediately shifted to the last remaining intruder, who was trembling. Everyone is okay, but our uninvited guest here doesn't look too well. Verna looked awkwardly at Nahin's back. At first, I didn't like him much, but his military deployment and strategy were absolutely perfect. I have no choice but to acknowledge him as a talented commander. Master Nahin, please give your orders. Nahin suddenly reminded him. Verna, you are confusing one thing. Verna was confused. Yes, sir. Nahin cautioned him seriously. The person you must pledge your loyalty to is not me, but Sir von Devada, who is standing right here. Verna bowed quickly. I will keep that in mind. Your Majesty, please give me your orders. Seer heard this and mimicked him amusingly. Teacher, please be our temporary commander. Nahin softened his voice. If that is Seer's wish, I am very happy to accept. Having said that, he calculated briefly and ordered. At this hour, Captain Lin L. must have already contacted Aaron Rader's forces. Verna, join them and provide support. Verna stood at attention and replied, As you command. Seer was curious now. Teacher, where are we going? Nahin explained. We are going to meet His Majesty Citri. Seer immediately smiled brightly. His Majesty Citri, I love that. At the same time, soldiers on both sides were fighting fiercely. Citri exclaimed in surprise. Aaron Raiders, he is more capable than I thought. We have made it this far without any trouble. Baphomet also contributed. I didn't expect you to recruit such an influential figure. Having said that, he suddenly looked cautious. Look, his ability to gather information and execute, along with his resourcefulness, is truly terrifying. Citri had to agree. That's right, he is a dangerous man. Baphomet became urgent. Perhaps we should act right now. Citri warned him uncomfortably. Baphomet, if that were feasible, do you think I would be sitting here? Never confront him. Just one wrong move, and the 71st floor will end up exactly like this place. She crossed her arms calmly. We just need to do our part, take what belongs to us, and leave. Baphomet bowed in acceptance. Yes, your majesty. Citri stood quietly watching the chaotic battle. A fairly grand start, isn't it? An urgent announcement rang out. Aaron Raiders has broken into the castle. Andromalius gritted his teeth in anger. This war wasn't supposed to go like this. Aaron Raiders, that traitorous bastard, killing him won't be enough. The subordinate urged him anxiously. Your majesty, you must evacuate. He just gave a demonic smile. Enough. If he wants to come, let him come. As long as I have this, they will all die at my hands. Right at this moment, a bolt of lightning flashed, and the outer door exploded instantly. Andromalius laughed coldly. Speak of the devil. He stared at Lin El and the army entering, right on time. He commanded in a cold voice. What are you standing there for? Go welcome our guests. Lin El drew her sword coldly and mocked. The hospitality on the 70th floor is pathetic. Andromalius tried to use psychological warfare and threatened. Aaron Raiders, do you really think Seer's 4 swords are enough to save your life? He declared arrogantly. I will tear you apart myself. Lin El spoke as she dashed off. Sorry, you'll have to try that in your next life. In the blink of an eye, she surged forward, sweeping away everyone in her path. Andromalius rushed to take out his mace to block Lin El's slash. He struggled until he was shaking, anger flashing in his eyes. Arrogant woman, you're quite good at running your mouth. Andromalius quickly pulled his mace back to gain momentum. Let me see for myself what you're capable of. The words had barely left his lips when he struck down with all his might. But Lin El skillfully jumped aside to dodge. Andromalius didn't hesitate to praise. Fast. It seems you didn't earn the title of one of the 4 swords just for show. Then try this. Saying that, he suddenly grabbed the head of the attendant beside him. Before the other could react, Andromalius ruthlessly took away his ability to think. Lin El was also horrified by his cruelty. Andromalius laughed triumphantly. The real fun is just beginning. Immediately after, a giant beast suddenly appeared from the attendant's body. Lin El couldn't believe it. A hydra, Andromalius ordered. Bite them. The hydra immediately opened its maw and lunged toward this side. Nahan walked over and said with interest, Things are starting to heat up. Citri turned around, startled. What is it? Why are you here? Nahan replied succinctly. I came to see how you were doing. Citri was worried. I followed your request. But as for Andromalius, are Aaron and the 4 swords capable of dealing with him? Nahan affirmed confidently. They will be, if I help them a little. So hold on to this. Citri was confused as she held Seer in her arms. What? What is this? Nahan explained calmly. Wait a moment. There are too many things to deal with, so I can't take Seer with me. He handed the small whale to the girl and smiled. Play with this. Teacher will be back soon. Seer pulled on him sadly. No, I want to go with. A strange feeling washed over Nahan, making him stop. Wait a minute. He looked at his trembling hands. This energy source shouldn't have appeared here at this time. Seer asked anxiously. Teacher, what's wrong? Nahan turned to leave in a hurry. Captain Lin El might be in danger. I really have to go. Seer was even more terrified. What? Nahan left a reassurance. Teacher will be back immediately. With those words, he dashed off and vanished toward the castle. Citri watched this scene in horror. I couldn't even keep up with his movements. Just how strong is he? Baphomet approached and reminded, Your Majesty Citri, this is our chance. Citri cut him off decisively. Shut up. This is a test. He is testing whether I truly intend to maintain this alliance. She warned him carefully, so don't even think about pulling any tricks. Respect Seer the way you respect me. Baphomet obeyed. Yes, Your Majesty. Citri looked at Seer's satisfied expression and found it amusing. My goodness, does Seer like it that much? Above all things, why a whale? Returning to the fierce battle, people on both sides were falling continuously. Verna quickly realized the situation was not good. Just a few seconds of distraction, and he was struck away by Andromalius. Verna crashed into the wall to Aaron's alarm. Andromalius burst into laughter gleefully. The scared look on your faces looks great. Aaron Raiders. Aaron shouted firmly, "Shut your mouth." Andromalius raised his voice arrogantly. "It's over." "That's right, keep struggling. Anyway, that's all you can do. It's over." At the same time, Linnell was struggling to resist the beast. This is no ordinary Hydra. Its power is on par with a high-ranking demon lord. Something is not right. Linnell helplessly watched the gaping maw lunging toward her. Is this where it ends? She squeezed her eyes shut in anguish, silently whispering her final words. "Your Majesty, I am sorry." But then, nothing happened. Linnell suspiciously opened her eyes. "What is that?" She was astonished to see the Hydra before her writhing in agony. What was going on? "Who on earth are you?" In the blink of an eye, Andromalius had collapsed at Nahin's feet. He whispered a question. "Who on earth are you?" Nahin just cast a cold look at him. "Demon Lord Andromalius, I advise you to surrender." Andromalius froze amidst the surging demonic power, his eyes filled with shock. What just happened? More importantly, where did this massive amount of mana come from? A chill involuntarily ran down his spine as memories of the past resurfaced. This feeling was exactly like the time he saw the first-ranked demon lord, Beelzebub. Andromalius forced a smile, trying to hide the turbulence in his heart. You're quite something. Why would someone like you join such a pathetic faction?" Nahin coldly tightened his grip on the sword hilt. "You talk too much." Realizing the disadvantageous situation, he immediately changed his tone. "Wait, what do you want? Money? Fame? Join me, and I will give you everything you desire." Nahin's gaze wavered for a moment. "Everything?" Andromalius immediately nodded as if he had found a glimmer of hope for survival. "That's right. Just tell me what you want." Nahin slowly raised his head. "The pinnacle." He frowned in confusion. "What?" His voice was low but filled with conviction. "The highest position a demon lord can achieve." Nahin looked at him with icy eyes. "But that is impossible for someone of your caliber, Andromalius." He let out a dry laugh. "So that's why you're siding with Devada." He slowly raised the sword in his hand, and the murderous intent around Nahin flared up violently. "I have no intention of forgiving you for playing with powers you cannot even control." Andromalius gritted his teeth in resentment. "What nonsense! In a power struggle, victory is everything, regardless of the cost." He snarled, his eyes turning frantic. "I don't need your forgiveness." The blade tore through space, and a cold light instantly swallowed Andromalius. He turned, his voice echoing across the battlefield. "The battle is over." Nahin's voice resonated everywhere. "Andromalius's soldiers, drop your weapons at once. Your master has fallen." His eyes coldly swept the surroundings. "Surrender now and your lives will be spared, but there will be no mercy for those who continue to resist." The soldiers were immediately shaken, their faces full of panic. "Master Andromalius has..." Nahin lowered his sword, his voice becoming even colder. "I repeat." Citri stared into the distance, her expression disbelieving. "He just left? How is it over already?" But thinking about it, since it's him, maybe it's possible. Seer immediately shouted excitedly. "Everyone, that's Teacher's voice." Linnell immediately lowered her head, her expression full of guilt. "Master Nahin, I apologize, I let my guard down." He shook his head slightly, his voice calm as usual. "Don't blame yourself, Commander. Perhaps you've just been away from the battlefield for too long." Nahin frowned slightly, silently calculating. Regardless, that might have been too much for Commander Linnell to handle. That energy belonged to the rulers of the demon realm. It's annoying that I can't recognize them because of the gaps in my memory as a great demon. More importantly, this didn't happen in the game. After a brief silence, he suddenly changed the subject. "By the way, Citri was the one who took down Andromalius. Do you understand what I mean?" She immediately understood Nahin's intention. "Understood. I will ensure everyone keeps their mouths shut." He nodded in satisfaction. Good. I will explain later. He turned to Verena, standing nearby. Vice Commander, handle the cleanup with the Count. I need to go check on Seer. He quickly bowed and accepted the order. Yes, sir. Nahin and Lin L suddenly remembered another important thing. By the way, where is His Majesty? He replied naturally, with Lady Citri. Her expression immediately changed. Do you mean she is alone with another demon lord right now? Nahin maintained his usual composure. To be precise, an allied demon lord. Citri is smart enough not to do anything reckless. She still couldn't fully set her mind at ease. That is true. But before Lin El could finish, he turned and left. See you later, then. In the blink of an eye, his silhouette disappeared at the tent. Baphomet looked around the battlefield in disbelief. It's unbelievable. He slowly reported the current situation. The soldiers on the 70th floor have surrendered completely. Citri's eyes widened in surprise. Huh? This shouldn't have ended this easily. Seer tilted her head as if sensing something. Huh? Seer's eyes immediately lit up. Teacher is coming. Citri turned to look at the girl in surprise. What? You are? Citri immediately projected her mana to scan the surroundings. I don't sense anyone. The very next moment, Seer happily ran forward. Nahin appeared and said, Did you have fun playing? She immediately nodded excitedly. Yes. She looked at him with disbelief. What? How are you back already? But Nahin just calmly replied, You can receive the report from Commander Linnell. She is coming. Having said that, he took out an object and handed it to Citri. Here. Take this. She blankly received the item. What is this? Nahin indifferently threw the item in his hand towards Citri, Andromalius's head. Consider it your achievement. She immediately widened her eyes in confusion. Mine? You did all the work. Why should I take credit? He just curled his lips slightly. Because we are allies. Anyway, Seer and I are heading back now. Remember to ensure the spoils are split 50-50. Citri silently watched Nahin's retreating figure. That smile of his really makes me uneasy. At the royal palace, a clear blue sky covered the peaceful scene after the battle. Cain stood in front of the door, slowly hammering in a nail. At that very moment, a beam of light flashed amidst the quiet, empty courtyard. Cain immediately turned and bowed. Welcome back, Your Majesty and Master Nahin. He looked at the old man. Is the door broken? Cain scratched his head reluctantly. As you can see, I had some trouble controlling my power. He chuckled softly as if he had anticipated it. Seems like you just entertained an uninvited guest? Well done. The old man slowly followed behind. We'll be busy preparing to relocate the Demon Lord's castle. He waved his hand as if he wasn't too bothered. Let's take it slow. That can wait. Both the old man and Seer froze when they heard the next sentence. I intend to give the castle on the 70th floor to Citri. Cain immediately opened his eyes in astonishment. What? The girl also quickly spoke up, confused. Teacher, you were the one who killed Andromalius, but you're giving all the credit to Lady Citri. Aren't we losing too much? He frowned, his face full of doubt. Your Majesty is right. Occupying the castle is a symbol of conquest. Do you mean you will give even that to Lady Citri? Nahin remained as calm as ever. Officially, that is correct. He stopped in front of the large window of the Grand Hall. Right now, we need capital more than territory. Our finances are not stable enough to be self-sufficient. Furthermore, since Citri is officially the ruler of the 70th floor, who will be responsible for anything that happens there from now on? Seer immediately replied without hesitation, Lady Citri. Nahin nodded in satisfaction. Exactly. And Citri did not accept that without knowing this. She needs to prove that she is still a formidable force. Cain looked at him in amazement. You calculated all of that already? Nahin's lips curled up casually. Of course. I'm not someone who is easygoing. I won't give it away for free. He slowly carried the girl. For now, I will focus on Seer's education and internal issues. We have to replace old equipment and fix the cash flow. There is a lot to do. His gaze dimmed for a second. And I need to find out who is backing Andromalius. The old man bowed, understanding the plan in part. I understand. Then, sir, Nahin hesitated for a moment, then continued to ask, How were you sure that you could win over errand raiders? Nahin's expression was as calm as if there was nothing special. That, he chuckled lightly. I just got lucky. He quietly recalled memories of the game. That was just one of the side events that occasionally appeared in the game. Kane couldn't help but frown in confusion. Luck? You say that. He silently watched Nahin's back, his eyes gradually becoming full of respect. I already saw he was extraordinary from the start, but he is the person who must stay by Her Majesty's side. Nahin continued to leave. Anyway, Kane, I leave the door repairs to you. The old man immediately bowed. Yes, I understand. As he walked while carrying Seer, he said, now that the immediate crisis has passed, I will focus more on your training and lessons. You also need to learn the duties of a monarch. I am not the master of this place. Nahin placed his hand on the girl's head, his voice softening a bit. Seer von Devada, you are. The girl's eyes shone. I love listening to your lectures. Hingomi loves them too, so I will learn everything. Seer suddenly remembered something, then tilted her head to ask, Teacher, what happened to Ri? He paused for a moment, then quickly replied, No, I was just checking on her. Nahin looked at the girl. Are you planning to sleep with Whitey? Seer nodded happily. Yes. He smiled slightly. Sleep well. The girl immediately called out after him. Teacher, you should go to sleep too. Teacher. Nahin's expression was a bit confused. I will sleep on my own bed. Seer shook her head firmly. No. He looked at the girl, clinging to his hand. Is she clinging to me because she lost her father when she was too young? Or does she just find some emotional stability in me? Finally, Nahin just sighed helplessly. Okay, let's sleep together. He gently pulled the blanket up for Seer, then leaned his back against the headboard. I will stay with her until she falls asleep. Outside the old house, the quiet sky was covered in a faint light. Daltalion tightened his grip on the chair arm, his face full of shock. Andromalius is dead and died at the hands of... Could it be that Citri broke that seal? Leonard stood behind and spoke slowly. It seems highly likely she succeeded thanks to cooperating with the 72nd floor. Regardless, the last sword of Seer's 4 swords is still there. He frowned, his gaze turning cold. If that's true, I will be their next target. Albaz immediately replied in a serious tone. We must prepare thoroughly. Daltalion pondered for a few seconds, then made a decision. I must send a letter to Decarabia on the 68th floor. He was surprised by the proposal. Are you suggesting an alliance with him? He laughed coldly with disgust. Do we have any better options? Daltalion stood up slowly, his voice turning heavy. Despite his trashy personality and stupidity, Andromalius's raw force was still superior to mine. If I keep sitting here, I will be the next one to fall. He waved his hand coldly, ordering, Stop nagging and prepare the letter quickly. Decarabia will have no reason to refuse. Albaz bowed immediately. Yes, your majesty. Rhea gently brought a tea tray to his door. Master Nahin, tea is ready. As the door opened, she immediately stood frozen. Oh my. Rhea's eyes softened looking at the scene before her. Surely both of them must be exhausted. She smiled slightly, then gently closed the door. Sleep well, you too. Nahin saw Citri starting to complain endlessly. You spent a whole week just splitting assets? She retorted loudly. If you're so good, why don't you try it? As soon as I finished, I had to rush here since the crack of dawn. Afterward, Citri handed over all the books she had just finished. Territory and soldiers have been divided. Now only the wealth remains. He glanced through some information on the paper and nodded in praise. Well done. Territory and soldiers are divided very fairly. No tricks here. But he also had a proposal. Since we gave you the Demon Lord's castle and Andromalius's head, can we have priority in choosing the treasure first? She frowned and crossed her arms, not caring much. I don't care, as long as it's split evenly. He smiled. Then the deal is done. He still advised Citri carefully. I know you'll be busy managing newly occupied territories for a while, but you still have to visit here once a week. If you slack off on training, everything we've done will be in vain. Before leaving, she grumbled unhappily again. You keep forgetting, but I'm a demon lord, you know. I always keep my word, so don't worry. I'm going. Nahin's eyes lit up when looking at the stack of documents on the table. Post-war consolidation is the top priority. I must finish these instructions tonight. After a while, there was a knock at the door. Come in. Cecily bowed and stepped before him. Master Nahan, I'm afraid we have to cancel Her Majesty's lesson today. Nahan looked up anxiously. Why? Did something happen to Seer? She nodded and replied, Her Majesty has a mild fever. As soon as he heard it, his whole body trembled with anxiety. What? Seer is sick? Nahan began to blame himself. She was still fine yesterday. Was the schedule too dense? Or was it because of participating in the war? Seeing his dark expression, Cecily tried to calm him. Don't worry too much. It seems like just a common cold. Children around Her Majesty's age often get sick suddenly. Nahan felt a sigh of relief. Right, you're right. After all, Seer is just a child. Getting sick is normal. She smiled and nodded. Resting for a day or two, and she will fully recover. Nahan's heart eased a bit. All right, thank you. Please take good care of her. But as soon as Cecily left, he sank into misery and blamed himself. I really am an idiot. I should have anticipated this. This is not a game. This is reality. I must finish my work quickly and go check on Seer. The sunset gradually turned gentle, but he kept his promise to visit her as soon as possible. Seer, how are you feeling? I brought the doll you love so much. Seeing him, Seer sat up and shouted, Teacher! The girl hugged the two teddy bears to her chest with excitement. Thank you, teacher. But to make Seer happy, he conjured up various other types of animals. Actually, that's not all. I have this one, and this one too. The pile of teddy bears stacked on the girl's bed left Seer overwhelmed. Teacher, that's enough. But it turned out it was all a dream of hers. Teacher, there are so many dolls. This time, it was really Nahan who appeared, but when she had fallen asleep, and with only one teddy bear in hand. Seer was still lost in her dreams. So many dolls. He didn't wake her up, just gently placed another bear next to her. Surely she is dreaming. Wonder what she is dreaming about? At least it seems like her fever has gone down. Maybe tomorrow she will be fine. I will work here to keep an eye on her. But when Nahan pulled the chair next to the bed, she suddenly woke up. Teacher. Nahan was startled and quickly soothed her. You're awake? I'm sorry. How are you feeling? Seer smiled and replied, I'm fine. Were you worried about me? He reached out to pat her. Of course. Sleep a bit more. I'll stay right here to watch you. But she was curious about the stack of documents he brought. Can I look at this? Nahan shook his head in disagreement. No. You must rest today. We will look at it tomorrow. Your recovery is the most important thing right now. Seer, it will be a shame if you're still sick tomorrow and can't eat pudding, right? This news felt like a shock to her. Finally, Seer had to listen to him. Good night. Kane entered the dining room shyly. Apologies for disturbing your meal. Master Nahan, Commander Lin L has submitted the spoils inventory report. He waved his hand dismissively. It's okay. Bring it here. The old man glanced at his face. Are you looking for something specific? Nahan didn't hide it. Right, there is something on the 70th floor that we must have. In the game, equipment is one of the most important factors. It helps increase character growth performance, so it must be acquired. And this is the hidden piece that I only found after achieving the 40th ending. Nahan smiled happily. Who would have thought an item like this would be hidden in the early stages? After confirming the item, he instructed the old man carefully. Kane, ensure we keep this for ourselves. For the others, choose the suitable items and hand them to the commander. Kane nodded. Understood. Duplicate segment skipped for brevity. Kane couldn't help but ask again, Master Nahan, forgive me, but are you sure you marked this correctly? He cut a piece of meat to confirm. That's right. As soon as Citri agrees, I will go get it immediately. On the paper was an item even Kane didn't expect Nahan to really need. I understand. Very good. After a while of waiting, Seer was finally able to see the treasure on the 70th floor. It's so sparkly. Every item caught her eye. This is sparkly too. Nahan put his hands in his pockets, squinting his eyes. This is what I was talking about. Linnell arrived with the list inventory. What did you say? He shook his head. Nothing. Nahan glanced at the 70th floor warehouse and nodded excitedly. Unbelievable. This is only half. Truly a huge harvest. Is everything safely stored? Linnell nodded to confirm. Yes, Demon Lord Citri was very cooperative, so everything went very smoothly. At this moment, several guards stepped forward and bowed to Seer. "Welcome, Your Majesty." The girl hurriedly did a salute. "Yes, well done." Then a trunk was brought before her. Lin El flipped through the list and introduced. "This is the item Master Nahan emphasized we must acquire. Please confirm if this is the correct item." As soon as he saw the sword, Nahan smiled in praise. "That's it. Well done." Duplicate segment skipped for brevity. He held the broken sword and recalled information he had read. It has the highest attack power in the early stages. The fact that it allows the user to learn special magic makes it extremely effective. Seeing him so attentive attracted Seer to look over. "What is that, teacher?" Nahan smiled and brought it before the girl. "This is a gift for you, Seer." Seer's face blanked with confusion. "Huh? But it's broken." He smiled and explained. "It's okay, it can be fixed. I know exactly where the broken blade part and the gem are." He put the sword away, then promised Seer, "Let's finish checking the inventory, then go fix the sword." The girl's eyes widened. "What will it look like after it's fixed?" He propped his chin up and thought, then blurted out praise. "It will be very sparkly." Lin El stood by and offered, "Should I call the blacksmith?" He shook his head and refused. "No need. This sword isn't fixed that way. It's okay. Let's check the warehouse first." Seer likes sparkly things, so she kept her eyes glued to the shiny chests. Behind her, Nahan was dividing parts. "Move this list to the armory. This part will be used to supply the soldiers." Everything she saw was beautiful. Everything was shimmering. "This is so beautiful. That one is too. It's so sparkly." He just happened to notice. Nahan excitedly asked her opinion once. "Seer, do you see anything you like?" But Seer shyly refused. "No, I don't need it." But he just smiled and patted her head. "It's okay. Everything here is yours, so don't worry. If you want something, just take it." Seer didn't hesitate, but pointed to the ruby-encrusted crown that stood out the most in the pile. Then this one. This did not exceed Nahan's expectations. A crown, it must be the bloodline. Finally, he had another invitation. "If you're done, do you want to go somewhere with me?" Seer looked around blankly. "Teacher, why are we here?" Nahan smiled and introduced an abandoned mining area. "This is where the pieces to complete your sword are contained." As they went deeper inside, the girl shuddered slightly. "It looks so deep. How will we find them?" Teacher and students slowly moved inside. "I know exactly where those pieces are, so the turns won't be a problem. We've reached the place, but ahead is just total darkness. I can't see anything." He took the oil lamp and went inside. "I will find it right away." Nahan searched through the mess, muttering to himself. "It should be right around here." "Found it." Seer looked at the fragments blankly. "Is that really a sword?" He smiled. "Doesn't look like it right now, does it?" "Of course, this isn't all." Nahan stepped toward the rugged stone wall. "Now we just need to find the most important part." He used mana to transmit a large amount of energy. Finally, a door opened, revealing a door carved exquisitely. Only one last obstacle left. He called the girl closer. "Seer, come here." Seer looked at the door before her and exclaimed, "We just need to go through that door." Nahan muttered, "Sort of. From here. Let me carry you." "There's a small obstacle blocking our path." The being guarding the door began to wake up. It spread its wings and flew over. "Intruders. You are not allowed to pass." Taking this opportunity, Nahan taught the girl some rare information. Lately, gargoyles are a rare species. Take a good look while you can. Seer wasn't scared and whispered into his ear, "Teacher, the statue is talking." Being looked down upon, it became angry. You dare." But in his eyes, it was, "You are too noisy." It stood frozen, unable to understand. "What?" Nahan sternly reminded it with his gaze. "Don't interfere with Seer's lesson." As soon as it saw the mascot standing behind Nahan, it was terrified. The next second, it knelt down respectfully without hesitation. "I will submit to you as my master. Please pass through." Even he himself was surprised. That sudden? A giant gargoyle that has lived this long can be useful. Before stepping inside, Nahan also instructed it, "Wait here. If you are well behaved, I will take you in." It didn't complain a word, just obeyed. "Yes, master." Inside, the ruby occupied the center of the room. Seer couldn't help but gasp in amazement. He took the broken sword and pulled it out. Now Nahin placed the sword on the table in front of the stone. The stone immediately activated and glowed brightly. Seer and Nahin watched intently. As soon as they returned to the castle, Seer showed it off to the old man. "Cain, look at this. Master gave me a gift." The old man stared blankly at where the girl was pointing. "Why is it a sword?" Nahin, standing behind, replied with a smile. "It's about time Seer started sword training." A shadow also appeared behind him, which gave Cain quite a scare. "So you didn't just bring back a sword from the 70th floor? That's a gargoyle." Nahin grinned and offered his suggestion. "That's right. What do you think about naming it Argal, the gatekeeper?" The old man was a bit startled, but began to weigh the idea. It seems a bit too big to guard the Demon King's castle. But Nahin shook his head. "No, not the Demon King's castle. It will be guarding somewhere else." Cain's eyes widened. "What did you say?" Nahin pointed at Argal's body and remarked, "It looks perfect for scaring away those weak, annoying little pests." "Don't you think so?" Cain thought it was also appropriate. Indeed, it would be extremely suitable to deploy it at the teleportation gate area. After seeking the old man's opinion, Nahin bluntly threatened it. "You heard your mission clearly, right? If you're useless, I'll dispose of you whenever I want. So do your best." It nodded without daring to resist. "I will keep that in mind." After delegating the tasks, Nahin returned to more important business. "I heard you have something to report. Let's go to the office to discuss this." Inside the office, he frowned and asked, "Daltalian and Decrabia have made contact with each other?" Cain folded his hands and nodded firmly. "Yes. If the 69th and 68th floors form a major alliance, given the current situation, it will be very difficult for us to deal with." He rested his chin on his hand and thought for a moment. "Starting a direct conflict right now will be difficult, but we also can't just sit back and watch the alliance be formed. Then I guess there's only one option." Seeing his indifferent expression, the old man hesitantly asked, "Do you already have a countermeasure?" Nahin shared his own idea. "We will stir up Daltalian's faction." But Cain was somewhat worried. "But Daltalian's faction is very strong, and unlike Andromalius, they aren't fools." But he just retorted with one thing. "Cain, Daltalian's faction is famous for having many merchants, right?" The old man pushed up his glasses and nodded. "That's correct. They believe that trade contributes the most to advancement between classes." That was what Nahin was aiming for. And what merchants value most is trust. So what if I can destroy that trust? Daltalian's faction will collapse on its own. Cain remained worried. "That is true. But they have built that trust over countless years of trading. How could it collapse overnight?" Nahin stood up seriously. "Cain, I never said I would destroy it overnight. Training Seer and strengthening our foundation will take at least 5 years. So I will slowly sabotage Daltalian's trade policies over time." He had already calculated his move. The Bismarck method I once used when playing the game. "We will become their competitors." The old man gasped. "Competitors?" Nahin nodded reassuringly. "We will do business on the 70th floor. Don't worry, we won't operate openly." He asked timidly, "I understand. This time, are you planning to use Miss Citri again?" He smirked and shook his head. "Use? Let's call it cooperation." Cain bowed his head and muttered, "Is Miss Citri really willing to take the risk?" But Nahin already had his own calculations. "Don't worry about that. It will be an offer attractive enough even for Citri." The old man sighed with relief. "Then the key issue is, what will we sell? Have you come up with a product yet?" Nahin gave a half smile. "Something that will drive the merchants crazy. I'm going to sell something the Demon Realm doesn't have." In the city of Soter, on the outskirts of the Holy Nation, this information is starting to emerge. "Have you heard the rumors this time?" In a tavern, the whispering grew louder. "I heard there are almost no guard around there these days." An adventurer who had just returned through the teleportation gate said so. "You mean the demon guard protecting the demon realm? Is that for real?" Dane waved his hand and smiled slyly. "Luke, don't you believe me? This is our chance. Let's go hunt some magical beasts and demons and make a ton of money." Luke replied indifferently. "I also heard that sheep horns are very valuable lately." Riku, sitting opposite, also volunteered to join. "I know where the sheep tribe gathers. There are a lot of lambs there, so getting the horn should be easy. He muttered to himself. Could this really be our chance? But then Luke jumped in with his friends. All right, let's head to the demon realm right now. We're about to get rich. But there were more people outside than the three of them thought. It felt like it was more crowded than usual today. The rumor about the guards disappearing must be true. Suddenly, an arm slapped Luke on the shoulder. Hey, buddy, I happen to hear you say you know where the sheep tribe is. Would you mind if we came along? The guy appeared with another girl. I'm Rika Balbar, and this is Melissa. Before Luke could say anything, Dane glanced over to assess them and warned, Wait, the badge on that shoulder, they're both rank A adventurers. Just agree. If we cause trouble, we could disappear without a trace. He nodded repeatedly. Okay, you guys can come along. Rika laughed. Smart choice. All right, let's go. At the teleportation gate, another pair was having a disagreement. The guy criticized, Are you really not going? This is our chance. If you want to survive as an adventurer, the demon realm is a place you can't overlook. The girl dodged quickly and muttered, You really don't know anything, do you? Lately, no adventurers who have gone into the demon realm have ever come back. On this side, the three of them were moving deeper inside. Just go past that hill a little further. Rika looked left and right, finding it strange. Even so, it's strange that the guards have vanished as if they evaporated. Don't lower your guard. He had a theory. Have they abandoned this floor? Luke asked blankly. Floor? Rika nodded and explained vaguely. It's a fairly well-known theory that the demon realm is made up of multiple floors. He exclaimed, like some kind of tower. But a shout from Ree made everyone hide. Wait, everyone hide. The girl whispered a reminder. There's a member of the sheep tribe up ahead. Rika looked out greedily. It's the real deal. Luke also didn't want to miss this opportunity. Shall we start hunting right away? But beforehand, he wanted to make things clear. Before that, I have a proposal. We'll take the sheep horns. You guys can keep the rest. How about that? He immediately became unhappy and intended to draw his sword. Huh? That's too much. The value of the sheep is all in the horns. But Melissa rushed out to give him something to think about. Young Luke, you still have your whole future ahead of you. Or maybe listen to Riku if you want to return home in one piece. He began to hesitate and blame himself. Damn it. Did they plan this from the start? I've had a bad feeling since they asked to come along. There's no way the three of us can defeat rank A adventurers blessed with divine power. Finally, Luke had to compromise. All right, but in return, Riku, you'll have to take care of the fighting. At this point, the guy started to backtrack. I never intended to ask for your help from the beginning. But no sooner had the words been spoken than the entire ground shook violently. Luke stepped forward to help Ree, who was most seriously injured. What is this? An earthquake? Is everyone okay? The earthquake grew stronger. Riku started cursing because he had lost his prey. What the hell is happening? At this rate, the sheep will run away. Just at that moment, Argal appeared and attacked. Found you. The last little mouse. Riku gasped in terror. A gargoyle. Melissa worriedly pulled the guy. If that's really a gargoyle, we have to run right now. But she couldn't pull him. The guy just stood frozen on the spot. But Riku also intended to rush in to save him when Dane lunged forward. Luke ignored him. Let's just run ourselves. When they got outside, he shouted in frustration. Ree, what's wrong with you? The girl's voice was intermittent. Guards, guards. What is your command? Captain Lin L looked coldly at the group of people in front. There is only one command. They were quickly surrounded by the guards and captured alive. Not a single one left. Right on the other side, Melissa and Riku were also locked in a cage, leading him to think. Demons don't kill humans? At the castle, Lin L announced. In the past month, we have captured 276 humans and have stored that cargo in the warehouse. Seer exclaimed in surprise. That's a lot. But for Nahan, this still wasn't enough. Even so, it's still a bit lack. She clasped her hands together. Also surprised by this policy, I thought connecting with the human world was a weakness, but I never expected you to turn to hunting humans. He smiled, not daring to take all the credit. This is only possible because we have Argal and have allied with the 71st floor. In his heart, Nahan had determined, because for a perfect ending, there is nothing I cannot do. Humans in this game are not even worth useless insects. Showing them pity does not bring me any benefit. Lin L also had a concern to report to him. However, Lord Nahin. Although the withdrawal of guard has worked very well as a lure, the residents of the 72nd floor are becoming increasingly uneasy because of those humans. Linnell also had a concern to report to him. However, Lord Nahin, although the withdrawal of guards has worked very well as a lure, the residents of the 72nd floor are becoming increasingly uneasy because of those humans. Nahin smiled cunningly. Captain Linnell, do you know who has the ability to adjust? Nahin smiled cunningly. Captain Linnell, do you know who has the ability to adjust? Exactly the key point he needed. Really? Then for the final step, will we make them want to come here one more time? They already know more than 200 people are missing, but they still haven't blocked the teleportation gate. At the Soder City Adventurers Guild, some disgruntled guys went to the reception desk to ask for an explanation. We have to make a living too, right? But Angela had to refuse according to orders. We are very sorry, but this is the guild master's order, so there's nothing we can do. On this side, people started gossiping. Someone else sighed. Oh man, here we go again. Do they really want to go to the demon realm that badly? That guy's rank A. The rewards from normal quests must not be enough for him anymore. At this moment, a distress cry rang out. Please help. The person who walked in was Luke, with no strength left in his body. Luke, what happened to you? He stepped inside, full of fear. I just escaped from the demon realm. All the missing people are being held by the guards. Luke found a reception desk where Van, Erie, and Dane were also there. Please help. We have to save them. She tried to help him stabilize his mood. All right, calm down first. But everyone in the office empathized with Luke, sympathized with him. Angela, his teammates were captured, so of course he wasn't thinking clearly. She tried to help him stabilize his mood. All right, calm down first. But everyone in the office empathized with Luke, sympathized with him. Angela, his teammates were captured, so of course he wasn't thinking clearly. His face was pale as he stammered a reply. I don't know either. I didn't have the peace of mind to investigate. But he still coldly pushed to the end. Are you sure you don't know? Luke couldn't hide his anger. Are you suspecting someone who just narrowly escaped death? Adelberg sighed. I admit I have some doubts, but his gaze swept over him with judgment and analysis. A lowly rank C adventurer, like you could escape the demon realm alone? And above all, your heart rate sounds exactly like a liar's heart rate. And above all, your heart rate sounds exactly like a liar's heart rate. I smell something, an extremely disgusting smell. He pointed his sword at him. You've been mind-controlled by the demons, haven't you? He smirked. Mind control. Finally, Luke revealed his true face, gripping the hilt of his sword, as expected of the keenness of a rank S. But Adelberg had already acted first, slicing him in two. Immediately after, he instructed her, Angela, notify the other guilds as well. Tell them absolutely not to enter the demon realm. She nodded. Yes, Guildmaster. Then he seriously instructed the villagers. Listen, everyone. Temporarily, the teleportation gate of Soder City will be completely closed. If anyone has an opinion. Then he seriously instructed the villagers. Listen, everyone. Temporarily, the teleportation gate of Soder City will be completely closed. If anyone has an opinion. Adelberg turned sharply to ask. What's wrong? The other guy was breathless. Sir, the guild from other areas? The Dohan fortress of the Northern Alliance was furious and mobilized. Charge in and take the heads of those damned demons. Everyone targeted the teleportation gate. Even the Germanum side, the capital of the Bismarck Empire. We can't let the brainless idiots of the Northern Alliance take the credit. And of course, the Babylon Merchant Association, the capital of the holy nation of Felix. God is with us. Destroy the demons. And of course, the Babylon Merchant Association, the capital of the holy nation of Felix. God is with us. Destroy the demons. And of course, the Babylon Merchant Association, the capital of the holy nation of Felix. God is with us. Destroy the demons. Before that, he also remembered a familiar name. That's right. Remember to send them to Soder City in the holy nation finally. There's a quite troublesome human there. Linnell was startled. A troublesome human? He nodded and muttered, thinking back to the past. In the game, there were a few formidable enemies that appeared in the human world. He nodded and muttered, thinking back to the past. In the game, there were a few formidable enemies that appeared in the human world. He nodded and muttered, thinking back to the past. In the game, there were a few formidable enemies that appeared in the human world. Verna, standing high up, was also amazed. Commander, do you see it? They are really flooding in. Lin L trusted him 100%. That was Lord Nahin's plan. Of course, it was a success. The more I witness, the more I find him truly respectable. Verna, standing high up, was also amazed. Commander, do you see it? They are really flooding in. Lin L trusted him 100%. That was Lord Nahin's plan. Of course, it was a success. The more I witness, the more I find him truly respectable. Then Verna glanced back and instructed. Everyone heard what she said, right? Use the Manhwa cannons to capture as many as possible. The soldiers shouted clearly, Yes, Vice Commander. Now let's begin. Argal understood. The adventurers began to lower their guard. Why did the sky suddenly get so dark? A gargoyle suddenly appeared in the sky, leaving everyone astonished. A gargoyle. It landed terribly and roared. By the order of my master, I will annihilate the intruders. Just as the human army was becoming chaotic, Lin L, standing above, seized the opportunity. Now fire the Manhwa cannons into their broken formation. Verna was the one commanding the artillery unit. Everyone reload. Fire. The nets were fired, engulfing all those people below. They shouted noisily, What is this? It's just a net. Tear it apart. But very quickly, they couldn't do anything. This is made from giant spider silk. The cursing grew wider. You filthy monsters! Is anyone attacking it from behind? The adventurers acted as if they had found a savior. Lord Rosenbach, he shouted, I'll clear a path. Follow me. The soldiers also followed him to attack. Above, Verna began to worry. Argal alone won't have enough strength to stop him. Lin L frowned, beginning to ask for outside help. You'll have to deal with the others first. He was holding his trident, aiming downwards. Just leave it to me, Commander. Azura also began to appear, being defeated without even having time to transform. That won't happen again. He immediately appeared to join the battle. Rosenbach just received a source of energy appearing right behind him. Before he could do anything, he was attacked by Azura with a single thrust. Azura didn't stop there, holding the trident to continue the attack. The adventurers hurriedly ran for their lives. Run, but in his eyes, there was only extreme contempt. That's right. Run if you want to live. Although it's already too late. He retracted the trident and watched them scatter like grasshoppers, feeling happy. Keep enjoying yourselves, then round them all up. Yes, sir. Right after capturing a large number of this army, Nahin couldn't praise enough. Minimal loss. Maximum result. Not bad at all. Lin L didn't dare take all the credit. We just followed the master's plan. He laughed heartily. But you were the ones who executed it successfully. He also praised the two other teams, Captain Epsilon and Vice Captain Zeta. You both did a great job in the first battle with the new Legion. Thank you for returning safely. I look forward to your performance in the future. The two bowed respectfully to obey. Thank you, Master. He nodded and turned. Now, please take care of the cleanup. Finished. He returned to his office. Just as he entered, Nahin smiled at the person on the platform. Seer. Had you been waiting long? Nahin stepped up the step, doting on Seer while talking to the old man. Kane, prepare all the information for the merchants in the demon realm. The old man nodded in agreement. Understood. He continued. At the same time, select the 200 prisoners with the highest market value. Release the rest. Kane's eyes widened. What? Are you planning to release the humans that we worked so hard to capture? Are you intending to negotiate with the human nations? Nahin replied painfully. I have to exploit what I can from them. Kane flatly opposed this idea. Forgive my bluntness, but that is too soon. We are still too weak to act against the human nations. There are a few nations in the human world that we must be wary of. First is the holy nation of Felix, the only religious nation in the human world. Second is the Bismarck Empire, the only nation that claims to be an empire. And finally, the Northern Alliance founded by 7 cities in the north. Regarding this, Nahin also had to admit, indeed, to humans, they are quite troublesome. But avoiding negotiations is a wrong choice. They are currently not in a position to mobilize troops. Regarding this, Nahin also had to admit, indeed, to humans, they are quite troublesome. But avoiding negotiations is a wrong choice. They are currently not in a position to mobilize troops. Second, every nation has a responsibility to protect its citizens. Nahin smiled and continued. The main intention, we victims are offering to trade their lives just for money. What if they refuse? Whether it's a king or an emperor, they will lose the trust of their people. Nahin smiled and continued. The main intention, we victims are offering to trade their lives just for money. What if they refuse? Whether it's a king or an emperor, they will lose the trust of their people. Cain, having heard the explanation, vaguely understood a part of it. Understood. Then according to your wish, I will select the 200 prisoners with the highest market value, regardless of their background or status. But also another favor. Besides that, please bring me some blacksmiths, the most skilled ones you can find. Seer was curious again. Blacksmiths? What are you planning to make? He smiled secretively. A product based on what we learned from humans. This time, it was another curiosity-inducing moment for the girl. Learn from humans? Something that actually sells? Nahin smiled. Probably. The Bismarck Empire side began to receive the latest information. They're demanding ransom for the hostages? I never thought I would live to see the day I received a letter like this from lowly demons. Isn't that place supposed to be a playground for adventurers? The officials began to offer their own thoughts. Because we don't know the situation of the demon realm clearly, I can only speculate. But I fear some change has occurred there. He frowned. You mean the demons have developed ambitions to devour the human world? If that's true, those idiots have directly declared war. All right, how much are they demanding for the hostages? The official announced the ransom amount for 20 people. They're demanding 50 kilograms of gold, 200 kilograms of silver, and about 2 tons of iron ore. Claude rested his hand, bored. They're asking for quite a lot. Considering the number of people, they're looking down on us. Shouldn't we punish them instead of doing that? But the marquises objected. Your Majesty, for the sake of our citizens' lives, you must accept their demand. Claude looked at him bored. Is that so? Marquis Levin, tell me the reason. Levin respectfully stated his thoughts. This incident happened because the Adventurers Guild acted on their own. We don't have a justified reason to retaliate. This means angering him. Is a justified reason important? Our opponent is the demon race. Marquis Levin seriously reminded the Emperor. That is exactly the problem. We still haven't accurately assessed the current military power of the demon realm. Furthermore, among the adventurers who participated, there are many from rank A and above. As you know, a rank A adventurer has skills equal to a formerly knighted warrior. Yet even such experts were captured without a single one escaping. Claude angrily slammed the table. Aren't we an empire? I didn't expect us to have to yield to the demon realm because of a thing like this. He tried to stay calm and explained to him. If the rumor spreads that the emperor abandons his people to death, it will be impossible to regain the public's trust. He tried to stay calm and explain to him. If the rumor spreads that the emperor abandons his people to death, it will be impossible to regain the public's trust. Cain happily boasted to him. Some nations haven't made a decision yet, but the Empire, the Holy Nation, and the Northern Alliance have agreed to negotiate. Nahin smiled with relief. I thought they would refuse. He handed over the letter with instructions. Tomorrow, bring the prisoners to the teleportation gate area. I have clearly stated in the letter that we will carry out the exchange there. And when you meet the human envoys, tell them this. Nahin coldly threatened publicly. If they do not agree to the terms before the end of this week, the rest will be executed. The demon notables were gathered. Everyone was confused. Why did the demon king gather us here? I don't know. But aren't you from the 71st floor? Another shook his head. I only came here because I was told to come. Very quickly they appeared. They're coming. The appearance of these two combinations left everyone surprised. Wait, Miss Seer and Miss Citri are going together? And isn't that Miss Seer's teacher? Citri linked arms and cleared her throat, getting straight to the point. Welcome, artisans of each floor. You must be wondering why I have gathered all of you here today. She grabbed the covering cloth, then threw out the goods that had been carefully displayed. Everyone looked to the side of the podium. The artisans exclaimed as they stepped inside. Where did you get these things? Can I take a closer look? Everyone was enthralled. These are without a doubt masterpieces, Citri slowly announced. These are all swords obtained from human adventurers. The artisans gasped in surprise. I didn't expect humans to make things like this. What an eyesore. She glanced at the dwarven artisans and spoke nonchalantly. That is precisely why I have gathered all of you here. Analyze the various types of human equipment, then replicate them with equivalent quality. She glanced at the dwarven artisans and spoke nonchalantly. That is precisely why I have gathered all of you here. Analyze the various types of human equipment, then replicate them with equivalent quality. Once you understand, go start your research immediately. Stop wasting time and resources on crafting inferior weapons. The dwarven artisans began to gossip. What did he just say? How can Seer's teacher talk such nonsense? The dwarven artisans began to gossip. What did he just say? How can Seer's teacher talk such nonsense? Finally, Nahan had to step in and show them a thing or two. He made a motion of raising his sword and slashing down onto another sword. Let me ask you one thing. If you take a sword crafted by you and strike it against a sword made by humans, which one do you think will break? The expressions of the artisans turned flustered. Nahan ordered, I'm not telling you to copy them exactly. Analyze that equipment and forge something new in your own way. You don't want to lose to the humans you despise so much, do you? The guys looked at each other and muttered, Human equipment is certainly high quality, but even so, I never expected we'd have to study human trash. Just as they were still thinking, one guy raised his hand in agreement. I'll do it. The guy standing next to him widened his eyes. Dumgrik. He touched the sword and muttered for a long while. However, since I don't know their process, the analysis will take time. Nahan nodded in agreement. Don't worry about that. I will provide all the time and resources you need. Then he turned to ask Seer, Your Majesty, how about we make this blacksmith the head of the project? The girl raised her hand in agreement. I'm fine with that. Citri did not refuse either. That's not a bad idea. Both of them started to recognize Dumgrik. You are the head of this project. He also placed something on Dumgrik. The badge I'm giving you now will grant you command over the other blacksmiths. The other artisans began to stir in disagreement. Wait, teacher, you can't just decide on a whim like that. I have much more experience than that guy. The leader should be decided through a meeting. But he just shouted loudly, Silence! Once I have decided, no one can sway me. A leader must be someone who dares to act and take responsibility. Yet you, who doesn't even have the courage to try, dare to talk about leadership? More importantly, are you opposing your master's orders? The guys started to cower in fear, hurriedly explaining, No, of course not. That was absolutely not my intention. He even threatened them. Disobeying Dumgrik is the same as disobeying the orders of the two majesties standing here. So if that happens, his voice replied coldly. Immediate execution. Dumgrik slowly spoke up. This humble servant. Behind him, the other artisans also knelt down respectfully. We will obey your orders. After successfully quelling the group of dwarfs, Citri couldn't help but toss her head proudly. I did a great job this time too, didn't I? Unfortunately, that habit of hers didn't catch Nahan's eye as he was only concerned with Seer. You did well. You didn't even shake at all. Seeing clearly that she was being ignored made Citri furious. Hey, why are you ignoring me? Responding to the other person was the tone that obviously only belonged to Nahan. You're not a child anymore. Are you that desperate for praise? She huffed coldly as she posed a question back. Would it kill you to praise me once to boost my morale? Hearing these words, Nahan had no choice but to accept it helplessly. All right, you did great. Now, can we discuss our business deal? Mentioning this topic, Citri pondered for a moment before confirming. Right? You said you would use my name as a front? Nahan lifted his warm teacup as if emphasizing each word to clarify this matter. In name, Her Majesty Citri is the owner of the 70th floor. In exchange, I will provide you with high-quality weapons and a share of the profits. You won't have to lift a finger in the actual business operations. A bead of sweat rolled down her cheek. She hesitated for a bit and then asked about the most important issue. So what about my share? Nahan didn't give an answer, but asked back, "Do you have any figures in mind?" Another hesitation passed. Citri slowly dropped the number considered safe. "How about 50%? Unfortunately, he was the one putting in more effort, so he judged directly. "You're really a robber. Forget it. I won't use your name anymore." Seer, beside them, puffed out her cheeks and joined in. Her Majesty Citri is a robber. This caused someone with a temper hotter than fire like her to become angry. "Hey, you're using my name to run this whole operation." Unfortunately, Nahin didn't bother to back down before Citri, but instead offered his plan. "I guess I'll have to find another way then." Sure enough, that cold attitude successfully caused panic in her next answer. "Wait, then 10%. Not bothering to be gentle anymore." The aura around his body flared up violently at the moment he delivered his final decision. Still as shameless as ever. "Huh? If I give you 10%, then forget about the weapons." Unable to help but fear the power belonging to the other side, Citri stammered, her thin lips pressed tight. Every analysis of pros and cons danced in her brain. Profit comes with risk, sales always fluctuate. Moreover, this was Nahin's deal. The quality of the weapons guaranteed was on a completely different level. After some consideration, Citri lowered her resolve and agreed in the negotiations with the other side. "All right, I'll lower my share, so keep the weapons in the deal." The pressure around his body was quickly withdrawn into his body. "Now we are really talking. Let's settle at 5%. This rate seems low, but the actual money your Majesty receives will be very significant." Even though she had a decision, she couldn't stop Citri's suspicion about the plan in the other person's hands. "How can you be sure? We haven't even started yet." Thus, she successfully received the reproach belonging to Nahin. "It's heartbreaking that you don't trust me, especially after everything I've shown you so far." A series of images quickly flashed by, and he didn't need to elaborate. She nodded as she blurted out each word. "All right, I'll trust you. Let's proceed with signing the contract. But are you sure you can replicate the weapons that humans craft?" Hearing the doubt from the other side, Nahin immediately spoke up to ensure it, as if he had everything in the palm of his hand. "Totally possible. It's not because we lack skills, but simply a matter of demand." The answer that made him so confident flashed through his brain, and that was one of the build paths proven effective in the game. While Citri stamped the contract, the low, deep voice belonging to Nahin's larynx slowly echoed throughout the vast space. For a demon king, standard weapons no longer hold meaning. As a result, research in this area has been relatively neglected. That is why our weapons are worse than what humans can produce. But a demon king cannot solve everything by their own strength alone. That is why the level of weapon equipment for the army is so important. That is exactly why your Majesty accepted my offer from the beginning. We already have the research data, so we will soon catch up to their level. Hearing the other person ensure it with a steady tone. No matter how conflicted she was inside, Citri still spoke. "Then that's a relief. Here, take it." Nahin understood clearly, so he didn't forget to let her know. "If you still have doubts, you can absolutely withdraw," successfully causing another minor panic for her. When did I say that? Why would I throw away the opportunity for free weapons for my army?" To her surprise, he dropped the statement the next second. "Nothing is free," causing Citri to be instantly stunned to the point where her mouth gaped wide enough for an egg to fit in. "What? You just said you would give them to me. We signed a contract. Are you going back on your word now?" Only when taking back the contract did Nahin frankly let the other person understand the horror behind the clause of lending one's name. "The profits and weapons provided to your Majesty are basically a fee for renting your reputation, because you will be the one bearing the risk. If the business fails, Her Majesty Citri will be the one whose reputation is ruined." The complexion belonging to her changed from pale to enraged. Only now did Citri belatedly realize that she had been completely calculated. "Wait, what risk? Don't tell me you." However, even if she discovered it, it was too late when Nahin displayed an evil expression at the moment he taught the other person a lesson on human relations. "There is nothing free in this world, Her Majesty Citri." Parallel to the moment the negotiation took place in the airy room, the atmosphere in the dungeon was much quieter. Hugging her knees tightly, Eri couldn't help but be anxious as she quietly posed a question to the youth next to her. Dane, what do you think happened to Luke? Will we be able to survive out of here? Responding to the other person was Dane's consoling voice. Don't give up hope yet, Ari. Suddenly a twist occurred at this very moment when the cell door opened just like that. A demon soldier walked in directly and grabbed the brown-haired youth. Clearly, he didn't obediently let himself be led away but struggled continuously. Let go, I told you to let go. Even Dane was dragged away, but he appeared much calmer. Loosen your grip a bit. Meanwhile, Ares showed resilience when asking the question, where are you taking us? However, at this moment, the familiar voice of someone rang out. Wait, stop right there. It turned out to be none other than Nahin himself, coming here to check. What are those two's names? The girl stammered, Ari, and the youth next to her paused for a while before replying. It's Dane. The next second, the golden-colored pupils narrowed with every word that Nahin poured out. Coincidentally, do either of you know someone named Luke? For a moment, both Dane and Ree immediately forgot their deference when they raised their voices at the other. Are you kidding me? What kind of sick joke is this? You are the ones who took him away. Responding to them was a calm tone from Nahin. So he was captured along with you too? Bursting into hearty laughter, combining the information gathered, he finally officially understood the whole situation. Right, so that's what happened. He operated in Soder City, right? Not letting a single second go to waste, Nahin went straight to the next issue. Kane, paper and pen. After finishing the drawing, he let Ari and Dane see the person on the paper clearly. Do you recognize this person? With excellent artistic talent, the portrait from Nahin's hand was enough for them to recognize. Luke, isn't it? He didn't care about the two children's questions. His brows furrowed slightly as he posed the issue to the butler beside him. Kane, in the adjustment campaign that Captain Lin L. carried out previously, was this man there? Slightly hesitating because of surprise, the old man still responded seriously. Yes, we sent him to Soder City. While everyone was still bewildered, Nahin was secretly rejoicing to the point where the corners of his mouth curled into a 45-degree angle. An incredible stroke of luck just fell on my head. Next, he gave a decisive instruction. After resolving things here, take these two to my office. And then without any hesitation, the long, slender legs once again took steps up the stairs with many levels. At the time of embarking on the somewhat long journey, Nahin entered an analytical state. We must be as wary of the forces in the human world as we are of the demon kings from other floors. Because in the game, if the human hostility level reaches a certain threshold, the three heroes will appear. And one of them is exactly the person I'm thinking of. Clearly no stranger, as the opponent is the hero of the sword. Luke, as someone who personally experienced the game Evil Queen Maker, but clearly the way the characters react. If it were Adelberg, there's no way he would let a human be mind-controlled. Upon sitting down in his own specialized seat, his mind couldn't help but express emotion. I never expected that I could eliminate one of the heroes without needing to lift a finger. Upon sitting down in his own specialized seat, his mind couldn't help but express emotion. I never expected that I could eliminate one of the heroes without needing to lift a finger. He continued to ponder as his gaze swept toward the two teenagers behind the old man. And then there are Luke's supporting characters, Dane and Ree. The potential they showed in the game is truly excellent. It would be a waste to just sell them as ordinary slaves. So even though they are on the opposing side, he still decided to make an offer. You two work under me, successfully causing significant panic to Kane. Lord Nahin, what are you saying? Responding to the old man was the calm tone belonging to him. I cannot hand them over to Seer. If she keeps humans by her side, it will only cause a backlash. Kane stammered to acknowledge what Nahin had determined. That is indeed true. But why would the royal tutor recruit lowly humans? Responding to the old man was the calm tone from him. I know what I am doing, so you don't need to worry. Not stopping there, Nahin decisively flared up with intimidating aura at the moment of dropping the offer that was no different from a demand to Dane and Ari. How about it? Not only will I spare you two, but I will also pay you appropriately for your abilities. Next, he shrugged as he didn't forget to make it clear on the flip side. Of course, feel free to refuse. You two will just be thrown back into the dungeon. Nothing will change. Dane furrowed his brow tightly as he posed a logical question. And what will happen to us if we are locked back in the dungeon? Regarding this, Nahan didn't mind bothering to tell the truth. You two will be sold as slaves and spend the rest of your lives in suffering, or will meet the same end as your friend. Because he's dead, the pupils belonging to both Dane and Ree contracted and dilated intensely, unable to maintain composure. Just then, he aggressively acted as if he only wanted to pounce and bite Nahan. How can you say that with such a deadpan face? You were the ones who dragged Luke. Nahan didn't bother to show discomfort at this appearance of the other. True, but we were not the ones who eliminated. Next, an evil smile appeared clearly on his angular face. The guild master of Soder City, I just sent Luke to run an errand, and it seems like that human killed him. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you two. The body involuntarily trembled violently, so he still couldn't believe the situation played out like that. Luke was eliminated by Lord Adelbert. Nahan just calmly continued. Make your choice. You two will work under me. However, an issue is an issue. Dane decisively expressed his own thoughts in the following sentence. But working under a demon. To his surprise, he was interrupted by Ree. You will really let us live, right? It's unclear what was spinning in the little girl's mind. But on the surface, Ari made a decision. I will do it, successfully receiving Dane's shocked scream. Ari, are you crazy? Now the little girl only responded calmly. What about it? He said he would let us live. He even promised to pay us. He was stunned. You really believe in demons' words? He responded coldly. Anyway, what is the difference between demons and humans? Hands clenching so hard that they trembled. The little girl directly expressed the difficulty surrounding herself. If you are poor, they will ignore you. If you are weak, they will despise you. You know clearly how they have treated us. Finally, unable to contain it, half a tear filled with emotions belonging to Ari flowed out from the corner of her eye. I don't want to die, and I have no intention of becoming a slave. I will take any opportunity one get. A moment of hesitation passed, followed by the firm tone of the little girl. Even if I have to make a deal with a demon. A moment of hesitation passed, followed by the firm tone of the little girl. Even if I have to make a deal with a demon. Because of being influenced by Luke's event and Ari's decision. He quickly made up his mind. I'm in too. Just keep your promise. What do we have to do? It's not any heavy work, but he told them straight and didn't forget to affirm the training. Because currently, you two are completely useless to me. Raising his hand with a smile full of calculation. He didn't forget to drop the deadline. You two have 3 years. Prove your worth. If you can't, it's best to understand yourself that you two won't have a future. Resolving the issue of recruiting Dane and Ree, Nahan switched to the lesson of teaching the little demon king. Today is a sword fighting class. Seer excitedly shouted, I love sword fight. Inside his mind, his thoughts spun a circle, looking at the memories of the body he was possessing. He is actually quite good at this subject. At least I can teach the child the basics. And then Nahan spoke. Seer, before we start the lesson, an obvious fact is forced out of his vocal cords. You must hold the sword with both hands. Seer, who is someone dependent on the bear cub like her, was bewildered. But what about Whitey then? Nahan affirmed, that's right. If you want to join the class, you will have to be away from it for a while. He himself clearly knew the importance of Whitey, so he couldn't help but ponder. After all, that is the child's father's heirloom. It won't be easy for the child. Perhaps today's lesson will be too difficult. Who would have thought Seer would pose a question? Just for a while is okay, right? A silence passed. Though slightly surprised, Nahan still admitted. That's right. You just need to put it aside while we practice. Nahan secretly muttered. The child must trust me a lot to be willing to put Whitey aside like that. Demonstrating clearly the determination belonging to herself in practice, Seer von Devada sincerely announced to the familiar white bear. Sister will be right back, so wait a little bit. And then the sword fighting session began when Nahan adjusted how to hold the weapon for the child. I will start by showing you the basic posture. Seer, now hold the sword like this. Looking at the way he performed, the child posed a reasonable question. Like this, right, teacher? Based on the memories in the brain, he could partially recognize Seer's ability. Coincidentally, have you ever learned sword fighting before? The child honestly responded with an excited smile on her lips. No, this is my first time. You're my first teacher. He's secretly evaluated. The child is holding the blood tear sword easily, and her posture is already perfect. Truly worthy of being a demon king, not paying too much attention to thoughts. So he quickly went straight to the main topic. Today we will focus entirely on the sword swinging technique. That is the foundation of every type of swordplay. Watch carefully. Thanks to the muscle memory of the body he possessed, the weapon in Nahin's hand was whipped down easily, but full of power, successfully attracting the admiration that was like starlight belonging to Seer. Smiling gently, he softly spoke to the other person. Did you catch it? Now it's your turn. I will be right here to observe. Seer was not hesitant at all, but excitedly responded, Yes, teacher. Next, the feet wrapped in boots stepped directly down on the stone floor. The arms also raised the sword hilt similarly to the posture that Nahin performed. At the moment the child concentrated absolutely, suddenly an intimidating amount of magic power exuded from the body without any hesitation. Super decisively unleashed a shocking sword stroke, successfully causing significant surprise to Nahin. Even though he had experienced many big and small events, he still had a gate. Blood tear sword. I didn't expect it to appear like this. Nothing like the game at all. As if not knowing how shocked she had made the other person, Seer obediently asked a question. Teacher, is that right? Do I have to do it like that? Responding to her was Nahin's stammering tone. You did great. Looking at the deep scar created by Seer in front of his eyes, he hesitated to drop each word. Anyway, I think we should end the lesson here today. Secretly deciding, from now on we will definitely use wooden swords to practice. At this moment, the child seemed to remember something and spoke up. Right, by the way. Exuding an intimidating aura, Seer posed a question that was no different from a demand. It seems like humans have entered the castle. I even saw a woman among them. Would you like to explain what is going on? Nahin jumped in surprise. His brain started running at full capacity to blurt out a rather convincing explanation. Those kids were raised to be my handymen. This reason made Seer slightly stunned because it was unexpected. Yes. What? Seeing the child start to believe him, he seized the opportunity to conclude. They're not my disciples. They're just self-learning. I only teach you. To his surprise, Seer immediately sulked, remembered something, then sadly refuted. You are lying. You also taught Citri. Nahin broke out in a cold sweat, hurriedly reassuring the little student in front of him. That was just a deal. Maintaining a good relationship with her will help you a lot later. Even though she understood, Seer still sadly confirmed another important issue in her heart. Then teacher, you will always be my teacher alone, right? Nahin didn't expect her to be so worried about this. After a few seconds of silence, he replied gently, Of course. You are my only disciple. That simple confirmation successfully calmed Seer down. She giggled happily, just like a kitten getting its belly rubbed. Really, Cain, standing nearby, also found it difficult to break into that excited atmosphere. Lord Nahin, you have duties to attend to, after all. The old man walked up and whispered a few things. Nahin, after hearing them, thought to himself in surprise, Wait, is Seer's birthday coming up already? The more he thought about it, the more bothered he felt, until he couldn't help but let out a long, heavy sigh. I've got something on my mind. Citri was being pressed down to the floor by his power, so breathless that she didn't know what to do, only able to look up helplessly. Do you really have to talk about that right now? Nahin snapped his fingers lightly and replied nonchalantly, Do I really need to pick a time to talk about these things? Citri was finally released. She stood up, dusted off her clothes, and asked him, All right then, what is it? Tell your big sister about it. Nahin retorted with an annoyed, sarcastic remark. What kind of big sister are you? His profanity made her freeze for a few seconds, and then she started playing hard to get. If you keep picking on every little thing, I'm not listening anymore. Hearing that the only person he could confide in was about to leave, Nahin quickly brought up Seer's matter. Hearing the familiar name, Citri quickly regained her focus, her mind nimbly analyzing the situation. Did something happen between the two of them, or did they have a fight? And what if he said he had to quit his job because of that? A not-so-honorable plan to poach him immediately popped into her mind. This could be her chance to hire Nahan. Before she even finished thinking, Nahan interrupted her thoughts. Oh, his birthday is coming up soon. Citri gasped in disbelief. A birthday? Don't tell me you're worried about getting her a birthday present. This over-the-top attitude made him a bit confused. What's with that disappointed look? Citri knew she had overstepped a bit, so she quickly forced a smile to cover it up. What's wrong with my face? Nahan knew exactly what she was thinking, so he crossed his arms and warned her. Don't get any funny ideas. I'm not leaving the 72nd floor. Citri also knew she couldn't rush it, so she returned to the main topic. All right, more importantly, Seer liked a lot of things, right? Dolls, pudding, and even cake. Nahan didn't seem satisfied with any of those options after hearing them. Isn't that a bit too simple? She immediately understood everything, laughing and nudging him with her elbow. So you want to give her a special gift? Nahan was annoyed but couldn't vent, so he patiently explained. I'm Seer's first mentor, after all. He just added one more line in his heart, to reach the conclusion affection levels are just as important as Seer's growth. Citri dropped the playful act and seriously suggested another gift. For girls, cute and sparkly things are the best. Just look at how Seer took that crown from the storage room. Nahan remembered it too, rubbing his chin as he analyzed it more carefully. That's true, although it's too big for her to wear. Seeing that he seemed interested, Citri smiled and pushed the idea. Then just have it resized so she can wear that crown. He nodded in agreement and coldly gave her a compliment. I can delegate that task to a craftsman. It's rare for Lady Citri to come up with a good suggestion. This type of compliment didn't make her happy. On the contrary, it made her even angrier. What? Rarely? What is that supposed to mean? But Nahan didn't care, focusing only on the thoughts in his head. It seemed like the crown was in Seer's room, so if he wanted to surprise her, Citri noticed she was being ignored and raised her voice even more. Hey, are you even listening to me? Regrettably, there was no way to cut into his thoughts. Should I just sneak in and take it out? Having been ignored several times in a row, she couldn't stay calm anymore and shouted. The moonlight that night illuminated the hallway, highlighting those familiar, powerful footsteps. Nahan walked stealthily, asking Cecily behind him, You're sure Seer went out for a snack? She giggled and confirmed. Yes, she's currently eating the pudding Chef Ma gave her in the dining hall. Cecily had volunteered for the campaign to give Seer a surprise gift. Before long, both of them reached the girls' room. Nahan gently opened the door, which made a soft clicking sound. Just then, Seer came running from a distance, happily calling out to Nahan loudly. Master! He was doing something illegal, so he was startled and stammered in response. Seer, so you're here? What perfect timing. Seer naively stated her thoughts. I felt like you were coming to my room. Nahan frowned, asking back in surprise. How did you know? The girl replied as she rushed into his warm chest. Because I can feel your mana. At this moment, Nahan also felt a cold, sharp gaze from behind. It turned out Cecily was furiously cursing him in her head. So that's how it is. We almost got caught because of you. Only then did Seer remember, looking up with sparkling eyes and asking curiously, But why are you here? Nahan hesitated for a moment, coming up with an extremely awkward excuse. The weather is beautiful today. That's right. So I thought we could go for a walk together. Saying that, he turned around and led Seer in another direction. We'll go for a walk for a little while. He didn't forget to wink at Cecily to signal her. Count on you. She bowed respectfully. Yes. Nahan also made a similar gesture to reassure her. Don't worry. Even though what he said earlier was just random, luckily nature was also favoring Nahan. As soon as Seer stepped outside, she exclaimed excitedly, The full moon is so beautiful. He reached out to pat her head and asked with a smile, Seer, you like shiny things, don't you? She kicked her feet, looking very delighted. Yes, they're beautiful. Hearing it confirmed by the person herself, Nahan secretly let out a sigh of relief in his heart. It's a good thing I decided to resize the crown to give her as a birthday present. Suddenly, he became sentimental, looking up at the moonlight and gently reminding her. Seer, you must always take care of your health. You mustn't get sick like last time. So if you ever have any difficulties, just tell me. You don't need to force yourself to endure it. Seer didn't seem to notice the emotions in these words, innocently responding. I like you, and I also like your lessons, so there's nothing difficult at all. Seer didn't seem to notice the emotions in these words, innocently responding. I like you, and I also like your lessons, so there's nothing difficult at all. Seer hugged Whitey tightly to her chest and replied firmly and loudly. Yes, I will. Her smile seemed even brighter than the moonlight in the night sky. Nahin silently prayed in his heart, hoping that Seer would never lose this pure heart. Suddenly, he glanced back. Cecily poked her head out of the bedroom window, making a circle with her arms to indicate the mission was accomplished. Nahin received the signal and turned to speak. Seer, let's head back inside. Early the next morning, that familiar voice echoed on the 70th floor. Dumgrik, long time no see. He was surprised to see who had arrived and asked in return, Lord Nahin, what brings you here? But Nahin was too lazy to chat, immediately getting straight to the point. I want to commission a piece of craftwork for Lady Seer. I want to keep the design, but downsize the scale a bit. Dumgrik clasped his hands in front of him and reported respectfully. Coincidentally, there's a blacksmith who can do this. When do you need it? A slightly amused smile appeared on Nahin's lips as he raised his index finger, looking mysterious. 1 week, and what I've asked of you must be kept a special secret from her. Suddenly, he remembered something else that was just as important. By the way, how is the research coming along? Everywhere was piled with weapons, crafted exquisitely. Yet, their owner was still reserved when answering questions related to his specialty. We have been analyzing and researching day and night and have a prototype, but it's still at a level I'd be ashamed to show anyone else. But Nahin wasn't a capitalist exploiting his workers, so he smiled and patted his subordinate on the shoulder. It's fine. Even if it takes time, do it properly before you show it to me. Dumgrik bowed and replied, Thank you, my lord. I will definitely succeed. Before leaving, he left a parting sentence. I'll be looking forward to it. The sun climbed higher, shining throughout the castle. Nahin walked happily along the hallway. So the preparation for Seer's gift was done. Now, only the preparations for the birthday party remained. Suddenly, a cry rang out, cutting through his stream of thought. He hurriedly glanced toward where the sound was coming from. What's going on? He only saw two Cecilys frantically trying to soothe Seer. Your Majesty, look over here. Lord Nahin just stepped out for a bit, sweating. She tried to comfort her in a hurry. Let's eat some pudding while we wait. But the only reply was the girl's choked sobs. No, this one word from Seer immediately left everyone present horrified and open-mouthed. All three shared the same thought. She said no to pudding. Suddenly, the crying quieted down. Seer looked ahead while mumbling, Master! Then, she suddenly shouted, her voice full of both resentment and happiness. Master! The small body quickly rushed over to hug Nahin tightly. He was a bit confused, but still gently soothed Seer. I'm right here. But what happened? Why were you crying? Cecily rushed over to explain the situation clearly. Your Majesty came looking for you and didn't know you had gone out, which is why this happened. It seems she thought you had left forever. He replied with a hint of helplessness. I see. It's just that Nahin wasn't annoyed. On the contrary, he smiled gently to reassure Seer. I only went out for a small task. I'm sorry for leaving without saying a word. Let's go inside first. A moment later, he sat the girl on his lap and asked her in the same attitude as before. Have you calmed down a bit? I didn't know you would be so scared. I was too careless. But what were you worried about that made you cry like that? Remembering this, Seer's dried tears welled up again. I was afraid you would leave. Nahin finally understood the girl's fragile psyche. So, he patiently emphasized it once more. So that's what scared you. But you don't need to worry. I will take care of you until you grow up healthy and step into that position. Surprisingly, this backfired. Seer prepared to cry even harder, her voice sobbing so pathetically. So when I step into that position, will you leave? Being hit where it hurt, Nahin couldn't answer immediately. So he just thought to himself, it's true that I'm trying to reach the ending so I can go back, but I can't tell Seer that. Although he knew he was lying to a child, he had no choice but to say it. Of course not. I will always stay by your side. Seer, the girl asked again, not daring to believe it. Really? Nahin saw that her emotions had mellowed, so he smiled and confirmed. Of course. Now let's go eat some pudding. Seer paused for a few seconds and then replied, Okay. At the same time, in her heart, she felt the lie. The first time Master lied to me. She obediently let Nahin carry her, but thoughts didn't stop spinning in her head. Once Master achieves his goal, he will definitely leave. Seer's emotions gradually turned negative, transforming into thorny vines representing the owner's selfish intentions. That can't happen. You are my master, so you must stay by my side forever if I work even harder. In a place where Nahin couldn't see, Seer was still smiling, but deep in her eyes, it only exuded a chilling coldness. You won't leave me, right? I will never let you go anywhere. 1 week later, on Seer's birthday, the castle space was filled with the respectful voices of the attendees. Her Majesty Seer has arrived. The girl, in a pretty pink ball gown, held Whitey up high with one hand, while the other was held by Nahin, smiling radiantly as she received blessings from everywhere. I sincerely wish Her Majesty a happy birthday. Happy birthday, Your Majesty. The girl, in a pretty pink ball gown, held Whitey up high with one hand, while the other was held by Nahin, smiling radiantly as she received blessings from everywhere. I sincerely wish Her Majesty a happy birthday. Happy birthday, Your Majesty. Seer giggled and said politely, Thank you, everyone. That innocent appearance successfully stole Lin El's heart. Her Majesty is so cute, isn't she? Varuna, while rummaging through something in her bag, responded absent-mindedly. That's true, Commander. After that, he stepped forward and respectfully presented a red bow. Your Majesty, this is the gift that the Commander and I prepared. Seer exclaimed in surprise. Is it a gift? Even though it was just a small, pretty accessory, it was enough to make her smile brightly. It's so beautiful. Tanyu also knew the value of the item, so he replied, blushing. It's nothing big. Whispers began to ripple around. Giving a gift to Lady Seer is a bit too humble. Those people started turning their targets this way. Lady Citri, may I look forward to your gift? She wasn't afraid in the slightest, curling her lip and clapping her hands as a signal. Of course, bring it in. Immediately after, the entire banquet hall was simultaneously filled with astonishment. What is that? Is that Lady Seer? Nahin covered his face with his hand as if he didn't want to see such an embarrassing thing, and even Seer was a bit surprised, letting out a gasp. Citri was still confident in introducing her gift. It was a statue cast in gold based on Seer's likeness. A demon king needs to know how to display their majesty, so I prepared this. How is it? Although it was quite cute, Nahin, standing beside her, nodded and spoke up. You're not wrong. I didn't know you had such admirable thoughts. His tone was full of sarcasm, immediately making Citri furious. Hey, are you complimenting me or not? More surprisingly, Seer actually liked this gift. She gave a thumbs up and said, Thank you so much, Citri. I really love it. Hearing that, she was a bit shy and blushed. If you like it, then the effort I spent preparing it was worth it. Citri didn't forget to create an opportunity for Nahin to shine. Now it's time to see Master's gift. He nodded slightly and ordered, Dumgrik, bring it here. He quickly brought a wooden box over and bowed low to present it. Here it is, Lord Nahin. He smiled and gave the other party a compliment. You worked hard. After that, he turned to speak to today's protagonist. Seer, I think you'll like this. The girl immediately became excited. She turned to the butler, Kane. Wait, hold this for me. The old man couldn't help but be surprised to see the pure white bear in his hands. Your Majesty, the entire hall shouted in unison. Her Majesty gave Whitey to someone else. Is this for real? At this moment, Seer completely ignored the people around her. She just intently looked up at Nahin with sparkling, expectant eyes. Can I open it? Of course, he wouldn't refuse the girl's request, right? Go ahead and open it. The moment the box popped open, sparkling light from inside immediately reflected outward, making Seer's blue eyes even more brilliant. A second later, the crown set with red diamonds was resting perfectly on her platinum hair. This perfect fit made Nahin's voice subconsciously tinged with a few parts of amusement. Seer, happy birthday. The girl immediately clasped her hands in front of her chest, wearing a happy smile she didn't bother to hide. Thank you, Master. Nahan held the girl in his arms and asked, Are you that happy? Seer giggled and replied, Yes. He patted her head while observing silently. The more she trained, the more her hair turned red. That meant she was gradually getting used to storing mana from the outside. Suddenly, Nahan discovered something. Seer, wait a second. Seer asked back, confused. Master, what's wrong? He looked in disbelief at the tiny thing sprouting from the top of Seer's head. This is a horn, Nahan frantically inquired. Kane, Seer's growing a horn. Is she okay? Kane calmly replied. What? Demon Kings having horns is normal. Lord Nahan, Lady Citri also has horns. He couldn't help but be curious. Sometimes I really wonder what you did before. Nahan, still looking confused, adds to the hidden plot. He sighed in relief. I thought Seer was sick or something. Seer happily shouted. I'm not sick. Nahan reassured her by patting her head. That's a relief. Kane suddenly frowned and reminded him. Lord Nahan, horns are very sensitive, so you must be especially careful. Nahan responded awkwardly. All right, I understand. If Kane has emphasized it like that, I should really be careful. Outside at this time, Doombrick reported. Lord Nahan, I have prepared everything as you requested. Nahan looked at the sword with satisfaction. Very good. Where's the prototype? Doombrick hesitated for a moment. I have it ready. Outside at this time, Doombrick reported. Lord Nahan, I have prepared everything as you requested. Nahan looked at the sword with satisfaction. Very good. Where's the prototype? Doombrick hesitated for a moment. I have it ready. Outside at this time, Doombrick reported. Lord Nahan, I have prepared everything as you requested. Nahan looked at the sword with satisfaction. Very good. Where's the prototype? Doombrick hesitated for a moment. I have it ready. Nahan smiled and took the sword. So don't be too nervous. Doombrick gradually relaxed. Yes, my lord. Nahan observed and evaluated it. It looks decent on the outside. He carefully reminded her. Seer, it will be dangerous from now on, so you step back a little. All three of them quickly moved away to observe. Nahan calmly raised the sword, the blade glinting. He swung down a powerful blow. Doombrick was so nervous he broke into a cold sweat, not daring to take his eyes off the sword. Nahan gripped the sword tightly in his hand and praised. Doombrick, you did a great job. Both of them immediately became excited. You did it. Doombrick looked happily and commented. Just need to adjust the sharpness a bit more, and it can be sold. He excitedly gave orders. I need you to process other weapons, just like this one. I have high expectations for you. Doombrick bowed his head and replied. Yes, I will definitely try my best. Seer eagerly ran over and asked. Master, so now are you planning to do that? Nahan replied. Yes, finally we can start. Lively conversations rang out. Hey, Lord Bennett. Have you heard the news? On the generous 69th floor, Wayne recounted curiously. I heard they're selling extremely rare weapons on the 70th floor. Bennett flatly rejected it. Lord Wayne, news without reliability is not news. It's just a rumor. Wayne still showed the same expectation. It's not just a rumor. They said those are human weapons. Bennett wasn't very interested. Even so, they're just war loot. The supply won't be high. Wayne continued. I heard they also have some self-made ones. Bennett maintained his contempt. Anything made in the demon realm will just be a bunch of old junk. Wayne, on the contrary, insisted. So what if they're on par with human weapons? Bennett sighed and brushed it off. Forget it, no way. Wayne decided. Maybe it's a rumor like you said, but I'm going to go check it out. Bennett also began to rethink. On par with human weapons? If it were true, it would be worth investing in. He pondered for a moment and agreed. All right, I'll go for a trip with you. But do you even know where to go? Not long after, Bennett's voice, full of astonishment, echoed through the hallway. Lord Wayne. Bennett looked around in a panic. Isn't this the Demon King's castle? Wayne calmly confirmed. That's right. This is a business run by the Demon King himself. The door opened slightly, and the three people inside were already waiting. Citri spoke up. Welcome, everyone. Thank you all for making the long trip here, just because of some rumors. Wayne couldn't help but be confused. Her Majesty Seer is here, too. I had no idea about this. Bennett whispered a reminder. Isn't the alliance between the two demon kings quite famous? This isn't a business run solely by Her Majesty Citri. Both of them observe carefully. However, the situation might get a little tense. Citri gave a firm assurance. What I brought for you are weapons crafted by us. I guarantee that their quality is completely on par with human weapons. In the name of the Demon King, Citri gave a firm assurance. What I have brought for you are weapons crafted by us. I guarantee that their quality is completely on par with human weapons. In the name of the Demon King, Citri continued to set her conditions. However, I only intend to share information with those who are certain to close a deal. If you're not interested, you may leave through that door right now. But if you stay, you're strictly required to agree to a transaction. Her words carried an invisible pressure. If you heard the details and then spouted nonsense about not trading, don't even think about leaving here in one piece. Wayne asked awkwardly, "Are you threatening us, Your Majesty?" Citri replied calmly, "I'm simply giving you a heads up." Wayne was extremely hesitant. "Lord Bennett, what will you do?" This request seems a bit excessive. But Bennett didn't hesitate at all. "I will stay." In the end, Wayne decided to turn back. "Good luck, Lord Bennett." Bennett secretly reassured himself. "I should treat this as an opportunity to build a relationship with the two Demon Kings." A while later, Nahan monitored the situation. Finally, only 20 people remained. Citri put on a face. 20 people? Why do things always go exactly according to plan? Nahan sighed in annoyance. "Don't get cocky. We've only just begun." He quickly stepped forward to introduce himself. "I am Nahan, Seer Devada's mentor and the person behind this business." Bennett was stunned. "Isn't this Her Majesty Citri's work?" Only then did Nahan frankly confirm. "It is true that Her Majesty Citri is involved in this. However, I'm the one who planned and executed everything." Bennett immediately gasped in disbelief. "Wait, does that mean he's using a Demon King as a puppet?" Nahan got straight to the point. "I have two offers for you. First, for weapon trades over the next 3 years across the entire Demon Realm, I will grant you the rights and exclusive distribution of our gear." He didn't forget to add, "However, the profit-sharing ratio is 60/40ths, and we take 60. Bennett appeared confused. 3 years is a reasonable duration, but why did you decide on that profit-sharing ratio? Nahan happily explained. "This is a joint venture, so both sides must share the profits. In reality, with a 60/40 split, you're the ones receiving the largest share." Hearing this, Citri secretly fumed. "Nahan is shameless. I only get 5%. Bennett replied softly. "I understand." He thought carefully. The raw materials and labor costs must be a complex arrangement. Even so, if it's human-grade weaponry, 40% is a huge profit. To add credibility, Nahan brought out goods to test. But that's only if quality is guaranteed. The blade on the left is a human sword. The one on the right is ours. Feel free to compare them. The crowd below immediately murmured. "This crafting technique is truly amazing." Bennett smiled, satisfied to have exclusivity over high-quality goods like this for 3 years. "Wayne, you were wrong this time." He quickly calculated the quantity. "How many do you intend to provide us with?" Nahan replied, 400 swords per month, which is 20 swords per person." Bennett was slightly puzzled. "That quantity seems a bit small to build a business." Nahan happily revealed, "You're quick with your calculations. But what we've prepared is not just swords, but gear." Bennett asked in disbelief. "You mean armor and even helmets? Then the items you will provide us are..." Nahan snapped his fingers, and a list appeared in front of them. "That's right. We will trade almost every type of military gear with." Nahan introduced it in detail. Currently, there are swords, spears, axes, protective gear, helmets, and even complete heavy and light armor sets. Bennett was extremely excited. This is more than enough to start a massive business. Nahan committed. "Good. I will provide the rest once they finish developing." Seeing the situation, Citri regretted it. "I should have asked for a better split. If I had pushed a little harder, he would have squeezed me out." Bennett suddenly remembered. "By the way, Lord Nahan, what is your second offer?" Nahan secretly appraised him. Stands out right from the start. He opened the conversation by asking, "What is your name?" Bennett introduced himself. "I am Bennett," but he quickly recognized Bennett. In the game, He was always the head of a massive trading guild. His skills and status were proven. Pulling him to his side would be a wise move. Nahin continued to clarify his point. Not everyone needs to agree to this offer. Supplies are limited, after all. Bennett understood the meaning behind those words. Bennett's transaction value was extremely high. Nahin expressed happily. Some will hesitate, while others will do whatever it takes to obtain it. He told himself, showing you firsthand is better than explaining. Thinking this, Nahin looked up and signaled. I'll be right back. Seer replied awkwardly. Go carefully. Citri nodded slightly. Go ahead. The group followed the stairs down. They couldn't help but be curious. Why are we going down to the dungeon? I wonder what that item is. The group was immediately astonished when behind those iron frames, actual humans were being held captive. The pleas rang out incessantly. Please let me out. This isn't right. Bennett was bewildered and kept asking questions. Umans, they're here. Are you proposing to trade slaves? Nahin calmly confirmed. Always sharp. I have selected the useful ones. However, supply will not be stable in the future. But he continued to give them the choice. This has risks, so I won't force you. Only those who want to trade should stay. The rest can leave. Bennett secretly considered. Even as slaves, humans are very difficult to control. Moreover, most demons despise humans. But he smiled triumphantly. For those in high positions of power, it's a different story. This is definitely a gold mine. People took turns giving their opinions. I'm in. I'd like to join. Me too. Very quickly, Nahin looked at the remaining numbers in front of him. So, only 5 of you are left. A perfect number. Let's continue. He pointed his eyes toward those huddled for labor. They are well suited for manual labor. Then he looked at another corner of the cell for entertainment. They look quite good-looking, but he continued to suggest. And these ones are for protection. Their skills are at least on par with regular knights in the world. If they're as good as knights, that's useful. One person suddenly became angry and slammed the bars. What? Useful? And being slaves to you damn demons. He screamed with all his rage. You think I'll rot as your slave forever? You bastards, just kill me. Bennett immediately became worried. As expected, they are very difficult to control. At this rate, it looks like trouble will arise. Nahin shook his head to confirm. That won't happen. He took a cold breath. A mark suddenly flashed on the back of the guy's neck. What? You damn bastard, stop right now. He continued to scream. You filthy demons. I'll kill every single one of you without leaving a trace. He continued to scream. You filthy demons. I'll kill every single one of you without leaving a trace. Bennett stood stunned, looking at the scene before him. The screaming immediately tore through the cell. Nahin explained. On the back of every slave's neck, I have carved an activation-type curse that can be customized by the master. If you're still worried, I will even throw in brainwashing for free. His eyes were now dyed a horrific shade of red. Now, what is your decision? Wayne looked at the pile of items brought over and asked in confusion. Boss Bennett, where on earth did you get all these goods? He casually sipped his tea and replied. I've signed a supply contract with the 70th floor. On the 69th floor, at Bennett's grocery store, Wayne focused on observing the sword in his hand and marveled. I can't believe the quality is this high. Boss Bennett, can you sell me a few? I'll pay double the original price. He replied regretfully. Sorry, I'd like to, but I'm tied to an exclusive sales contract, even if it only lasts for 3 years. Boss Bennett, can you sell me a few? I'll pay double the original price. He replied regretfully. Sorry, I'd like to, but I'm tied to an exclusive sales contract, even if it only lasts for 3 years. After that, he went to the young man and asked, Beck, is your side ready? He tilted his head to answer. Everything is all set. Bennett happily announced. Very good. When we get back, spread the rumors about the auction. Spread it throughout the demon realm. Focus on the upper class. Beck wondered, Are you sure about this? He smiled slightly and replied, They might even welcome it. The powerful are always craving new toys. On Nahin's side, Kane entered to announce, Lord Nahin, there is a letter from Bennett. He took the letter and replied, Slave auction, huh? He has interesting ideas. He invited us to come watch when we have time. Kane judged. Since supply is unstable, it seems like a solid plan. Nahin agreed. That's right. He knows how to use his brain. But if we only go to watch, it seems a bit of a waste. How about taking those two along? A few days later, Bennett's grocery store, 69th floor. Seer entered the store with sparkling, excited eyes. This place is really big. Nahin smiled to inform. There are many things to see. The girl shouted with great interest. There are so many shiny things. Nahin held her hand and replied, I'm sure there are even more shiny things inside. In another corner, Ari and Dane whispered to each other the moment they saw them. Can't believe that cute child is a demon king. They look like they're just shopping. Why did he bring us along? Bennett, representing the store, bowed and gave his greeting. Welcome, Her Majesty Seer. Lord Nahin, he asked. We're here to see if you have any magic tools. He replied, Yes, I do. Please follow this way. Afterward, Bennett led the group down to a small floor right in the middle of the store. Nahin asked curiously, Are those two humans? Nahin reminded him gently. That's none of your business. Realizing he had spoken too much, he replied, I understand. Nahin was then led into a mysterious room downstairs. Bennett went ahead to lead them into a room filled with rare items. Dane followed and saw the pile of goods, feeling bewildered. Are all these things magic tools? Ari also puzzledly judged. High-end goods, maybe even top-tier ones. Nahin stood nearby and stepped forward to suggest. If it helps with your studies, each of you can choose one item. The two were startled and could not believe it when they heard this. Wait, really? If so, Ari did not hesitate to ask. Can I take this one? Nahin looked at the glowing ring in her hand and judged. An artifact that can store mana. Since humans cannot create mana on their own, it's a good choice. Ari wondered when she heard that. How can he? Nahin suddenly turned his attention to Seer. He wondered himself, what's this? Did I do something wrong? The girl looked like she was jealous. Thinking this, Nahin leaned down to soothe her. Seer, do you want to choose one too? The girl, being noticed, smiled happily and replied, Yes. Seer ran over to take a necklace, her eyes sparkling as she spoke to Nahin. Master, I'll take this one. I like it because it's the shiniest thing here. He observed the pendant and smiled in agreement. It has protective magic. It's excellent. After that, he pointed at Dane and said to Bennett, I will pay on the 72nd floor. Please introduce a magic tool suitable for him as well. He replied, I understand. Bennett calculated the time. How much time do we have left anyway? If we leave now, we'll arrive right on time. Nahin announced. Then let's go immediately. Let's go, Seer. He also said to Ari and Dane, You two follow me. The two only then whispered to each other. Seems like he's really taking responsibility for us. Yeah, at an auction, the MC on stage announced. Now, the next item brought up for auction is perfect for your amusement. Thanks to the mark, they will never dare to rebel against their master. Human slaves. We will start the auction at 5 gold coins. Dane and Ari were shocked to see this, secretly thinking, This is clearly a warning for us. Nahin stood behind and praised the shop owner, solving supply issues and increasing profits through an auction. A smart move. Seer stood by and asked, But master, why don't you sell those humans? They look quite valuable. Nahin explained, I need subordinates of my own too, just like you have Ari and Cecily. The girl was curious. Does it have to be humans? He answered, They have value precisely because they are human. Can you trust me on this? Seer smiled happily when she heard this and replied, Yes, I understand now. Nahin then turned to ask his 2 remaining students. Tell me, do you 2 regret taking my hand? The 2 were lost in deep thought, both bowing their heads without answering. On stage, the MC shouted, Any more bids? Then it sold. As for Ari and Dane, they only focused on the image of the person locked in the iron cage, thinking to themselves, That could have been us. Afterward, both spoke up to answer Nahin in unison. That was the best decision of my life. Me too. He was extremely pleased to hear this answer. I'm very happy. I'll be counting on both of you. Time passed, and Seer had grown up. The girl had long, silky, attractive white hair. Nahin looked at her appearance and offered a compliment. You've been storing mana much better now, Seer. Seer, a year older, happily turned around to answer. You're here, master. Nahin suggested. You've been practicing mana very hard. Let's change our study location this time. The girl asked in wonder. Are we going somewhere interesting? He just smiled and replied. I'm not sure if it'll be interesting, but it's definitely a lesson you need to learn. Seer hesitated when she heard that. If it's about official business, master, could you just... Nahan then became serious and reminded her. Don't be lazy, Seer. The girl knew better and answered. Yes. Afterward, the two took a walk in the palace grounds under the sunset. Nahan asked, Seer, do you know what date is today? Seer answered back, I'm not sure. What day is it? He explained. Today is the day our 2-year exclusive equipment supply contract ends. Seer was startled as she realized the implications. So, they reached out to us to renegotiate the contract, but I don't think we really need to accept any negotiations. Nahan asked, puzzled. Why is that? The girl replied. Our equipment has become famous throughout the demon realm. We no longer need to rely on them. We can manage our own distribution network. Furthermore, more and more merchants are becoming dissatisfied with the monopoly held by a single trade guild. If we give them hope of a deal, they will offer us better terms. Upon hearing such logical and precise analysis, Nahan was extremely pleased and did not hesitate to offer his praise. Excellent judgment. You're right. It's best to end the monopoly now. Of course, we should offer tiered benefits to maintain existing relationships. This is also the perfect time to expand the human slave trade. Seer wondered, I've heard about that. Everything in the human realm is in chaos, right? Nahan recounted the Northern War between the Northern Alliance and the Empire from the game. This was an event where one could overlook relationships, what some might call an opportunity to expand power. But there was a bigger reason for this. Do you remember what I said when we first planned this business? Seer recalled. You said you would destroy Dantalion's credibility. Nahan did not deny it. That's right. The foundation to conquer the 69th floor has been laid. It's time for us to act. Moving inside, Nahan sat before the stewards of the palace and announced, I'll keep this brief. I won't be renewing the exclusive contract. 5 years is more than enough time to reap the profits. They replied, We understand, sir. But then he continued, Instead, I have a new proposal for you. He pointed to the paper and suggested, Take a look at this first. All you have to do is spread a rumor. In return, I will provide you with even more equipment and slaves. Bennett read the content and hesitantly asked, Mr. Nahan, is this information accurate? Nahan asked back in a cold tone. Are you doubting the information I've given you? I thought we had built enough trust by now. Bennett felt a chill at that face and deep voice and stammered, No, of course not. He thought to himself, Spreading this will cause Dantalion to turn his back on us, but we can't cut ties with Mr. Nahan either. Seer, sitting beside them, asked, Teacher, you have so many other buyers, so why do it this way? Nahan replied, We have a history of working together. I should give them the first opportunity. This was also intended for Bennett to hear. He judged. He's saying that if we refuse, he'll simply find new pawns. I can't refuse. Dealing with him has become our biggest asset. No, perhaps he planned for everything to turn out this way from the very beginning. Thinking this, Bennett spoke up. I will do it. We will do it. Nahan said with satisfaction, I appreciate it. I look forward to our continued cooperation. Citri sat nearby, crossed her legs, and asked, But is that information really true? No matter what kind of person Dantalion may be, he isn't the type to be careless with his business. If you had a bomb like this, you should have told me sooner, right? Nahan crossed his arms and retorted, Then you should visit more often. Your training progress has been stalling lately. Citri heard this and scolded angrily. Shut up. I'm finally able to stand on my own 2 feet, okay? And besides, do you know why I can't visit the 72nd floor? Citri heard this and scolded angrily. Shut up. I'm finally able to stand on my own 2 feet, okay? And besides, do you know why I can't visit the 72nd floor? Nahan looked at that innocent face, and Citri felt helpless and had to give in. Fine, I'll visit more often. What I need to do now, Nahan replied vaguely. Just act as you usually do. The cracks will form on their own. At the 69th floor, the Demon King's castle, Dantalion read the content of the newspaper which stated, Dantalion, Demon King of the 69th floor, virtual revenue manipulation exposed, and became so furious that he yelled, What is this? Who the hell found out about this? Wholesale weapons trading and supplying goods from the forges to trade guilds are among Dantalion's core businesses. But in recent years, due to high-quality equipment circulating from the 70th floor, that business has been directly affected. It's unbelievable that they're making weapons like this in the demon realm. Unsold inventory is piling up in the warehouses. But instead of reducing orders, Dantalion falsified the books to make it look like everything had been sold. He thought that maintaining relationships with customers, even at the cost of financial loss, would be more valuable for the future. But Dantalion went mad, shouting loudly, "This makes it look like I'm trying to embezzle payments." The two guards standing below still tried to reassure him. "There are no signs of internal leaks, so we will find the truth soon. Your Majesty, however, there is a more urgent problem." Dantalion asked back, shaking with anger. "An urgent problem?" Ambas reported. "The merchants we deal with are requesting to terminate contracts, and the forges are hunting us down for payment." Dantalion heard this and tore at his hair. "What do they say? Damn it, where am I supposed to find that much money now?" Those standing below continuously offered all kinds of strategies. "For now, let's appease the merchants, and perhaps we should liquidate inventory to secure funds. The losses we have to suffer from that are too great. But we have no other choice." Leonard, who had been silent all this time, also spoke up. "Your Majesty, that's better than losing our trade routes entirely. If we cannot maintain the army, due to a lack of funding, Citri will bare her fangs at us at any moment." Dantalion then gritted his teeth and spoke. "Contact Decorabia. I will borrow some capital. It's better to swallow the bitterness and rely on those of higher rank than to be swallowed by that woman crawling up from below." But after reading the contents of the paper, Nahin put it down with satisfaction. As if he had foreseen this result, he muttered, "You are struggling exactly as I expected. A truly beautiful sight." Inside Nahin's new office, he handed the document to Seer and explained, "If you think about the nature of Decorabia, no matter how tight their network is, they will squeeze him for every last coin." The girl keenly added, "And as for Dantalion, he will do anything just to stay alive. He won't let go of his only support." Even though she understood, Sears still had some doubts. "But teacher, how did you know Dantalion was hoarding goods in his warehouse?" Nahin straight up bragged, "It's all thanks to Dane." But the real answer was something only he knew. After all, he had known about this from the game already. The girl didn't pay much attention and directly changed the subject. "Those humans are more useful than I thought." Nahin immediately put on a hurt look. "Seer, don't you trust your teacher's eye for people?" The girl was startled and kept waving her hands to deny it. "I don't trust you? That's not what I meant." Saying this, Seer suddenly fell silent. In truth, there was more she wanted to say, but she had to hold it back in her heart. It's just that the teacher keeps giving them too much attention. Nahin, who was naturally thick-skinned, rubbed her head teasingly. "Even though you've grown up like this, you still have such childish sides. Seer, no matter what anyone says, I am still your teacher." The girl blushed and asked back, "Really?" He emphasized once more with a firm tone, "Of course." The girl followed along, without flinching. "I think this is the perfect kind of intelligence to spark chaos." Nahin was just waiting for that to start executing his plan. "Exactly. So, I want Commander Lin L to handle a task for me. Can you call her in to help me, Seer?" A moment later, Lin L was present at the 72nd floor of the Demon King's Hall and announced, "I pay my respects, Your Majesty." "You summoned me." Seer sat on the throne and politely gestured for her to rise. Commander Airy, the girl, didn't ramble and got straight to the point. "Dantalion has begged Decorabia for help. The 68th floor will send a delegation to the 69th floor. Lin L understood the implication and finished the rest. If they meet, that won't be in our favor at all." While Nahin brought a sword to her, Seer's voice echoed steadily. "That's right. That's why I want you to take care of them, Commander Lin L." The girl emphasized her expectations of Lin L with that sword. She stared at the sword in her hand and spoke in disbelief. This blade was not forged by our side. Based on the quality and the carvings, this is a sword forged on the 69th floor. Lin L didn't say anything more, but in her heart, she had a vague answer that made her spine cold. So this plan is definitely another one of Mr. Nahin's schemes. Lin L immediately stood up and pledged, "I will certainly complete the mission." Outwardly, she only spoke briefly, but deep down she quietly added, "For His Majesty, who now stands firm as a true monarch. After handing over the mission, Seer chirped and asked for a reward immediately. Teacher, I did well, right? Of course, Nahan never skimped on praise for his favorite student. Not bad. You finally look like a demon king now. The girl took the opportunity to state her request directly. Then reward me. Nahan stroked his chin as if in deep thought. A reward? All right, what kind of doll do you want this time? That dismissive look successfully made Seer want to gnash her teeth in anger. Not a doll. Having said that, the girl walked away huffily, leaving Nahan stunned as he called after her. Seer, what's wrong? Because he received no response, he came up with his own reason. Is this a rebellious teenage phase? At the teleportation gate area, the connection point between the 69th and 68th floors, Linnell was speaking loudly, giving orders. Everyone listen clearly. On this mission, we must absolutely not reveal our identities. Verna casually added an explanation. That means no using our full power recklessly. Linnell continued to raise her voice to share the plan. Their delegation has 15 people. Each of you will take care of 2. Vice Commander Verna, and I will handle the rest. Verna saw his name mentioned and hurried to present his concern. But what if they are protected by the Pentagram Knights? If they appear, not only will we fail to hide our identities, but also, Linnell suddenly gripped her sword hilt and gritted her teeth. It would be a bit troublesome, but when she drew the sword from its scabbard, her attitude shifted to a sharp, cold look. I will handle them, no matter what. This must not leave any traces related to us. But when she drew the sword from its scabbard, her attitude shifted to a sharp, cold look. I will handle them, no matter what. This must not leave any traces related to us. A moment later, the teleportation gate slowly opened. Looking at the group lined up right in front of the exit, Lin L breathed a slight sigh of relief internally. No Pentagram Knights. Then things will be much easier. Let's start the action. Without a moment's hesitation, she leaped from her hiding spot. With just a single decisive sweep of her sword, Lin L sent a series of opponents to the afterlife. Furthermore, she didn't forget to shout to her teammates. Take them all down for me now. The group, still fresh from their journey, was ambushed and immediately became chaotic, like snakes without heads. An ambush? Where did they come from? Of course, no one got an answer because Lin L had already invited them to get their boxed lunch. She threw the sword into the middle of the strewn corpses and coldly declared, "That's it. Let's go back." Of course, no one got an answer because Lin L had already invited them to get their boxed lunch. She threw the sword into the middle of the strewn corpses and coldly declared, "That's it. Let's go back." Ambas solemnly affirmed while making a suggestion. "Yes, Your Majesty. It seems they have been assassinated. We must notify Decorabia immediately." Dantalion immediately overruled with an intense expression. "Are you crazy? We can't report this." However, Ambas poured a bucket of cold water on him. "The sword at the scene is one of our own products." Dantalion was stunned and blurted out, "What?" Ambas patiently presented a long-winded explanation to help him understand. Decorabia will certainly realize someone is pulling the strings behind the scenes, but he will use this as an excuse to put more pressure on us. In the end, he will turn this alliance into an exploitative relationship. So it's best we act first and offer a compensation plan. Without needing to hear it all, Dantalion was so angry that his voice trembled. "This is clearly Citri's handiwork. Send a letter to Decorabia and prepare to declare war. I will make that bastard kneel." Just as he finished speaking, another voice bluntly interrupted. "Your Majesty." Dantalion lost his patience and shouted loudly. "What is it now?" A subordinate knelt down and cautiously reported the situation. "Decorabia's army. They have already crossed the teleportation gate." Dantalion was horrified and yelled, "What? Does that madman want to turn me into his vassal?" Leonard then offered his viewpoint. "Your Majesty, this timing is too coincidental. It's as if they prepared everything beforehand." Even Ambas nearby realized the abnormality in that. "That is indeed true, Your Majesty. There is even a possibility that Decorabia himself staged a massacre of the delegation." Leonard then offered his viewpoint. "Your Majesty, this timing is too coincidental. It's as if they prepared everything beforehand." Even Ambas nearby realized the abnormality in that. That is indeed true, Your Majesty. There is even a possibility that Decorabia himself staged the massacre of the delegation. The group of subordinates below didn't object at all and chanted loudly, Your Majesty. On the 72nd floor side, Seer was leisurely listening to her intelligence report, and it seemed as though the 68th floor had officially invaded the 69th floor. The girl turned toward Nahan and praised him with satisfaction. Just as you predicted, teacher. He didn't take the praise right away, but asked a question. Seer, can you let me handle this myself? The girl smiled brightly and shouted, Of course you can. Nahan was just waiting for that and immediately fed her the line. Good. This is the golden opportunity for us to profit as the fishermen. The overly modern term left Seer a bit confused. What does profiting as the fisherman mean? He patiently enlightened his favorite student on the spot. Simply put, it means gaining a huge benefit without spending much effort. Nahan, turn around. Commander Epsilon, prepare the troops. When the 69th and 68th floors clash, we will jump into the fray. He stood below and cautiously expressed his concerns. We can deal with the 69th floor, but the 68th floor's forces are beyond our control. Nahan comfortably analyzed further. We won't confront them directly. We just need to harass them to draw the attention of Decorabia's army. Epsilon seemed to have found a new horizon and grinned in appreciation. A very compelling plan. I shall obey. Seer waved her hand brightly, adding words of encouragement. I'm counting on you. Epsilon lowered his head and solemnly promised. Yes, Your Majesty, please leave that to me. Only then did Nahan turn to the great hero of this plan. Furthermore, Commander Lin L. Evacuate all merchants on the 69th floor to the 70th floor. She understood the problem, but still showed some clear apprehension. But will those merchants listen to us? Nahan had to take the time to hold a tactical class for them all. There's a very simple reason why merchants flock to the 69th floor. It is safe, and they are treated well. But recently, Dantalion has deceived them, and now the 68th floor's army has flooded in. This is the perfect opportunity to shatter their trust in Dantalion, especially when we are about to roll out a series of preferential policies for merchants on the 70th floor. Hearing this, Seer curiously interrupted. Won't we need the approval of Sovereign Citri for that? Nahan replied confidently. Citri has no reason to refuse. All she has to do is sit still and collect the money flowing into her pockets. The girl felt more than half reassured and immediately gave the order. I understand. If everything goes well, I'll leave the rest to you, teacher. Just do exactly as we discussed. The group below chanted once more, Yes, Your Majesty. With that, everyone filed out of the throne room. Nahan heard a cough and turned to check on her. Seer, what's wrong? Is there something you don't understand? Nahan heard a cough and turned to check on her. Seer, what's wrong? Is there something you don't understand? Nahan heard a cough and turned to check on her. Seer, what's wrong? Is there something you don't understand? The girl, in contrast, was extremely eager and proposed. Let me do it. I have been studying very hard in class and have been practicing diligently, especially since I've learned so much magic from you, even if it turns me into a bad child who doesn't listen. Thinking this, Seer requested, Commander Linnell, let me go with you. She hesitated and asked back, Your Majesty, you want to go with us? What? Thinking this, Seer requested, Commander Linnell, let me go with you. She hesitated and asked back, Your Majesty, you want to go with us? What? Linnell looked at this appearance of Seer and had some assessments. It is true that His Majesty's swordsmanship has improved significantly, along with the ancient magic that he learned from Nahan. He will certainly be very helpful in combat. However, there is definitely a reason why Nahan doesn't bring His Majesty to the battlefield. Thinking this, Lin El had to bow her head and refuse. I apologize, Your Majesty, but we must carry out this mission by ourselves. Seer did not flinch, directly pointing her finger at Lin El's face and asking, Commander Lin El, who is the master you serve? She answered, Regardless of what others say, the only master I serve is His Majesty Seer. The girl pointed to herself and then asked again, Then which is more important, my command or the teacher's command? Lin El hesitated and answered, His Majesty's command comes first, Your Majesty. Seer, as if just waiting for this answer, replied. Good. Then it's decided. I will also go with the commander. Lined Gwoden anxiously. Understood, Your Majesty. However, please do not advance too far. In case something happens to you. Seer walked as she replied. I know, she urgently reminded her. Your Majesty, you promised. Seer also patiently replied. I told you I understand already. In her heart, the girl was silently whispering, Teacher, wait for me just a little longer. I will finish this task quickly so we can go traveling together. Dantalion stood on the high tower, his voice urging his troops. Stop them at all costs. No matter what, do not let Decarabia's army get close. When everyone was lined up and ready, he ordered the archers to fire. Decarabia's troops below were hit by a rain of arrows, causing a large number of them to fall. The artillery systems were also locked and loaded. Dantalion gave the order, unleash everything on them. As soon as he spoke, waves of cannon fire rained down, terrorizing the enemy. The sheer force of Dantalion's army was enough to shatter even the most massive boulders. This horrific sight left Decarabia's troops shaking in fear. Some were crushed by massive boulders, suffering excruciating pain as their hearts shattered. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, they could only stand by and watch. Damn it, they're firing nonstop. We can't break through. Decarabia's forces were then ordered to retreat. Banthazer stood in the middle of the chaotic battlefield, observing calmly. Bombs and shells continued to rain down incessantly. He cast a quick glance, calmly tracking their movement paths. When a shell fired toward him, Banthazer intercepted it with his sword. After destroying the projectile, he raised his voice to reassure his troops. Soldiers, do not be afraid. I am the first star of the Decarabia Pentagon. He introduced himself. Banthazer has arrived. On Dantalion's side, the terrified troops reported, Your Majesty, there are too many of them. If a member of the Pentagon has joined the battle, we don't stand a chance. He angrily ordered, Stop whining and keep firing. Then he decisively delivered a crushing blow. Useless fools. This is exactly what happens when you hire mercenaries. Then he decisively delivered a crushing blow. Useless fools. This is exactly what happens when you hire mercenaries. Banthazer quickly sensed this change. He accidentally fell into a large burst of hellfire, causing his troops to cry out in panic. Lord Banthazer. He accidentally fell into a large burst of hellfire, causing his troops to cry out in panic. Lord Banthazer. The fortress gates then opened, leading to more dramatic developments. Dantalion's troops seized the opportunity while Banthazer was missing and rushed forward. The enemy commander is dead. Our chance has come. Everyone charge. He stood atop the fortress, smiling and calculating. Defense always has the advantage over siege. And once a member of the Pentagon has fallen, we can win alongside Leonard. The situation has shifted in our favor. Decarabia, we just need to keep holding them off. But that thought didn't last long before old Leonard was run through the stomach by a sword. The old man then collapsed, ending his life in a bland, meaningless fashion, leaving his troops in total confusion. Banthazer then stepped out of the Hellfire Mountain with confidence and spoke, A bit hot, but that's about it. He mocked, You're pathetic, Dantalion. I didn't expect you to form an alliance with such pathetic power. Do you really think you can stand as an equal to the great Decarabia? Seeing Banthazer appear, Dantalion panicked and shouted back, You damned insect. You're only alive because of that magic armor. How dare you talk back to me? He didn't hesitate to reply. This magic armor is a gift from His Majesty. Blame your own weakness for failing to pierce it. Looks like you're out of tricks. It's time. No sooner had he spoken than another massive, calculated boulder fell right where Banthazer was standing. But he had already keenly sensed it and dodged smoothly. Seer appeared out of nowhere and spoke. Too bad, you managed to dodge it. Banthazer asked in confusion. Are you Seer Devada? The young girl smiled and replied. That's right, it's me. Dantalion was deeply confused by this unexpected appearance. Why was Seer Devada here? It seemed she came to help him, but there was no way she would mobilize her army without a purpose. What was she planning? Down below, Seer chatted casually. You're Banthazer of the Pentagon, right? He bowed in salute. It is an honor that you remember my name. What kind of wind brings the demon lord of the 72nd floor here? The young girl replied. I have an important schedule, and you are in my way, so I will handle you myself. He smiled knowingly and replied, perhaps because you are young, you don't know your place. Banthazer then decisively wielded his sword and charged at Seer, thinking to himself, this is perfect. If I take this opportunity to conquer all the way to the 72nd floor, my master will be very pleased. Seer, who had been calm, suddenly activated her combat energy. Her hair fluttered, radiating an imposing aura. Seer unleashed her first move, a scorching opening attack. As she finished speaking, a massive human-headed effigy appeared right in front of Banthazer with huge, burning flames. Banthazer was extremely confused, wondering, did she cast that spell without an incantation? Damn, my magic armor is burning even before the attack touched me. This power is on a completely different level than Dantalion's. But how ridiculous! I never expected you to think you could take me down with just magic power. He then slashed through the heat of the great flames, muttering mockingly, this brat has some talent, but things like this will never. Before he could finish his sentence, Seer blew his head off in an instant. Then the young girl mocked, what? Is that all? Dantalion, who had been observing the battle all along, was also confused by Seer's terrifying speed. What has happened? I didn't even see her move. Linnell had been trying to catch up to Seer the whole time. She worriedly called out, Your Majesty, you cannot just rush out alone like that. The young girl waved to greet her. Commander Linnell, you've arrived? But when Linnell was about to step towards Seer, she suddenly realized, wait, is that Banthazer? Varen aside in annoyance. This time, Her Majesty has really caused a huge problem. Linnell helplessly clutched her head. Shut up. Linnell had to explain. Your Majesty, war with the 68th floor is inevitable. Seer asked blankly why. The girl pointed toward the enemy army and continued. If we kill everyone here, no one will know. Linnell replied, this isn't all of them. The other members of the Pentagon must have realized what is happening by now. Seer realized, is that so? If that's the case, then let's blame it on the 69th floor. We were just passing through. But Dantalion begged us for help. Dantalion, listening from above, was even more confused. What is this? Why this sudden chill? Linnell, hearing this, reminded her, but there are too many witnesses. Seer, conversely, was not afraid and replied, we will wipe them all out and force Dantalion to go along with our story. My teacher told me that if necessary, I shouldn't hesitate to kill or threaten others, so I will do exactly that. Linnell was troubled. He teaches your Majesty very well, doesn't he? Seer then smiled and asked again, so, Commander, you handle the troops. It's simple, right? At this point, she could only agree, yes, your Majesty. Dantalion's soldiers were now overjoyed. It seems the 72nd floor is helping us. How should we repay them? With money, maybe? Dantalion, hearing these stupid words, angrily muttered to himself, I'll deal with these bastards as soon as the war is over. Below, little Seer's head moved slightly, as if she was focusing all her mind to prepare a world-shaking dark art. Seer stood proudly between heaven and earth, raising her hands to gather energy, condensing a dark, magical orb carrying an unnatural, thunderous power. Standing before the solid fortress gate, the girl's small figure showed clear resolve as she directed the dark magical energy, Bat Hythian's son, straight at the main gate. The destructive move was unleashed. A horrific explosion rang out, and a violent force leveled the sturdy fortress gate completely, giving Dantalion's troops a massive scare. An earthquake. Save me. As for Dantalion, he was trying to hold onto the wall, trembling as he shouted, Seer Devata, why are you attacking us? The girl looked up and replied, attacking? You've already been conquered. If I hadn't intervened, I would have saved this castle with my own power, so it's mine now. Do you have a problem with that? Dantalion muttered, damn it, so that was your plan all along? Don't make me laugh. A spell like that is nothing to. Then he secretly plotted to use a restorative earth spell, but Dantalion then realized in a panic. What? Why isn't my magic working? Don't tell me this brat has mastered dispel magic. Seeing this, Seer reminded him, struggling is useless. Choose. Be buried with your castle, or take my hand. To be exact, serve under me, but in return, I will keep the 69th floor safe. Seeing this, Seer reminded him. Struggling is useless. Choose. Be buried with your castle, or take my hand. To be exact, serve under me. But in return, I will keep the 69th floor safe. And if things had gone the other way, I might have had the exact same ending as him. Perhaps it's better to take this opportunity and form an alliance with her. Thinking that, he quickly complied. All right, I understand. Let's just stop this for now. Seer interrupted. What kind of subordinate speaks so rudely to their ruler? Dantalion, hearing this, could only lower himself and reply, I understand. I will submit to you, your majesty. Please stop your hand. Thinking that, he quickly complied. All right, I understand. Let's just stop this for now. Seer interrupted. What kind of subordinate speaks so rudely to their ruler? Dantalion, hearing this, could only lower himself and reply, I understand. I will submit to you, your majesty. Please stop your hand. After that, everyone sat down in the 69th floor demon lord's meeting room. Seer suggested, let's review it one last time. Lin L. worriedly whispered, Your Majesty, are you sure about this? This is the first time you've gone against Nahen's advice. Seer, now trembling with nervousness, replied, Commander Lin L., have you forgotten? I'm a demon lord. But Lin L., seeing this expression on the girl, panicked and wondered to herself, Your Majesty, where did your confidence from just a moment ago go? Just then, Nahen rushed in from outside, opened the door, and called out, Seer. This unexpected appearance startled everyone in the room. Seer, in contrast, was extremely panicked and called out, Teacher. The girl stuttered, trying to explain, Teacher, you see, the reason I did that was because... But before she could say anything more, Nahen didn't say a word, but unexpectedly ran over and hugged the girl tight. He let out a sigh of relief and spoke, You're safe. Thank goodness. I'm so glad you're okay. He let out a sigh of relief and spoke, You're safe. Thank goodness. I'm so glad you're okay. Nahen coldly turned to Kane. Commander Epsilon, how is the report? His voice suddenly became hesitant. Well, about that. Pausing for a moment, Kane finally confessed, Actually, Her Majesty Seer has already headed to the battlefield. Nahen immediately turned around, looking stunned. What? Why did Seer? Nahen coldly turned to Kane. Commander Epsilon, how is the report? His voice suddenly became hesitant. Well, about that. Pausing for a moment, Kane finally confessed, Actually, Her Majesty Seer has already headed to the battlefield. Nahen immediately turned around, looking stunned. What? Why did Seer? Kane frantically tried to stop him. Master Nahen, Her Majesty will be fine. He glared, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Did I do something wrong? I don't remember doing anything. No, that's not what's important right now. Nahen felt a burning sensation in his stomach. Surely she was okay. But what if Seer got hurt? He immediately rushed off to find her. Seer. Nahen's appearance left Seer unable to hide her surprise. Teacher. The girl widened her eyes as she looked at him, her voice trembling slightly as she hurried to explain, The thing is, the reason I did it was because... But Nahen didn't wait for the other to finish. He rushed over and hugged Seer tightly. You're safe. His strained nerves finally relaxed. Thank goodness, I'm so glad. Seer's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. Afterward, Nahen politely said, If everyone doesn't mind, could you give us some privacy for a moment? Dantalion immediately jumped from his seat. Hey, who do you think you are to barge in here? He immediately shouted with impatience. Didn't you hear what I said? I told you to get out. Dantalion was silenced by that gloomy surge of mana. What is this? What on earth is this terrifying mana? What kind of thing is he? Dantalion was silenced by that gloomy surge of mana. What is this? What on earth is this terrifying mana? What kind of thing is he? Seer whispered, I just wanted to be helpful. He lowered himself and patiently said, I told you that you didn't have to do that. But the girl insisted, getting all worked up. But I did a great job without making any mistakes. I conquered the 69th floor and killed Banthazer of the Pentagon. I even captured Crowley alive. Seeing Seer so persistent, Nahen squinted and nodded. Well done. I didn't say you didn't do well. But you know what happens to a force when it loses its demon lord. The responsibility on your shoulders is heavy. From now on, be more careful. The girl whispered, Yes, teacher, he added slowly. Besides, I didn't want you to reveal your power so soon. The girl finally looked up, puzzled. Why not? Nahin explained very patiently. Information is power. It's best not to let the enemy know your true strength. He slowly stood up. Anyway, what's done is done. Now let's figure out what the next step is. Is this a peace treaty? Seer, hearing the question, turned to look. Yes, would you like to take a look? He slowly stood up. Anyway, what's done is done. Now let's figure out what the next step is. Is this a peace treaty? Seer, hearing the question, turned to look. Yes, would you like to take a look? He smiled and happily praised. You handled this quite neatly. The girl, hearing this, quickly asked, Then will you fulfill my wish? Nahin replied slowly, The outing? Of course. Seer's eyes couldn't hide her excitement for a moment. Really? He said softly, But first we have to deal with the 68th floor. I don't think Decorabia will just sit back. The girl's expectant look dimmed slightly. That's right. Nahin quickly continued. Then we should start the meeting again. Afterward, he waited for everyone to return before starting to ask, Dantalion, do you know the total size of Decorabia's army? He slowly replied, From what I know, they have 250,000 infantry, 50,000 cavalry, and over 1,000 magic warriors. Nahin crossed his arms, troubled. That is indeed a lot. Meanwhile, Seer kept pointing, making Dantalion a bit confused. What's wrong with Her Majesty? Is it because I'm speaking informally? However, he ignored it and continued. However, it can be said that their numbers were halved after today's battle. Nahin replied softly. Even so, there's still about 150,000 left. The girl signaled that she understood. So this is the right way to talk. I'd better be careful. Nahin slowly rubbed his chin. I guess there are almost no private soldiers left on the 69th floor. Hearing this, Dantalion awkwardly confirmed, It's embarrassing to admit, but that is true. He hesitated for a moment and asked, Is there any way to wage war while preserving our current infrastructure? Before Dantalion could answer, Seer spoke up. We still have Citri, but... Nahin slowly explained. This will be an all-out war, so damage is inevitable. Restoration won't be easy either. The girl heard him say that and felt completely dejected. It's all my fault. Nahin patiently comforted. Don't be so discouraged. Just take this as a lesson. Outwardly he was like that, but inside he felt a bit heavy. Everything only went smoothly for me because I've played this game dozens of times, not because I'm some kind of genius. To fix this mess, he calmly said, I really didn't want to use it, but there is still one way. Outwardly he was like that, but inside he felt a bit heavy. Everything only went smoothly for me because I've played this game dozens of times, not because I'm some kind of genius. To fix this mess, he calmly said, I really didn't want to use it, but there is still one way. At the same time, at the 68th floor Demon Lord's castle, Decorabia's angry roar echoed. Banthazer is dead. Crowley is captured. You've lost the majority of your soldiers and still couldn't conquer the 69th floor. He shouted furiously. And you call yourself the Pentagon? I trusted you and gave you everything. Yet this is the result. In Rubia and Crutch all bowed down in unison. We have no excuse. Your Majesty, please give us one more chance. And then spoke on behalf of the group. This time, we will definitely deal with Dantalion. Decorabia gritted his teeth and growled, Fine, but this time I don't just want Dantalion. I want the head of that brat Seer Devata too. If you fail, your head will be on the chopping block. The whole group trembled and accepted the order. Yes, Your Majesty. A moment later, and sighed exhaustedly, I was just talking tough to save my life. He shook his head helplessly. I have nothing. Even Banthazer was taken down. Rubia, hearing this, loudly retorted, How did Banthazer die? He was wearing magic armor, and frowned and looked over. You were down there with him. You should be the one who knows best, Rubia. She angrily slammed her hand on the table. I was busy fighting somewhere else. Besides, Lin-El suddenly appeared. I barely had time to retreat, and finished listening and agreed. Yeah, that was impressive. Crutch, on this side, nodded and added, Retreating wasn't a bad decision. Not if the opponent is Lin-El. Saying that, he frowned in annoyance. Honestly, it's surprising. I didn't expect that young demon lord to build a force like that. and immediately looked unpleasant. That's why we have to nip this in the bud right now. Who knows if Seer Devata might have even been reincarnated. Saying that, he frowned in annoyance. Honestly, it's surprising. I didn't expect that young demon lord to build a force like that, and immediately looked unpleasant. That's why we have to nip this in the bud right now. Who knows if Seer Devata might have even been reincarnated. Citri might be their ally, but they won't want to clash with us either. She sighed, confused. Why make it sound so complicated? You're just saying we should attack first. He replied softly, simply put, that's right. Anyway, if you all understand, everyone get ready. The words were barely out of his mouth when a subordinate rushed in. General, emergency report. The enemy is attacking. Critch exclaimed, raising his voice. What? Meanwhile, Nahin was standing leisurely on the cliff. The wind was truly refreshing. It felt strangely cozy. Linnell, standing behind him, replied softly, yes, thanks to our rapid advance. It seems there wasn't any ambush. Nahin nodded in appreciation. Well done, Commander, she slowly asked next. But can we really do this without Citri's support? His expression darkened a bit. I don't know. I'm not sure myself. Linnell was startled. What? Nahin chuckled. Why are you surprised? She bowed her head, her face darkening. The Master Nahin, I know, is always calculating. You never act without a solid plan. He laughed involuntarily. I used to be like that. But this time things have become complicated. I don't mean to blame you, Commander. It's my fault for not seeing through the intentions of... Linnell looked at Nahin, confused. Then why are you taking such a big risk? He simply replied, because I think this is the fastest way to minimize casualties. Finishing his sentence, Nahin slowly gave orders. Commander Linnell, stay here with the soldiers. Her expression immediately darkened. Are you planning to go alone? He ran his hand through his hair. No. Her expression immediately darkened. Are you planning to go alone? He ran his hand through his hair. No. He glanced at Dane and Airy. I know you still don't trust them, Commander. That's why I'm going to test them today. Nahin entrusted them softly. Show me how much you have grown. Prove your worth today. The boy and the girl replied in unison, yes. He strode away while his mind wouldn't stop spinning. Can I do it? I'm still not sure. I only took down Andromalius easily because it was a surprise attack. Nahin channeled a bit of mana and fell silent. This body is very strong, that's for sure. But I don't know exactly where its limits are. This anxiety, this uncertainty about the result. He smirked slightly. It was this very anxiety that made him keep Seer out of the battle, because he knew he wouldn't get a second chance. Dane and Airy spoke up together. Master Nahin, I can feel the enemy just ahead. Nahin nodded. Quite a grand welcome committee. He commented sarcastically. They're swarming everywhere. Finishing his sentence, Nahin smiled coldly and aggressively. You two cover me when the moment comes. Let's go. Below the cliff and scan the distance. Scouts reported that the enemy had reached the other side of the valley, but, he said, puzzled, but why is there only one person? Am I seeing this right? And added, this is definitely a trap. He frowned and nodded. I agree. We will wait here and send a scouting team out to assess their movements. Rubia was enthusiastic. Maybe they've already run away? And turned to look at her. Rubia, do you think that's logical? After going to the trouble of coming all this way, Critch quickly stated his speculation. It's highly likely they are lying in ambush along the hillside. Critch frowned in annoyance. Impossible. Do you really not feel any mana at all? She replied irritably. Exactly. That's why I said maybe they've run away. He mused for a moment. If they knew Rubia was here, they might have avoided using magic entirely. Rubia charged in. You cowards. You just want to believe it's a trap, don't you? As soon as she finished, she used her wings and darted off. Stay here and wait if you want. I'll go check for myself. Critch and shouted in surprise, but it was too late. Wait, Rubia. As soon as she finished, she used her wings and darted off. Stay here and wait if you want. I'll go check for myself. Critch and shouted in surprise, but it was too late. Wait, Rubia. Rubia's heart was burning. Honestly, you non-flying insects are all the same. How much longer are you going to keep sending scouts? She used all her speed to fly toward the shadow approaching. You should have faced us head-on. Rubia gritted her teeth and flew toward him. Watch closely. Witness the horror of Happy. Nahin calmly parted his lips. Pierced. Immediately, her body was impaled by something that shot up from the ground. Rubia muttered in pain. Am I dying like this? Then, her body fell heavily to the ground. And Crutch, witnessing this from afar, were utterly panicked. Rubia. Crutch's voice was no longer as steady as before. Damn it. Rubia, just like that. And screamed in fury. Who are you? Nahin slowly walked over with a grim expression. You talk too much for being on a battlefield. At that exact moment, a pair of red eyes snapped open. Leviathan appeared behind him, its massive shadow stretching across the ground. Nahin wore a cold, sinister smirk. Clean this place up for me, Leviathan. The soldiers were now in a state of helpless panic. Horses ran wildly through the dark, smoke-filled space. The soldiers didn't know where to run, only screaming in despair. No, they're attacking like mad. They won't stop. Loud screams rang out, plunging the area into chaotic horror. Somewhere there were still voices begging for help. Please, save me. Leviathan obeyed, unleashing continuous, deep attacks with terrifying destructive power. And, observing from afar, became frantic and blurted out, This is a disaster. I've never heard of power like this. He rode his horse toward Nahin and cursed. You bastard! Who on earth are you? He replied in a cold tone. Me? I'm wondering the same thing. Ari, standing nearby, asked blankly, Hey, Dane, do we really need to intervene? He hesitated. Probably not, but we have to do something, even if just to prove our worth. Ari agreed. That's right. We were the ones who made this choice. Go ahead, Dane. I'll provide support. Dane leaped high and replied, I'm counting on you. Ari stood below and began casting support spells, granting him the speed of the wind. Dane received the power and zoomed off. He then launched an attack. Take this. Ari quickly supported him, granting him a solid shield. A blast of energy carrying blinding lightning surged forward like a storm, crashing fiercely into the opponent's defensive light barrier, creating a heaven-shaking explosion. And, assess the situation, he's finished. Charge, everyone! But from within the thick smoke, Dane appeared, to the confusion of everyone. He then charged forward coldly like a storm, preparing for a frenzied, relentless attack. Then a loud scream of regret rang out. Lord Dahak, crew, acting like a madman, gritted his teeth. That bastard is just a lowly human. How dare he? He roared, declaring, I will tear you apart with my own hands. Nahin spoke up. You shouldn't let your guard down on the battlefield. Nahin, powerfully channeling his full strength, unleashed a sword strike with the might of an army, slashing through the chest and extinguishing the spirit of the crazed, roaring monster crew. He mocked coldly, Don't make such a racket. I'll send Decarabia to join you soon enough. Ari, watching from afar, was stunned and wondered, Really? Did it really succeed? Suddenly, Seer appeared from nowhere, startling her. That human, where is teacher? Ari stuttered, He's right down there. Seer, seeing Nahin, joyfully exclaimed, You did it, didn't you, teacher? Ari thought to herself, I didn't expect him to be able to make that kind of face. Seer then started chatting, Someday I'll be able to do that too, right? Ari hesitated, Of course. You are a great demon lord, your majesty. The girl turned to compliment her. You really know how to talk. This comment made Ari shy, so she changed the subject. But your majesty, does Master Nahin know you're here? Seer replied. I came to see him without letting him know. The girl wondered. But what does that have to do with you? Ayi, confused, apologized. I'm sorry. I misspoke. Seer stopped being happy and asked coldly. That human, you don't happen to have any strange feelings for my teacher, do you? Ari immediately knelt and bowed. I'm sorry, I was just too afraid of Master Nahin. Seer was startled. What? She raised her head, her face pale, and stuttered. Isn't that what you meant? Seer realized she had been a bit too harsh. Never mind, I was wrong. Their conversation ended when Nahin ran over and called out to Seer. She happily replied, Teacher. The girl realized, Dane, you're safe. Dane replied, Ari, it's all thanks to you. Beside them, Nahin asked Seer, What are you doing here? She replied casually, I came to see you, teacher. He smiled and replied, Is that so? Thank you. Nahin thought. I've wiped out everything that could threaten her. Perhaps I should let her gain a bit more combat experience. He patted her head and said, the Demon Lord's castle on the 68th floor is currently almost empty, Seer. Why don't you and Captain Lin L go clean up the rest? Seer happily replied, yes, teacher. Then he turned and said, and you too, well done. You have practiced very hard over the past year. I will assign you tasks when we return. Get some rest until then. Dane and Eri bowed. Yes, Master Nahin. He surveyed the scene and concluded, that's almost the end of conquering the 68th floor. Now I just need to find that thing. On Decarabia's side, he was trembling, having just survived the most horrific battle of his life. In front of him was Seer, who happily complimented herself. He wasn't that strong. Lin L reminded her. That's because your majesty has become too strong. Your ancient magic. How could Master Nahin know such ancient magic? Everything should have been lost after that period. Decarabia, conversely, though terrified, shouted profanities. Seer, you crazy bastard. You've created a monster. Lin L reminded her. Your majesty, Master Nahin ordered us to keep Decarabia alive. The girl said nothing, directly grabbing Decarabia by the collar and lifting him up. He was panicked at being lifted so high and asked, what are you going to do? Seer didn't answer but spoke to Lin L. I know, Captain Lin L. I just need to keep him alive, right? After giving Decarabia a few punches to vent, Lin L stood by and said worriedly, your majesty, you're going to kill him. As for him, with his face swollen, he could only mumble helplessly, just kill me. Seer was confused. Why is he so weak? Just say Captain Lin L did this. Teacher will be angry if he finds out. Seer happily replied, thank you, Captain. As soon as she finished, Nahin walked in from outside and asked, what are you thanking her for? Seer happily replied, thank you, Captain. As soon as she finished, Nahin walked in from outside and asked, what are you thanking her for? He asked, that's Decarabia lying over there, isn't it? Seer was startled. This is... Nahin reminded her seriously, do not lie. If you do something wrong, you must be honest. Seer bowed her head in apology. Yes, I'm sorry. He bent down to examine Decarabia. Good grief, he's in such a state. At least he's still alive. He could only mumble one sentence. Kill me. Lin L asked, but Master Nahin, why are you keeping Decarabia alive? He's not the type of person to bow to others like Dantalion. Nahin replied, I'm not sparing his life. I'm just gathering information. Seer, you've heard of nebulous stones, right? She replied, yes, they're a specialty of the 68th floor. He explained, I will cross-reference Crew's testimony with Decarabia's. Only the 68th floor Demon Lord and his confidants know the location of the mine in the game. It's annoying that the mine's location changes after every playthrough. Seer wondered, wouldn't it be easier to just capture the other members of the Pentagon? Nahin wiped the blood off his hands with a cloth and replied, their resistance was too fierce, so I had no choice but to kill them. He thought to himself, honestly, I didn't realize I was this strong. Teacher told me not to lie, and here he is doing it himself. What a double standard. Seer had another question. Brainwashing doesn't work on a Demon Lord. How can you make him open his mouth? Nahin smiled at this. Suddenly, a new guest appeared. Long time no see. Seer recognized Lady Citri. She spoke, I heard you needed my help, so I came. This scene is quite impressive. Is that bloody mess Decarabia? My dear, you're so hard to find. You didn't even drop by the train. I put everything aside to come here, you know? Citri, after speaking, looked at Seer and thought to herself, not again. That terrifying gaze. He's the reason I couldn't visit. Wait, if I use my ability in front of this child, would he stop at just glaring at me? Because she was too scared, Citri could only stand behind Nahin and suggest, take Her Majesty away immediately. He asked, is this really that focused? She insisted, yes. Leave now. Nahin then said to Seer, all right, I understand. We'll wait outside. Seer, let's go. She happily replied, yes, teacher. Outside, she asked, teacher, how could Lady Citri find the nebulous stones? He replied, isn't fire magic her main ability? That's both right and wrong. Citri has a unique ability. Inside the room, she started casting, Decarabia, there is something I want to know. Even with a swollen mouth, he was determined. I won't tell you anything. That is a power that makes anyone of the opposite sex fall in love with her forever. Citri cast her love fog. Come on, just tell me where the nebula stone mine is. You can tell me, right? Decarabia, it won't work if they are equals. But in his current state, Citri determined he would surrender easily. Decarabia, after being hit by the spell, started being honest 50 kilometers to the west. Citri demanded, That's right, that's it. Tell me more. Yes. And from there, after grasping everything that needed to be known, Citri said, Thanks for the information, you idiot. As a reward, I'll give you my heart, though it might be a bit hot. Decarabia, still lost in blind love, blurted out, So this is your heart. Thank you. I love you, Citri. Right outside the door, Nahan's polite voice rang out. Thank you for your help. Citri rubbed her chin and replied indifferently, You're welcome. Are you planning to sell the nebula stones? He shared his new plan frankly. I can't rely on weapons and slaves forever. I need a new source of income. Although he said that, Nahan hid his true purpose in his mind. There are also things I absolutely must get from the nebula stone mine. Citri suddenly laughed insincerely and spoke very politely. But it's not that I'm greedy or anything, but I helped you find the nebula stone mine. He quickly caught the implication and cut her off. I was going to give you a share anyway. However, the next announcement from Nahan left Citri stiff as a board. But because you're so thick-skinned, I've changed my mind. She was so stunned she yelled, No way. That's so unfair. Enjoying her interesting expression enough, Nahan finally compromised. I understand. I'll share the nebula stones with you. So please act as if Her Majesty has conquered the 68th floor. Citri was hit with a huge piece of cake and couldn't believe it for a moment. I also get the Demon Lord's castle. Fine. Nahan, afraid this one would start imagining things, had to correct her. I mean only on paper. Please act as if Her Majesty has conquered it, getting a free Demon Lord's castle without sending a single soldier. Don't you think that's a bit thick-skinned? Yet this time, Citri had the guts to retort, No, it's like last time, so they might misunderstand. Furthermore, if the rumor that I am conquering floors spreads, they will be wary of me and regaining power will be harder. Yet this time, Citri had the guts to retort, No, it's like last time, so they might misunderstand. Furthermore, if the rumor that I am conquering floors spreads, they will be wary of me and regaining power will be harder. Nahan suddenly reached out and switched to a serious tone. In return, I will give you half of the nebula stones. Having learned from the previous trap, Citri asked carefully, Really? He urged her warmly, What is your choice? Nahan suddenly reached out and switched to a serious tone. In return, I will give you half of the nebula stones. Having learned from the previous trap, Citri asked carefully, Really? He urged her warmly, What is your choice? Nahan had been impatient for a while. Seer took the initiative to decide for this perfect couple. Then it's a deal. Nahan looked at her smile and was startled, remarking, By the way, Seer should really handle things like this herself. But on the other side, Citri didn't have that luck, so she stuttered her agreement. That's right, I should do that with Her Majesty. Just remember to hand over those stones. I'm leaving. Watching her run for her life like being chased by a ghost, Nahan felt very confused. What's wrong with her? Seer, although she knew she was the cause, still smiled happily and lied. Maybe she remembered something urgent. He didn't linger too long, but quickly switched to another topic. All right, Seer. About the outing, do you want to resolve the aftermath of the war first, or go tomorrow? The girl thought for a moment before making a decision. I will finish my work first, because I am a demon lord. Nahan boldly suggested immediately. Then why don't you try it yourself? Just hand the nebula stone mine over to me. Seer didn't even think. She happily threw the hot potato away. Yes, teacher. A while later in her room, Seer was looking at her hand, dazed. It had been a long time since she had held teacher's hand. Inside her heart, she was swirling in the confusion of adolescence. I know I'm not a child anymore, so he can't spoil me anymore. But this time when it's just the two of us, I will hold his hand as much as I want. At the same time, Argal's complaining voice rang out. Is this nebulous stone mine abandoned? There's no one here. Nahan calmly explained. I told them start working later so they wouldn't get in the way. It didn't hesitate to show its laziness. Is there something I need to protect here? Can I go back to sleep? He tried to suppress his frustration to enlighten it. Stop talking nonsense. I came here to find something with your ability. You can distinguish ores, right? Argal pulled its neck back and muttered. That's why you brought me along. Nahin didn't delay any longer, but showed his capitalist nature. Scanned the rocky area inside the mine thoroughly. There will definitely be a gold bracelet. This godforsaken task sparked its curiosity. Understood, Master Nahin. But why would a gold bracelet be buried in ore? He swayed his body and threw back an irresponsible answer. Well, I don't really know either. Argal easily compromised. What? I understand. I'll find it. But internally, there are still knots. He must have a reason for hiding it. Argal didn't know that Nahin's own mind was truly confused. Even I find it strange. It doesn't even have any logic at all. If it was created to be hidden, there's no reason to create it. Is it a joke by the game developers? Argal didn't know that Nahin's own mind was truly confused. Even I find it strange. It doesn't even have any logic at all. If it was created to be hidden, there's no reason to create it. Is it a joke by the game developers? Thinking of this, Nahin immediately covered his mouth and laughed. Now half of that income is ours. Argal looked at that despicable face and felt a chill throughout its body. Why is he like that all of a sudden? Finished laughing, Nahin switched to serious mode. I need to prepare in advance. My conquering of the 69th floor will soon be known by low-level demon lords. Since there is no problem in financial expansion, thanks to the Nebula Stones, I should start building the army seriously. From now on, it will be very difficult to advance without casualties. Just then, his train of thought was interrupted by Argal. Master Nahin, I think I've found it. There is something that is not a Nebula Stone around here. He rushed over to warn. Really? Move aside. Nahin didn't hesitate. Opened his hand and unleashed substance, materia. Following that was the extraction light. Extraction name spilled onto his palm. The space that was once dark was suddenly filled with shimmering light. Nahin looked at the thing gradually revealing itself before his eyes, satisfied to the point of praising his horse. Found it. Well done. Since the item was in his hands, he felt somewhat relieved. Its name is the Ancient Gold Bracelet. In the game, this item also increases growth efficiency. I wonder how it will manifest here. Argal, who was playing an invisible person nearby, suddenly spoke up. Master Nahin is trembling on the ground, cautiously begging. If you are done, please retract the energy. Nahin was startled to realize his oversight. I didn't expect my energy to affect you up there. Is it too much to bear? Argal couldn't lift its head, but still honestly reported, it feels like my whole body is about to fall apart. He scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry about that. He even put a reminder sign in his heart. From now on, I should be careful with my magic. Returning inside, Dantalion was timidly negotiating. Do I really have to sign with a blood seal? Seer firmly pushed the document forward and affirmed. Yes. There's nothing more certain than this, right? In her heart, she was burning with determination. Teacher trusted and assigned this to me, so I have to complete it neatly to speed up the process. Seer didn't mind threatening him more. Why don't you want to do it? Or do you have some other hidden motive? Should I make you just like Decorabia? Dantalion was startled and hurriedly backed down. No, of course not. I will sign. After lifting his finger from the paper, he reported tremblingly, I have signed. Seer pressed the seal, satisfied, and reminded him, from now on, answer the machine, be on time. Because you used to be a demon lord, I believe you will do well. Dantalion looked at the similar mark on his hand and obeyed. Yes, your majesty. The girl finished and immediately cast him aside. Done, you can go. Seer waited for him to disappear and immediately switched to a sweet tone. Teacher, did I make any mistakes? But Nahin didn't hesitate to give thumbs up. No, you did well. You look like a real demon lord. The girl, in a state of excitement, planned the next step. Now, there's only repairing the demon lord's castle on the 69th floor and moving in. He also felt this schedule was extremely reasonable. Yes, since we've resolved all the important matters. Let's prepare to depart. Seer took the opportunity to pour out her request. I want a quiet place, beautiful scenery, and not crowded. Nahin tried to suppress his smile to advise. All right. Teacher will find a location tomorrow, So today you should get some rest. Seer saw the deal was solid, so she shouted without any worry. But the girl's expression suddenly stopped when Nahin took out the bracelet. And this too. Teacher prepared this for you. Seer took it with both hands and chirped like a baby bird. Is this really mine? Thank you, teacher. Nahin patiently added. Always wear it from now on. He couldn't have expected that his goodwill would add shackles to Seer's heart. As expected, I can't let teacher leave. Teacher, on the side of the city of Celieno, Dane was casually exclaiming, it's been a long time since I came to the human world. Even Ari agreed. Right then, he suddenly reminded her, you remember Master Nahin's order, right? Both unconsciously recalled what he said before leaving. Recently, the number of humans infiltrating the 72nd floor has decreased significantly. Disguise yourselves as adventurers in the human world, grasp the situation, and send information periodically. So decide the direction for yourself first. I will go to HM City, so you stay here. We will meet in Celieno City once a month. Register as a new adventurer at the guild and start right away. You remember our aliases, right? I am Daniel, and you are Ellie. Ari unconsciously expressed her anxiety. Yes, understood. But will we really not be exposed? Even with fake documents. He raised his sword and reminded her immediately. Ellie, listen carefully. Of course, this must be very hard to accept, but stopped for a moment to put the focus on her shoulders before emphasizing. There is no one left here who remembers us, so you just need to be careful. Don't unnecessarily get involved with scum. Ari was poked in the sore spot and immediately reacted. I'm not that stupid. Dane teased enough, then took out the treasure. Even so, if you are in danger, smash this. Ari asked blankly, what is this? He shook it in his hand, then left a careless user manual, a type of alarm device. If you smash it, mine will smash too. Ari looked at his back and called out softly, understood. Thank you. When Ari turned her back in the opposite direction, she couldn't help but complain to herself. Does he really think I'm a troublemaker? What could possibly happen on this peaceful mountain? But Dane's words seemed to come true immediately because a playful voice rang out, Hey, miss. The opponent surrounded her and aggressively threatened. Hand over all your belongings and get lost. Otherwise, you won't have it easy. Ari internally sighed deeply. Dane was half right. When she opened her mouth, she didn't hesitate to expose them. But do you know, looking at your appearance, you don't even look like real mountain bandits. Why are you doing this? The guys who were hit in the heart dropped their faces and grumbled. Ah, how did you know? Finally, one of them weakly represented them to explain, with the state of the country like this, we don't have any other choice. This statement successfully aroused Ari's curiosity. What is happening to the state of the country in the Holy Kingdom? The remaining man hurried forward and poured out a series of grievances. Don't you know? The higher-ups have completely lost their minds. They are putting people on trial and burning villages, with the excuse of hunting for demons and hiding. Her surprise made that group of men even more confused. What? You really don't know? After all, Ari shared half-truth and half-lie. For some reasons, I've been stuck on a mountain for a year. They sighed together. Poor thing. The girl was consoled to the point of total confusion. Poor for what? The kind man comforted. You must have lost your memory due to the shock of losing your hometown. Our situation is not much better. But if you follow us, we will take care of you. This time, Ari was scared by their kindness. No, I'm completely fine. He didn't hesitate to inform the girl. You expect me to believe a girl lived alone on the mountain for a year? If the Holy Knights hear that, you will immediately be considered a witch. Ari turned pale to the point her voice changed. You said witch? The kind man carefully clarified the situation. The Great Temple has issued a statement. The disappearance of humans in the demon world started 5 years ago, actually caused by witches hiding in the human world, so the Holy Knights started turning the cities and villages upside down to find them. They burned villages to purify and kidnap children. Ari stuttered to confirm one more time. No, they did something like that? What about the adventurers? The group of men immediately sighed in turns. The adventurers are acting as pawns for the Holy Knights. Crazy bastards. I miss my daughter so much. Ari suddenly became very quiet because of so many thoughts swirling in her head. It's strange. The Holy Knights are acting without clear evidence. and the adventurers have been incited. If it were just a few nameless people, it would be one thing, but dragging the guild leader into it would be very difficult. You don't seem to understand, right? Miss, I already told you that was a statement issued by the Great Temple. This is the Holy Kingdom. That is the Pope's will, so everyone has no choice but to obey. The conversation stopped just like that at the edge of the forest. The scene now shifts to the Grand Temple. Inside the bathroom, the shower suddenly cuts off. The master of the castle steps out, feeling refreshed and in high spirits. It feels great to be clean. Have you been waiting long? The person who had been standing outside waiting the whole time just smiled and asked back, is the investigation progressing well? Pope Cernius didn't let the smile leave his face as he continued to share his joy. Just as you said, I have ordered a nationwide search, and there are indeed many minions of the devil. The old man turned toward the woman and rubbed his hands in a subservient manner. It is all thanks to you. She gave a faint smile and replied politely. It is thanks to the Pope's hard work. Cernius even knelt down to fully express his sincerity. You are the only one who recognizes my hard work. He paused for a moment, as if too overwhelmed with emotion, and it took a long time before he softly called her name, Lily. The next day, Nahan and Seer went boating together on the vast, peaceful, and beautiful mountain lake, a spot recommended by Bennett, so the two could relax and unwind. Nahan realized his companion was slightly tense and asked if she disliked water. Seer hurriedly shook her head to deny it, her face turning red. She quickly reassured Nahan that she actually enjoyed this trip very much. The lake sparkled under the sunlight, creating a mystical and tranquil atmosphere all along the crystal-clear water. The luxurious villa by the lake looked charming, and the surrounding scenery was breathtakingly beautiful. However, the young demon queen discovered a small problem. The entire entourage, maids, and subordinates had tagged along. This was because Nahan had once asserted that a monarch should never be allowed to go anywhere alone without an escort. Seer sighed to herself because she couldn't be alone with her master to act spoiled. Even so, she still thanked him for arranging such a wonderful place. Nahan encouraged her to cheer up a bit, gently asking if anything was bothering her or making her look sad throughout the trip. Seer flashed a radiant smile, insisting that she actually felt happy with everyone around. Seeing that, her master felt much more relieved. Although still slightly disappointed in her heart, Seer pretended as if nothing was wrong. When Nahan was about to ask more, the chef called him because the meal was ready. Seer immediately urged everyone to hurry so they could go eat. She shifted her posture, deciding to enjoy the happy feast with everyone. Under the outdoor sky by the sparkling lakeside, everyone gathered for a joyful outdoor party, relaxing with countless delicious dishes and bursts of laughter. Nahan and Seer happily played in the water, splashing each other in the shallow area of the lake under the attentive but friendly gaze of Commander Rin. The scene takes place at night under the full moon. Seer thanks the maid, Leah, for preparing a relaxing hot bath for her. Afterward, she puts on cute pajamas and asks where her master is. Leah says that Nahan just left for a short walk. Seer immediately decides to go find him, turning down the offer to call Commander El Raza to go with her. She promises to only walk around near the villa area. Seer feels her master's magical energy radiating from a certain direction and happily runs off to meet him. Upon approaching a bench in the dark garden, she sees Nahan sitting with a pensive and serious look, holding a piece of paper in his hand. Seer watches worriedly from afar as her master silently burns the paper with a small flame generated from his fingertips. She asks if something is wrong. Nahan is startled by her appearance, then explains that he just received an information letter from the human, Aries. According to Aries' investigation, many human villages are being burned, and innocent civilians are being put on trial under the pretext of hunting down the demon race. Faced with this horrific news, Seer frantically asks if the kingdom's monarch has lost his mind. The master completely agrees with this suspicion. Nahan worries that the chaos in the human world might force a legendary hero to appear, which would cause serious trouble for his current plan. Nahan recalls that in the game, the hero is a true disaster. He says if Dane confirms this chaotic information, he will have to go to the human kingdom himself to intervene. He explains that if the Holy Kingdom uses the demon race as a scapegoat to unite other countries to launch a war, the entire army will turn against their race. Seer confidently asserts that her master will defeat any invasion, just like how he crushed Decarabia's army. She reveals that she had deduced that feat from the remaining tracks. Seer asks what the giant sea monster he summoned actually was, which makes Nehen embarrassed. He honestly admits that he himself does not know what it is. Nehen lies, saying it is just an unusually large pet. Seer then admires and respects her master's ability to tame monsters. She enthusiastically praises him, while Nehen silently thanks his disciples' innocence for believing in that clumsy excuse. Nehen stands up and says the chaotic situation in the human empire is currently not beneficial to them, as they have only just begun to rebuild their forces. Nehen stands up and says the chaotic situation in the human empire is currently not beneficial to them, as they have only just begun to rebuild their forces. Seer sweetly asks him to put work aside during this vacation and invites him for a romantic walk alone in the woods. Although initially intending to head back to his room, Nehen still yields to his disciple's request, inviting her to walk under the moonlight. Seer beams with joy. Seer clings tightly to her master's arm, affectionately and comfortably throughout the walk. Nehen smiles to himself when he realizes she still retains her childlike traits. However, a fierce and obsessive look flashes in Seer's eyes. She silently vows that no matter what, she will not let her beloved master leave her side. In a private room of a cafe in the Holy Kingdom, Seer is complimenting human clothing with Cecily. Nehen reminds both of them to be careful with their conversation, even though it is quite safe here. Seer promises to be cautious. Cecily assures him that the spell to hide her ears, tail, and horns is very strong, so there is no need to worry about being discovered. Nehen silently remembers that Seer had insisted on going with him to better understand human society. While happily enjoying a strawberry shortcake, Seer curiously asks her master when a human spy will arrive to begin the meeting. Nehen says they arrived a bit early. Seer shows contempt for the spy, making her master realize she sometimes appears with the true demeanor of a demon queen. Just then, the meeting room door opens, and Dane appears in a perfect disguise. Nehen compliments his punctuality. Dane respectfully greets the queen and Nehen. Nehen gets straight to the point, asking if he has brought all the requested documents and reports. Dane hands over fake papers and a high-ranking adventurer badge. Seer angrily demands to be given a high rank equivalent to Nehen's. Nehen reassures his disciple, explaining that he needs a high rank to act quickly and promises to get her a similar one soon. Seer pouts unhappily but still reluctantly accepts her master's explanation, then puts away her fake adventurer card. Nehen asks about the current rumors. Dane reports that the Holy Kingdom is warning other countries about a ruthless hunt targeting those who serve the demon race. The church is seeking political support from the outside. Dane also cautiously mentions an extremely strange rumor that is spreading. Dane tells of the strange rumor that the gentle Pope suddenly changed his personality completely after sheltering a mysterious and attractive woman in his private room. Nehen is severely shocked and can't believe it. He wonders how the Pope could fall to such a level. Dane adds that any illicit behavior in the temple would immediately be handled by the Inquisition, so the allegations aimed at the church leader are almost unbelievable. Nehen muses and orders a thorough investigation. He correctly deduces that the woman who infiltrated the Pope's room is not human. He calculates that Bellowit from the first floor is very likely the mastermind behind this. But then he denies it himself because the Pope's holy power would kill any demon, even a demon lord. Nehen remembers that the celestial deity the kingdom worships is actually an angel who blessed the capital of Babylon. He wonders what would happen if a demon walked in there. Seer asks if he has any other suspicions. He remembers the crucial difference in the game between regular demons and high-level demons, extremely powerful entities living deep in hell. They only desire to destroy the angels' celestial realm. It is possible one of them has contacted the Pope to carry out a secret plot against heaven. If the hypothesis is correct, Nehen needs to resolve this quickly to gain time and prevent the legendary hero from appearing sooner than expected. Just like in the game, he decides he will personally go to the capital of Babylon. He orders Seer and Cecily along with the spy Eri to go to Kalino City to investigate the hunt. Seer asks to go with him, but Nahan explains that the holy power in the capital will be fatal to her, even though his current body is completely immune. He comforts his disciple that her mission is also extremely important because the information she collects will determine the direction of the plan later on. Nahan emphasizes that he entrusts this mission to her because he believes in her ability. Seer blushes with happiness and promises to try her best. Nahan calls Dane to prepare to set off immediately. He says goodbye to the young queen. Seer gently tells her master to be careful on the dangerous journey. Seer naively asks Cecily about the meaning of the Pope bringing a woman into his private room. Cecily is extremely awkward and stammers, unable to find words. Seer demands a sincere explanation and wonders if sleeping with someone is a bad thing, because she used to sleep with Cecily or Leah when she was young. Cecily realizes her queen grew up lacking basic knowledge, so she takes this opportunity to explain clearly and naturally. She leans close, whispering into the young queen's ear the true meaning behind the phrase, bringing someone into the bedroom. Seer blushes, deeply shocked, and reacts by saying her father once told her that babies are brought by dragons when lovers sleep holding hands. Cecily laughs loudly and explains that her father just made it up because she was too young at the time. Seer finally understands the truth, smiles meaningfully, her heart racing. Seer thinks excitedly to herself. Since her master is male and she is female, later on, she can also do that intimate thing with Nahan. Returning to the present, in the sunny city of Salino, the young spy, Eri, timidly asks how she should address her two allies from now on. Seer honestly admits that she cannot read or speak the human language, so she doesn't know what her alias is either. After confirmation from Cecily that she doesn't know either, Eri holds the papers and reads aloud. Seer's alias will be Sarah, and Cecily will use the codename Sylvia. She guesses that Nahan just forgot to mention it beforehand. Cecily remarks that Nahan deliberately chose codenames similar to their real names to avoid confusion, making the demon queen feel very happy because of her master's thoughtfulness. Eri stammers nervously, asking for permission to call her by her alias when outside. She swears she absolutely has no intention of vying for power with Seer. Seer agrees with no problem, since this is Nahan's order to hide their identities, while also allowing Cecily to use an alias too. Cecily just wants to pretend to be a silent maid. Seer asks why Eri has a AA rank. The girl explains that the rank is based not just on raw power, but also on the number of completed missions. Eri smiles with radiant pride, saying she's tried her best to complete every mission excellently, only hoping to please and become useful to Nahan. Hearing that Eri does everything for Nahan, Seer's expression immediately darkens, sharply warning that she won't kill her because she is her master's servant, but she must be careful. After speaking, Seer turns away, leaving Eri in extreme panic. She has absolutely no idea what she said wrong that made the demon queen so jealous and angry. Cecily hurriedly intervenes, explaining that it was just professional loyalty, and Eri nods repeatedly to avoid trouble. Seer accepts the explanation and lets it go, then immediately asks about the schedule and the next plan for the mission in the human city. Eri checks the map and reports that the Adventurers Guild has received a support request from the Knights to conduct a campaign in a village 2 kilometers away. Knowing the target is to hunt down demon spies, Seer gives a smart smile and decides to take this opportunity to observe the enemy's fighting methods. Eri says she has accepted the mission and they will set off tomorrow. She worriedly asks what the queen will do if the knights have information about their territory. Seer calmly replies that she will simply kill everyone who knows anything. Eri tensely agrees that no live witnesses can be left. Eri gives a final, important warning. All holy knights have the ability to summon and manipulate fearsome holy power. Seer finds this information quite interesting and is not at all afraid of the holy barrier, but quickly corrects herself and promises to be cautious during the mission. The next day, at the bustling Adventurers Guild in Salino, staff start taking attendance for the volunteers who signed up for the dangerous escort mission. Seer asks who is organizing the group. Eri is silently wary that if their true identities are discovered by this person, it will be very troublesome. Eri reveals it is Guild Master Benedict. Seer suggests killing him secretly, but Eri warns that this person has great influence and cannot be touched easily. When the Guild Master loudly calls the codenames Sarah and Sylvia, the two girls calmly raise their hands to confirm. Eri breathes a sigh of relief to see that the fake papers were not suspected and none of the adventurers present recognized. The Guild Master announces that since everyone is gathered, it is time to formally introduce the important client of the mission. A handsome knight enters, accompanied by escorts and cloaks, introducing himself as Joffrey from the prestigious Lilium Holy Knights lineage. Joffrey reassures everyone, affirming that his team will handle all the dangerous front lines, and the adventurers just need to provide simple support. A volunteer asks what they must do. Joffrey instructs that they are responsible for evacuating and protecting civilians while the knights hunt for spies. Seer feels the search team is overly organized, thinking to herself if they might be hunting spies of some other rival demon lord. She whispers a suggestion to kill a civilian, as an example to force the spy to confess quickly. This startles Eri because of her ruthless way of thinking. Eri explains the situation is very serious, and the local villagers are not easily subdued by normal oppression, which makes Seer curious about these resilient humans. Seer raises her hand and asks Joffrey point-blank what method he intends to use to find the infiltrated spy, causing her teammates to panic. Joffrey notices Seer's high A rank and replies that he understands her curiosity, but this information is classified. Seer asks if evil spirits really exist here. Joffrey confirms and says the Pope himself made the declaration. Afterward, he asks the girl's age. Seer replies her age is recorded in the list. Joffrey apologizes, remarks that she looks very young, and officially declares the start of the cleansing campaign. The knights order the residents to come out, otherwise they will burn everything down, causing the whole village to panic in horror. Families trying to hide in their homes are terrified. Soldiers chase fleeing villagers with the charge of being demon kin, ignoring the mother's desperate pleas for them to spare her child. The village is burned to the ground, while adventurers and knights capture defenseless civilians. Everywhere, there is only the sound of desperate screams and cries for help. Seer observes the destruction and realizes humans are indeed very cruel. While her teammates are wondering why only their group was ordered to wait outside, Joffrey returns to announce that the situation is almost handled and requests the group to follow him. Eri feels strange because he only called there 3 people. The knight leads them to the village hall. Joffrey confirms this is where the heretics are hiding and asks the mages to open the locked door. Seeing the magical seal on the door, he explains that it is used to prevent monsters from entering, and his subordinates cannot break it with brute force. Joffrey says he called the girls because using magic to deal with magic is usually the best way. Eri listens attentively. Seer thinks of Nahan's order, then tells everyone to step back and tries to break the hall's protective barrier herself. Joffrey warns that the barrier cannot be broken with normal swords. Seer insists on trying. The knight has no choice but to concede and let her do as she pleases. He silently doubts she will succeed, because even he could not do it. Thinking this recklessness is just the common stupidity of young adventurers, Joffrey stands and watches. But Seer swings a powerful sword strike and shatters the barrier in the blink of an eye, leaving Joffrey in extreme panic and astonishment. Unable to believe the barrier collapsed so easily, Joffrey stammers, not understanding what happened. Seer sheathes her sword and says he doesn't need to thank her. Joffrey praises her effort and reaches out to touch her shoulder to continue commanding. But Seer reacts coldly, ordering him to stop with a dark and terrifying look. Seer asks how he dared to touch her and demands that he take his hand off immediately. Joffrey trembles and steps back, immediately apologizing when feeling the terrifying and gloomy magical pressure radiating from the mysterious girl. Seer feels the work here is done, briefly thinking about killing everyone, but ultimately only tells her group that they have completed their part. Seer tells Eri to stay and observe how the knights handle the situation before returning. Eri is tense, but has no choice other than to obey. Joffrey is still terrified, wondering who the 2 girls are. Eri pulls him back to reality and asks what he intends to do with the people inside. Joffrey takes out a purple gem and explains this is a tool from the Grand Temple capable of identifying demon kin. Eri asks how the gem works. Joffrey admits he doesn't know exactly, but trusts it absolutely because it was handed over by the Pope himself. He decides to start checking suspects, holding the demon-detecting gem and opening the hall door to conduct the interrogation. Just as he enters the Great Hall, Joffrey is blocked by panicked farmers holding farming tools, demanding to know how he broke in here. Joffrey introduces himself as Knight Joffrey and asks everyone to calm down, assuring them that the innocent will be allowed to go home once the investigation ends. The knight asks for cooperation, but the villagers scream angrily that they don't trust him after witnessing their entire village being destroyed. Seeing that dialogue is useless, Joffrey turns to brutal actions, savagely attacking a defenseless farmer to intimidate the rest. The man falls to the floor covered in blood, making the entire hall even more panicked and desperate. Joffrey wipes the blood off his sword, coldly saying that this filthy species only stays quiet when force is used. Eri is horrified by the Holy Knight's cruelty. She is deeply shocked to witness the coldness of the attack and wonders if these soldiers are insane. Joffrey orders the villagers to step out one by one. When the gem glows in front of someone, he immediately convicts them of being an infiltrated demon spy. The knight continues to attack the next victim in cold blood, saying there is no need to fear because everything will end very quickly. The remaining civilians can only look on at the barbaric scene in helplessness. Eri feels it is strange because she does not feel any magical energy from the victims. She realizes the gem is framing innocent people and wonders if this is really a cleansing campaign. When discovering the gem stops glowing, Joffrey complains that it is broken. Eri suggests her talented teammate could take a look at it to fix it. Joffrey agrees to let their group examine the holy gem. Remembering Seer's terrifying power, he hands the gem over without a shred of suspicion. A while later, Seer and her allies analyze the gem. She asks Cecily to examine it, while Eri remarks that this item seems completely useless. After a thorough check, Cecily discovers something alarming. Seer says they must take this discovery to Master Nahan as soon as possible. Seer analyzes the details and reveals that although it is not an item from their territory, this item hides a terrible secret in its magical structure. She explains that the magic power stored in the gem is completely identical to the magic power of the underworld, a place even worse than the demon world. Fearing they might be pursued, Eri is afraid the knights will discover the gem is missing. But Seer decides to set a trap so no one can escape. Cecily manifests fox ears and a tail, casting a powerful spell to blanket the sky and completely blockade the entire village. A brilliant stream of light spreads rapidly everywhere, signaling that the massive magical barrier has been successfully activated. A giant magic circle appears beneath Cecily's feet, gathering an enormous amount of energy. A colossal dome of energy expands, covering the entire area and completely isolating the village from the outside world. Eri is astonished to see the maid possessing such terrifying power. Cecily reports that the barrier is ready. Seer praises her allies' outstanding contribution. Afterward, Seer reveals her true demon form, hovering in midair and beginning a terrifying summoning ritual. She concentrates a massive amount of dark energy. Eri witnesses this entire display of overwhelming power in a state of complete shock. Terrified by her leader's truly fearsome identity, Seer wields a giant magic sword, flashing a cruel smile and telling the human not to be afraid, as she will spare her life as long as she is obedient. Seer smiles kindly at Eri, but bluntly warns that she only lives as long as Master Nahan finds her useful for the Grand Temple. Nahan disguises himself as a priest, traveling with Dane, and confesses that he has a strange intuition that Seer might have caused some trouble. Dane, under the alias Teacher Antonio, apologizes to Nahan for causing him worry. The disguised demon friend replies that they should just keep going. Dane walks confidently, believing their disguise is perfect and no one would dare kill a priest of the Grand Temple to impersonate inside the temple. Nahan leads the way but thinks to himself that the holy power permeating everywhere is truly extremely uncomfortable and annoying for a demon. Upon arriving at the main building, Nahan orders Dane to quickly find the Pope's private room because the strong holy power here is making his mood even worse. Meanwhile, in the Pope's private and luxurious quarters, a priest approaches the door, formally calling out, "Your Holiness." Inside the room, Lily senses something unusual and asks the Pope if he called for anyone else. The old man blankly replies that only she is the one who cherishes his efforts. Pope Cernius emphasizes that Lily is his only sincere companion. The infiltrating woman coldly agrees while rising from the bed upon sensing the intruder's presence. Suddenly, a voice rings out, apologizing to the Pope for disturbing him, leaving the religious leader confused and terrified by the sudden intrusion. Realizing the danger to come, Lily leaps at extreme speed and launches a powerful punch toward the ceiling to confront the mysterious figure. Dane tries to act quickly, but is grabbed firmly by the collar by the extremely agile opponent. With a violent throw, Dane is sent flying through the hole in the Pope's ceiling. Letting out a cry of pain as he is thrown, Lily demands the Pope explain what is happening. The old man swears he knows nothing and asks how the intruder could have gotten so deep inside. Lily retorts that she is the one who should be asking that, while the Pope insists something is definitely wrong because no one should be able to enter his room. The infiltrating woman looks around with interest, wondering where the intruder went after being violently thrown through the ceiling. Hearing quick footsteps from above the destroyed ceiling, Lily silently lifts her head, trying to determine the enemy's exact position. Irritated by the human's resistance, Lily orders the intruder to be captured immediately, but is cut off by Nahan's voice as he praises Dane for a job well done. Nahan appears before them, slowly descending from the ceiling and calmly remarking that this entire situation is clearly a trap directly from hell. Lily is in extreme panic as she senses the overwhelming aura from Nahan, trembling because she doesn't understand how such terrifying power could exist. A small white creature appears on Nahan's shoulder, and Lily is horrified to realize it is Leviathan, the terrifying legendary beast of the apocalypse. Taking advantage of Lily's panic, Nahan demands to know who is behind this and realizes she belongs to the enemy faction of the underworld. He grabs Lily by the neck, lifting her into the air, and forces her to reveal who she serves. She reveals she is under orders from Gamaliel. Hearing the name Gamaliel, Nahan understands the situation clearly and coldly orders her to return and deliver a warning directly to her lustful master. Nahan throws Lily with incredible strength against the opposite wall, causing the demon girl to slam hard into the stone structure. With a menacing gaze, Nahan seriously warns that he will not tolerate it if this insolence is repeated. Despite being injured, Lily still trembles and thanks for being spared, then quickly activates a circle of fire on the floor to escape. The demon girl lets out a cry as she is swallowed by the flames of the teleportation spell, leaving the royal room in chaos. The Pope looks on in despair and screams for Lily, not understanding what she is doing, begging her not to leave him. He calls her name one last time, collapsing to the floor in loneliness, while Nahan silently watches the teleportation flames slowly fade. Nahan asks the old man if he summoned the demon from hell, while ordering him to stop pretending to be stupid because he is the leader of a great kingdom. The Pope is confused and terrified, wondering if he really summoned a demon and not understanding why that woman was with him. Analyzing the old man's confused reaction, Nahan quickly realizes the Pope's mind is not functioning normally and suspects something even more serious. Nahan approaches, restraining the old man to check his head. He discovers he was brainwashed, similar to a succubus's spell, but much more powerful. He deduces that this magic was cast by the demon's master and wonders about their true purpose in targeting the Pope. Nahan understands that because he is the most loyal person to God, the discovery that the Pope is controlled by demons would spark terrifying wrath from the heavens. The Pope finally regains his senses, horrified to realize that demons are plotting to launch a war directly against the kingdom of heaven. The old man thanks Nahan for removing the brainwashing and asks for a divine blessing, but Nahan sharply warns that he is not the one he needs to serve. Nahan thinks that a conflict between heaven and hell will drag in the demon realm, hindering Seer's plan to reach the pinnacle of power. When asked again, the Pope denies summoning a demon and reveals that the demon suddenly appeared, ordering him to cleanse the country of the demon race. He produces the gem that the infiltrating woman gave him and confesses that he distributed them to the knights to carry out the cleansing campaign. Nahan tells him to wait. Nahan asks how a weak demon could have entered holy ground. The Pope laments that the blessing of the celestial deity is weakening. He reveals a secret of the Pope. The celestial deity they worship has not answered any prayers or granted any new blessings since the kingdom was founded 400 years ago. Nahan hears for the first time that the god humans worship so much has never lifted a finger to protect his followers. The Pope asks who his savior is. Nahan asks if he has received any letters from the demon realm recently regarding trading humans for money. The Pope is shocked as he guesses the identity, but Nahan reassures him that he wants to maintain good relations and keep the human world at peace. Nahan asks if he understands why he was saved. The old man bows respectfully, promising to remember every word of his savior. Nahan flashes a dark smile, leaving and expressing his desire that his plan will continue to unfold as intended with Pope Cernius III. As he crosses the portal home, Nahan is immediately hugged tightly by Seer, who says she missed him dearly and assures him that she was not injured on the mission. Seer excitedly produces the purple gem and explains that she confiscated it from the knights. She reveals this item originated from hell and it contains magic energy identical to the demon realm. Nahan praises Seer's success, saying he has dealt with the real culprit, but asks how she got the detector because it shouldn't have been easy at all. Seer tries to act cute and proudly says that as his disciple, she handled everything in the blink of an eye. Nahan jokes that she has surpassed her master and can be proud. However, he doubts Seer's cheerful attitude. Nahan turns to Cecily and asks directly what really happened during the mission in the human village. Cecily apologizes and reveals that Seer destroyed all the knights and adventurers to get the gem. Seer panics, and Nahan is extremely disappointed. He is furious upon learning about the massacre, reminding her that he gave orders not to cause trouble. Seer begins to sob. Nahan is startled. Cecily retorts that she advised her to tell the truth, then explains that she could not stop the queen because she is her servant. Nahan orders Eri to change her identity and stay there to continue monitoring the human situation. Receiving the girl's immediate confirmation, Nahan decides to forgive Seer because he understands she acted impulsively to please him. He invites her to eat pudding, making Seer instantly happy again. He says she can eat the pudding, but warns that from now on, she must solve these problems on her own, leaving Seer severely shocked. Seer cries out that it is unfair. A few days later, Cecily enters Nahan's room and says she wants to offer a suggestion regarding the method of educating the queen. Nahan asks with surprise if Seer finds his lessons boring, but Cecily explains this is just a personal opinion about the queen's lack of knowledge. Cecily reveals the queen is about to turn 13 and still believes that dragons bring children into the world, leaving Nahan completely speechless. Faced with the queen's laughably naive nature, Cecily sincerely urges Nahan to immediately teach Seer a proper sex education lesson. Cecily enthusiastically explains the importance of teaching healthy values and self-protection to help Seer face the changes in her body. She hits the table forcefully, continuing her passionate speech, leaving Nahan startled by her determination. With a serious and fearsome expression, Cecily warns that if the queen remains ignorant about this matter, it will be a disaster if any scammer tries to approach her. Nahan silently agrees that love is uncontrollable and there are many scammers out there. He fully supports the need for a class, but is surprised when Cecily suggests that he himself should take responsibility for teaching the queen. Nahan suggests that it would be better if a woman taught her, but Cecily insists that the queen would want to learn everything directly from her beloved master. Nahan admits sex education is important, but decides to entrust this task to Leah because she is absolutely trustworthy and is like a mother to Seer. Cecily disagrees and shakes her head, leaving Nahan confused because he thought Leah was the perfect choice and thinks to himself that the demon mind is truly hard to understand. A while later, Nahin talks to Leah privately and asks her to take on this important class because he considers her the most suitable person in the palace. Leah immediately accepts with a fearsome smile, promising to teach a profound lesson, leaving Nahin tense when he notices her slightly crazed eyes. Leah immediately accepts with a fearsome smile, promising to teach a profound lesson, leaving Nahin tense when he notices her slightly crazed eyes, making Seer excited and determined to study her hardest in lessons that will change her awareness. At the training ground, Nahin sees Seer is late for her regular class, which is very strange because she usually arrives early and waits beside King. Eldon approaches. Nahin asks if he knows where Seer is. He says the queen is unhappy with her appearance, so she decided to change clothes. Nahin deduces that Seer has reached the age of being interested in fashion. Previously, she only wore what others chose for her, but he still finds this sudden change quite strange. Nahin dismisses the servant and patiently waits for the queen. But Leviathan, his little friend, suddenly discovers something approaching and draws his attention. Nahin turns around, startled to the point of holding his breath as he looks toward the entrance. He is completely stunned by what he just saw. Seer sweetly calls for her master, wearing a beautiful necklace and donning an entirely different look, beautiful enough to make others jealous. She is wearing a luxurious and gorgeous black and white evening gown. Seer apologizes to Nahin for keeping him waiting so long to see her dressed like this. Nahin stares intently, mesmerized by Seer's beauty. He compliments her, saying she has become the most beautiful girl in the demon realm, making the queen both extremely happy and extremely embarrassed. Nahin stares intently, mesmerized by Seer's beauty. He compliments her, saying she has become the most beautiful girl in the demon realm, making the queen both extremely happy and extremely embarrassed. Seer gently waves her hand and asks what type of woman Nahin likes. The master realizes this question is certainly the result of her lessons with Leah. He replies that he likes someone gentle and beautiful, but the most important thing is that they are compatible. Although hiding the fact that he already has an ideal warrior archetype in his mind, Seer attentively takes notes in a small notebook and curiously asks if he has ever loved anyone in his life. Nahin is surprised to see she has prepared a notebook. Seer records the details with sparkling, excited eyes. Nahin realizes her sudden interest in love, but he feels he doesn't have much to tell. Nahin recalls his past on Earth. He had a brief relationship in college just because he wanted a girlfriend, but ended up distancing himself to focus entirely on games. Nahin honestly confesses that he has never felt true love and suggests she should ask someone more experienced about this. Seer is extremely surprised to learn that her wise master has never loved anyone. She realizes that love will be an unprecedented and extremely special experience for him. The fact that she could become Nahin's first love makes Seer feel both shy and filled with excited emotions. Seeing her strong reaction, the master is slightly confused. Seer happily accepts that Nahin also has things he doesn't know about. Seer thinks to herself if someone special will appear in the future to be with her beloved master. Nahin smiles and replies that he does not know what the future will hold. In his mind, he briefly remembers that his true goal is to return to his own world one day. Realizing it is late, Nahin says he has work to do in the afternoon and hurriedly says goodbye, leaving Seer pensive, looking down at the floor. She realizes Nahin is still determined to leave the demon realm, and that decision is not easy to change. But immediately, Seer's expression becomes determined and cold. Immersed in deep thought, the queen promises herself that becoming stronger over time will be the key to everything. A magical and powerful aura begins to radiate fiercely around Seer's body, demonstrating the power of her will and her future plans. With a possessive expression and dark eyes, Seer whispers to herself that she will find a way to keep her master by her side at any cost. Meanwhile, at Gamaliel's magnificent palace, the demon lord is evaluating Lily's return and suspiciously asks what really happened with the mission. Kneeling in the great hall, Lily trembles as she reports to the queen that the mission at the human temple failed because someone interrupted her control plan. Gamaliel, the lord of lust, angrily asks if she heard wrong. She cannot accept Lily returning empty-handed just because of minor interference. Lily tries to explain that an extremely powerful and terrifying presence suddenly appeared. Drawing the queen's attention, Gamaliel approaches suspiciously, caressing Lily's face while pretending to have pity, but ruthlessly warns that because she dared to lie to cover up the failure, she will have to receive a severe punishment. Using dark magic, Gamaliel lifts Lily up to punish her. The demon girl begs desperately, swearing she is not lying about what she witnessed. Upon hearing Lily cry out that she saw the legendary beast of the apocalypse, Gamaliel immediately stops attacking and asks in astonishment if it is true. Lily falls to the floor, terrified as she recounts that she saw the Lord of the Underworld. Gamaliel demands she repeat clearly the identity of the person she met there. Gamaliel decides to reconsider the punishment and orders the servants to step out first. Lily sighs in relief, grateful to be spared after revealing the information. The Lord of Lust flashes a wicked smile upon deducing Nahan's whereabouts, finally discovering where he has been hiding after leaving his territory. During that time, Nahan is checking the army he assembled at the Grand Arena and asks Commander Run if all the warriors selected for the army have arrived yet. Nahan asks for Seer's opinion. She is surprised by the large number and complains that she prefers quality, not needing weak soldiers. Ren and Nahan explain that at the current stage, they need to focus on troop numbers to prepare for war. Seer smiles proudly, saying she understands, but emphasizes that these soldiers represent her honor, so she will not accept anyone who disgraces her on the battlefield. She decides to apply quality standards to the army herself. Seer walks straight into the arena to begin a strict inspection of the soldiers. She draws her fearsome red sword and loudly declares that only those who can withstand one of her attacks are qualified to join the army. Seer challenges the confident soldiers to step out. The crowd is stirred with confusion and fear. The queen threatens to attack anyone who does not volunteer personally. Without hesitation, Seer leaps toward a panicked soldier, saying she will attack him directly, making the pitiful warrior beg for his life in extreme terror. The red sword descends with deadly speed toward the throat of the immobile soldier. He closes his eyes, waiting for the worst outcome before the queen's wrath. Nahan appears in the blink of an eye, blocking the fatal sword strike with his bare hands, causing Seer to be surprised to see her beloved master intervene so calmly. Seer is extremely impressed when her master blocks the red sword with only one hand without a single scratch. Nahan smiles kindly and asks what would happen if she just attacked without listening to him first, suggesting the two of them talk privately about the army. He explains that her idea is very good, but at the moment, it is impossible to demand that all regular soldiers have officer-level skills. Upon hearing about the limit of talents that can be recruited, Seer understands the situation. Nahan proposes using her idea to select officers for a new battalion. A few days later, Seer asks why she was called just to select officers. Nahan explains he trusts her keen eye to evaluate candidates. Seer demands a reward, making Seer frustrated by her ally's insolence. Nahan reassures her, promising to do a special favor for her later. Seer holds a wooden sword and asks if it is really necessary to use non-lethal weapons. Nahan confirms this is just a warm-up test. Seer accepts, but promises to select officers very strictly. Nahan agrees, saying he would rather leave the position vacant than select unqualified people. Seer finds it strange when Seer holds the wooden sword and asks what she intends to do. The queen smiles confidently, replying that she will take on the role of judge for the selection test. Seer looks at Nahan, pouting, and asks if she will get a special reward from her master if she does an excellent job today. Nahan smiles affectionately, assuring her she will have a reward, only telling her to be careful not to get hurt while sparring. The commander officially announces the start of the exam, asking the candidates to step out one by one to fight directly against Her Majesty's Seer. A brave soldier volunteers to be the first. Seer praises the warrior's determination and courage for daring to accept the dangerous challenge. The soldier believes in his physical advantage because Seer is young, intending to defend to withstand the blow. The person in charge asks if both sides are ready and warns that the signal will officially start the match. With a serious face, the person in charge presses the button, emitting a signal. The sound echoes throughout the arena, causing the volunteer soldier to immediately focus, preparing to receive Seer's attack. In the blink of an eye, Seer disappears at incredible speed, leaving the soldier confused and not knowing where his opponent went. Seer suddenly appears behind the helpless soldier, teasing him for being slow before launching a precise blow to his back. With a quick and ruthless movement, Seer lands the wooden sword on target. The soldier cries out in pain from being hit by the queen. The soldier falls to the floor. Seer eliminates him for not reacting in time and orders the next candidate to step forward. Seer consecutively defeats the following candidates extremely easily, simultaneously complaining about the low level of the soldiers while the long line of people being eliminated gets longer. Citri witnesses this slaughter in astonishment, sarcastically remarking that this looks more like ruining careers than a fair evaluation. Nahin defends the strict method, saying he is evaluating reaction speed, and just dodging Seer's first strike proves they have talent. He compliments a soldier who almost blocked the strike and teases Citri, asking if even she could handle that strike. Citri admits it is difficult and thinks to herself, at this age, Seer is about to become a legendary demon queen, feared for her incredible combat skills. Citri asks Nahin if he plans to conquer the 67th floor soon. He confirms, noting that the Lord there is an extremely tough opponent. The next territorial ruler on the upper floor is Belial, a fearsome and uncompromising Hellfire Lord. Citri indignantly remarks that Belial is a madman who has skipped the demon hierarchy meetings but still managed to keep his position. Nahin scolds Seer for using vulgar language, but she insists that there is no other word to describe a powerful being who deliberately gives up on ascending. Nahin recalls that Belial was a difficult boss in the game, and he plans to use a smart strategy rather than a direct confrontation. Focusing on their weapon advantage, Nahin emphasizes that they have powerful allies. Citri reluctantly agrees and asks for the specific plan to conquer the new floor. Nahin says that with Seer's help, the mission will be a success. Seer asks if he needs her power, and Nahin jokes that he might change his mind when he sees her being so smug. He explains that Seer and her faction are growing at a rate far superior to the original game, enough to take on Belial's army. Citri warns them not to be complacent because Belial has extremely loyal subordinates and advises them to start preparing secretly right now. Nahin breaks into a sly grin and reveals his plan to shatter the enemy's morale in a special way before launching a full-scale invasion of Belial's territory. Seer easily blocks an examinee's attack and smiles excitedly upon finally finding someone with decent strength during the test. She asks the examinee for her name. The trembling blonde girl replies that she is Celestia, formerly of the Army's 4th Battalion. Seer immediately approves Celestia for an officer position, leaving the young warrior feeling immensely relieved and grateful for the great opportunity to serve the queen. Nahin proudly asks if Seer is impressed with herself for coming up with such a testing method. Citri surprisingly agrees, impressed by the young queen's progress and maturity. Nahin says Seer is always hardworking because she was born to be a great queen. Seer agrees, but thinks to herself that he is a bit obsessed with his apprentice. Nahin notices Seer's silence and asks if she is jealous because Seer is getting prettier by the day. Citri reacts angrily to the provocation, firmly asserting that she is far more beautiful than the queen and demanding he stop those stupid jokes. Nahin notices Seer's silence and asks if she is jealous because Seer is getting prettier by the day. Citri reacts angrily to the provocation, firmly asserting that she is far more beautiful than the queen and demanding he stop those stupid jokes. An ally reveals that the queen sometimes looks at her with a terrifying gaze as if she wants to kill her on the spot, but Nahin finds it hard to believe that Seer would do such a thing. Citri emphasizes that it especially happens whenever she tries to get closer to Nahin, leaving the master shocked by the revelation of his apprentice's jealousy. The ally insists that Citri looks at her with a terrifying gaze as if she wants to destroy her, leaving Nahin still skeptical about the true cause of that behavior. Nahin reacts with surprise, finding it ridiculous to learn that Seer gets angry whenever she tries to show intimacy or friendship toward him. Noticing Nahin's confused expression, Citri realizes he is truly oblivious and asks how he can be so slow regarding Seer's feelings. Seer explains that she simply doesn't want anyone else coming near and trying to steal her beloved master away from her. Nahin starts to understand his apprentice's possessiveness and jealousy. Citri asks if he really understands, but ultimately gives up, thinking that he still doesn't quite grasp Seer's feelings. Nahin warns that Seer is approaching, so Citri runs off to avoid trouble, making room for the young queen to run happily toward her master. Seer proudly reports that she has selected 16 candidates in the first round and will organize a 2-turn knockout tournament tomorrow to decide the remaining positions. Nahin praises her efforts and invites her to rest, assuring her that he has prepared a very special reward to give her as soon as the tournament ends tomorrow. The next day, the qualifying matches take place lively in the arena under the attentive and focused gaze of the queen, who is monitoring each candidate's performance. Cecily asks if any warrior has caught the queen's attention. Seer reveals that Celestia and an orc named Rexion are the most promising candidates right now. Cecily realizes Seer is unhappy and asks why, knowing full well the queen is only angry because Master Nahin could not make it. Seer cries, thinking Nahin has lost interest in her, which is why he left her alone. Cecily tries to reassure her, guaranteeing that the master cares deeply about her majesty. Seer still sulks and cries because Nahin did not warn her about why he was late, saying he had never done that before and worrying that something might have happened to him. Nahin suddenly appears with a tray in his hands and praises the officer selection tournament for going smoothly, leaving Seer overjoyed to see her master back. Nahin brings out a beautiful cake decorated with strawberries and reveals that this is the special reward he promised to make for her yesterday. He explains that this is not a regular cake and confesses that he made it with his own hands in the kitchen. Under the step-by-step guidance of Chef Mark, Cecily witnesses the incredibly surprising scene of Nahin making the cake himself, retracting what she once said about the master being slow to understand Seer's feelings. Seer emotionally asks if she is the first person in the world to taste a cake made by him. Nahin smiles and confirms that yes, she is the only one. Seer thanks him and takes a big bite, while Nahin anxiously waits for her reaction after the first bite. Seer's eyes widen in amazement at the flavor, making Nahin even more uneasy. Worried by his apprentice's serious expression, Nahin tentatively asks if the cake is not good or if the strawberry flavor bothers her. Seer chews vigorously with her cheeks puffed out and praises the wonderful taste, happily exclaiming that the cake is much better than the chef's recipes. Nahin affectionately says Seer will always be his absolute priority and that he made this cake with all his love. The queen immediately demands that he only cook for her from now on. Nahin smiles radiantly and promises to make delicious cakes for her whenever she wants, ensuring the cake will be prepared exclusively for his queen. With flushed cheeks and a radiant, purely happy smile, Seer expresses her deep gratitude for her master's care and devotion. Afterward, Nahin analyzes the results with Ren and divides the selected officers into 2 different battalions, drawing Ren's attention to the disparity in numbers. Nahin explains that he wants to train the new officers of the 7th Battalion under Ren's command to turn them into elite troops. The commander understands the plan and accepts it with relief. Nahin orders her to urgently find out the patrol schedule for the next floor border, temporarily taking over military command. Nahin feels a severe headache when realizing he has to plan everything himself in the real world, unlike a normal game where one just needs to click on decisions. He looks at his small, flying friend Leviathan and kindly asks the creature to help him solve some administrative problems. He tells it to do only one simple thing, but seriously warns it not to go overboard. In the beautiful tea room, Seer pours fresh tea and asks if her master likes the pleasant aroma of the fresh tea leaves. Upon receiving a satisfied compliment from Nahin, Citri grumbles about why they are drinking tea instead of planning the invasion. Nahin tells everyone to stay calm and says they need to wait for the official report from Commander Ring. Nahin praises Citri for having a keen eye and reveals that she only needs to help him keep a very important secret. Citri is terrified by the mysterious request. With an extremely serious and sharp look in his eyes, Nahin warns that she has seen that secret power before. Citri is completely paralyzed and fearful in the tea room. She is horrified when she feels an amount of magical energy so terrifying and overwhelming that it rivals a great demon king, realizing it's the white whale. Realizing that the creature is not an illusion, Citri trembles in terror and wonders what kind of person Nahan really is to dare to bring such a giant monster along. Nahan sarcastically reacts to her response, asking if she thinks the creature will swallow her. Citri fearfully admits that it certainly looks capable of doing so. Nahan reassures his ally, guaranteeing it will be fine if she doesn't betray them, while also warning of the danger if the existence of the white whale is revealed to others. He explains that the monster is the key to the campaign against Belial. But Citri is worried that the enemy will detect the presence of the giant creature that attracts too much attention. Nahan reassures her that even she didn't notice it before. Citri suggests using the whale's overwhelming power to conquer the 67th floor immediately. While stroking the whale, Nahan explains that using it would destroy the entire enemy army and territory. He tells Citri to prepare the army for war. Citri accepts and asks how the territory should be divided. Nahan replies that he will keep the enemy castle and yield half the floor and its resources to her. Citri is surprised by the generous sharing and asks if the queen will agree. Nahan replies that he considers this a large investment to strengthen their alliance. The ally warns that the war with Belial will require massive military preparation because they cannot surrender easily like last time. Nahan firmly agrees. Seer cutely encourages the ally, and Citri agrees, thinking to herself that the queen is behaving sweetly, which reminds her of her own beloved childhood. Citri thanks him for the delicious tea and intends to leave to prepare the army. But Nahan holds her back, saying he wants to take advantage of her presence to resolve a pending matter. He seriously reaches his hand out toward his ally, leaving her quite confused. With an intimidating gaze, Nahan warns her that she needs to continue the physical training she keeps postponing so she can walk normally as soon as possible. Citri fearfully backs away, begging to postpone the training session because she is not mentally prepared, but her master has no intention of backing down. Ignoring his ally's pleas, Nahan snaps his fingers to activate magic, forcing Citri to train immediately, causing the girl to scream miserably at the shock of the blow. Ignoring his ally's pleas, Nahan snaps his fingers to activate magic, forcing Citri to train immediately, causing the girl to scream miserably at the shock of the blow. A soldier asks his teammate if anything is wrong. The tense warrior replies that he just felt a strange presence around them. The soldier strangely remarks that it is too dark and quiet on the hill tonight, chatting with his teammate about the unusual atmosphere. Feeling a terrifying hunch, he tells his teammate to wait and slowly looks up at the night sky. The guards are extremely panicked when they spot the giant shadow of Nahan's white whale hovering in the sky, completely obscuring the moonlight. The guard screams in terror, not understanding what that giant monster is. His body suddenly becomes paralyzed, and he cannot move. The giant whale opens its monstrous mouth to swallow the soldiers in the blink of an eye, ignoring their miserable pleas. Only the empty iron helmets remain, falling onto the stone floor of the patrol hill, leaving silence after the terrible attack of the hungry whale. In Belial's castle, commanders are debating excitedly about the strange and mysterious disappearances of Border Patrol soldiers at dawn. Sitting on his horned throne, Lord Belial asks if the disappearances are desertions, but his advisor denies it, pointing to the empty helmets that were left behind. Belial asks about the movement on the floor below. Eris replies that she investigated, but there is no trace of any intruder from the 68th floor. The Lord asks about the merchants. Eris says the merchant groups have no reason to oppose them. Belial orders them to pay absolute attention. Belial orders the night patrol teams to be merged and only single scouts to be sent out to avoid rumors and a decline in soldier morale within the castle. Eris promises to obey and leaves the great hall, leaving the Lord lost in deep, silent thought on his throne before asking his ally for an opinion. An ally hidden in the shadows suggests that the night attacks could be caused by a beast from hell hunting in the darkness. The words surprise Belial. The mysterious ally smiles beneath a dark hood, volunteering to investigate the border guard disappearances himself. Although he dislikes involving his ally in personal matters, Belial accepts because it involves forces from hell and orders him to investigate. Returning to the palace, Seer asks Leviathan if it is following the plan. Nahan happily confirms that the creature is yielding the expected results. Seer asks when they will officially invade. Nahan explains that the army will depart in 1 month. As soon as Citri's army is ready, Seer firmly says she also wants to prepare for the battle, attracting her master's attention. He curiously asks what her plan is. The young queen asks for special, high-intensity training in the remaining month to ensure she could defeat Belial with her own hands. Seer emphasizes that she needs to lead the army by example on the battlefield and does not want to keep depending on Nahan's overwhelming power in fights. She asserts that she needs to defeat a mid-level lord like Belial, reminding her master that the future goals of the alliance are much greater. Nahan understands that if he wants to see her grow, he must allow her to fight strong opponents directly. He decides not to hold her back as a queen. Nahan strokes her, confessing that he has been too overprotective and reminding her that she is a demon queen. Seer is slightly annoyed at being treated like a child. Nahan smiles kindly and assures her that he will help her train at high intensity from now on, while officially allowing her to participate in the real battle. Seer happily celebrates, thanking her beloved master, but Nahan seriously warns that Belial is still much stronger than her at the moment. Recognizing the great challenge ahead, Seer agrees that she needs to learn powerful spells and sophisticated sword techniques to defeat the dangerous enemy. Nahan suggests having Ren teach her swordsmanship, while he will take charge of teaching magic within the young queen's magical energy limits. He warns that the special training session will start tomorrow morning and tells her to prepare herself. He receives a happy and extremely excited answer from his apprentice, Seer. Seer happily rolls around on the bed with her teddy bear, celebrating in her thoughts because she successfully obtained Nahan's permission to fight and become stronger. Seer's expression suddenly shifts to serious and focused as she stares at the bear. Thinking about the fact that she still cannot defeat Nahan, Seer clutches the teddy bear with a possessive look, whispering that she needs to become strong enough to keep her master from leaving the demon realm. Seer continues talking to the stuffed animals in her room, saying she understands everyone's advice to be steadfast and focus on her great goal. Breaking into a smile full of determination in the darkness, Seer promises herself that she will try her best to achieve the necessary strength, intending to hold her master tightly by her side. On the 67th floor, one of Belial's soldiers complains that doubling the number of night patrols has not stopped the mysterious disappearances of the guards. The soldier says the strict investigation targeting merchant guilds has also not yielded any clues. Confirming that local merchants are innocent, Belial becomes even more irritated because he does not understand what is happening. He decides he must take action to maintain army morale, while grumbling that the actions of his cloaked ally are only making everything more confusing. The Lord remembers the time when Abby, the cloaked ally, volunteered to investigate the mysterious night attacks causing terror at the floor's border. Belial complains that his ally promised to investigate but never returned, and he seriously wonders if anyone in the world is capable of commanding such horrible beasts from hell. When looking at the badge with the unicorn symbol, Belial suddenly remembers the Data clan, his enemy, suspecting they are involved in the incident. He speculates that the former leader of that clan was very strong and capable of contacting the underworld, wondering if Seer has inherited and unleashed her father's beasts. Considering the enormous power that the rival clan once possessed in the past, Belial concludes that this is the only logical hypothesis explaining the disappearances. Tired of thinking too much, Belial decides to act according to his impulsive style and prepares to use the power of flame to stabilize the situation. At Seer's palace, the alarm bell for invasion rings urgently. The guards panic and order all soldiers to move immediately into defensive positions. They shout in terror that the army of the 67th floor has initiated an invasion, while Belial and his generals march with contempt before the noisy reception. Convinced of their advantage, Belial decides to retaliate with a crushing, violent blow against the castle's defensive forces. He prepares a deadly fire spell in his hands. A meteor shower of fire falls from the sky onto the castle's fortifications, leaving the Allied army in complete despair at the sight of the coming destruction. Terrifying explosions echo across the territory as the fire attacks hit the ramparts, spreading flames and absolute chaos into the defensive positions. The Allied troops scream, begging for their lives while being swallowed by the flames. Belial wears a cruel smile while punishing his enemies with his terrifying arm. Furious at the sudden invasion, Seer kicks open the door to Nahin's office, loudly calling her master's name and demanding an immediate answer regarding the barbaric attack. Citri screams angrily that her soldiers were burned alive in the night. Nahin calmly replies that he just received the report about the invasion. Citri asks if the defensive preparations were correct. Nahin confirms that their plan failed because of the enemy's unexpected speed of action. He remarks that Belial acted much faster than expected. Citri desperately laments that the floor is almost lost and innocent civilians are being killed. Nahin reassures Citri, promising to compensate her with a larger mine and more soldiers after defeating Belial, which leaves the floor lord much relieved. Pointing to the map on the table, Nahin details the counterattack plan and explains that they will have to march straight to block Belial's invading forces on the plains. Citri doubts the engagement position because it is an open plain on the Leogard Plains, questioning whether fighting without terrain cover is a good strategy. Nahin argues that opposing a fire mage on the mountains is stupid and they don't have enough strength to besiege him. But Citri doubts Belial will agree to fight on the open plain. Nahin praises his ally for her smart thinking regarding military strategy, leaving Citri slightly proud because she is rarely acknowledged by other demons. He explains that they need to force Belial to want to fight on the plain at any cost. Citri curiously asks what plan the master has to accomplish that. Nahin breaks into a sly smile and suggests they must take advantage of Belial's explosive temper and uncontrollable rage to lure him directly into a trap. Back at the Fire Castle, Belial comments that his subordinates acted recklessly while he was away and jokes that he thought the cloaked guy, Abby, had run away out of fear. Abby denies it and tensely reveals that he has discovered a very serious problem while investigating at the border. Attracting Lord Belial's attention, Abby trembles with fear and says he has learned the identity of the border monster. He remarks that the beast is so famous that its mere presence is enough to cause real terror in hell. The messenger advises Belial to cancel the war immediately and wait for his master's intervention. But the Lord refuses to kneel before orders from hell. The messenger advises Belial to cancel the war immediately and wait for his master's intervention. But the Lord refuses to kneel before orders from hell. Abby insists that retreating is the only smart option, but refuses to reveal the exact reason for his fear when questioned by Belial about the mysterious opponent's power. The cloaked man begs the Lord for understanding, explaining that he will suffer a horrible and cruel fate if he dares to reveal his master's secrets without permission. Belial clenches his fists in irritation, refusing the advice and asserting that decisions in his territory belong only to him, ignoring Abby's warnings to retreat. The Lord stands up furiously, promising to make the arrogant invaders who dare to challenge his power and block his army of fire see cold reality. Abby respectfully accepts the Lord's decision, but offers a final piece of advice that Belial should keep his cautious warning in mind when engaging in battle. Belial curses the arrogant and cowardly messenger, but is interrupted by a guard who rushes into the great hall, shouting desperately for the Lord. The guard reports in a panic that Seer's army has invaded the floor below, and the young queen has sent an official letter directly to Belial. Belial reads the letter, in which Seer promises to judge him for his crimes and behead him. He considers such an attitude reckless stupidity that will decide the girl's fate. Belial tears the letter to pieces in a fit of rage and orders the army to depart immediately, laughing savagely while promising to send the little queen to the same fate as her dead father. At the Alliance camp, Nahin reminds Seer that her role will decide the battle because duels between leaders often determine the final outcome of the entire war. Nahin asks if she is ready. Even though the training time was short, Seer hugs him affectionately, assuring him that she completely trusts the precious lessons of her beloved master. Observing the look of absolute confidence in Seer's eyes, Nahin gives up his intention to offer further support. He realizes that determined look is something he had never seen in the original game. So he decides to completely trust her ability and encourages her to do her best. Seer promises not to fail her master's expectations. Citri approaches and reports that her alliance army is ready to depart. Nahan smiles and confirms that their army is also prepared for the battle. Seer notices the Floor Lord's anxiety and asks if she has anything to say. Citri shyly asks for permission to offer an important piece of advice before the battle begins. Citri warns that Belial is the ultimate genius at controlling flames, capable of manipulating even hellfire, which completely compensates for his lack of talent in other types of magic. She advises the young queen never to forget that no matter how powerful Belial's flames may look, their core essence is still just pure magical energy, and she must fight it accordingly. Seer smiles and thanks her for the valuable advice. Citri tells the girl to be careful, thinking to herself how much this little one has grown and matured. The majestic sound of war horns echoes across the battlefield, signaling that the final confrontation has begun. A scout screams a warning that the vanguard of Belial's army has just appeared. Citri hurriedly asks if there is a plan. Nahan replies that he will use a hammer and anvil tactic to deal with Belial's reckless advance. He smiles and says the young Queen Seer also has excellent soldiers who have faithfully served her for a long time. Citri asks how he knows that, but still accepts the plan. Seer will hold Belial back while Captain Ren and her team attack the rear. Nahan orders Seer to head to the battlefield and give it her all. The girl quickly responds. Accepting her master's order, Seer rushes onto the battlefield, promising to return victorious to her beloved teacher. Nahan assumes formal military command and loudly orders the entire allied army to pay attention to his instructions. He orders the vanguard to firmly hold the front line with shields and powerful defensive magic. The rear is ordered to fire concentrated magical attacks as soon as the two battle lines intersect on the battlefield. Nahan declares that victory will be theirs as long as the main force does not retreat, receiving shouts of confirmation from the soldiers. Ren detects that the enemy is trying to encircle them and orders her army to advance with all their might to strike the enemy's rear. The entire allied cavalry charges at high speed across the sandy plains, kicking up a giant cloud of dust. Belial recognizes the enemy's tactics and orders Florence to lead 20,000 soldiers on the right, while Entria handles the left. Florence of the Crimson Flame confidently asserts that her team will not let any enemy get past their defensive line. Entria of the Heavenly Flame also confirms the order and smiles with absolute loyalty to Lord Belial's commands. Belial tells them to crush the rest of the enemy, but Seer suddenly appears in the air and asks where he is rushing off to. With a confident smile on her face, Seer casts an ice spell, preparing a powerful surprise attack aimed at her opponent. A giant blue magic circle appears in the sky and begins to rain sharp shards of ice directly down on Belial. Belial finds the ice attack amusing and mocks Seer's insolence, promising to melt everything with his flames. He extends his hand, concentrating a massive amount of scorching flame to create a defensive heat barrier. A giant whirlwind of fire erupts from the ground, shooting straight into the sky to block the rain of ice. The ice summoned by Seer collides violently with Belial's flames, creating a massive explosion of steam in the air. Giant blue ice pillars begin to sprout from the ground destructively, freezing everything around them at a terrifying speed. Belial is shocked to see his wall of fire completely extinguished by the ice pillars and tries to understand what happened. The Fire Lord quickly turns as he realizes a presence is rushing toward him at an incredible speed. Seer advances with a quick, clean sword strike, forcing Belial to block the attack. Feeling the powerful impact, Seer smiles and says that flame magic is useless against greater power, because weaker magic can never defeat stronger magic. Irritated by the girl's provocation, Belial grinds his teeth while trying to withstand the terrifying pressure from her sword. The young queen performs a flexible backflip while Belial counterattacks violently, only to slash at empty air. Belial screams that she is insane for invading alone and promises to make her realize the terrible mistake she has made. Seer retorts that her only mistake was not crushing him sooner, and the final result will prove who is right. Belial is infuriated by her insolence, but Seer warns that it's not over yet and summons another giant magic circle in the sky. Belial panics and orders his army to hold a defensive position while the ice storm crushes his soldiers. Seer mocks the damage caused by her magic and asks if the rumors about the demon lord's terrifying power were fake. Completely humiliated by the girl's sarcasm, Belial grinds his teeth, feeling an uncontrollable rage surging within him. He hands command of the main force to Eris, determined to tear Seer apart with his own hands for the humiliation. Belial accepts the duel and warns that failing to recognize such an obvious provocation from a child is foolish. Seer finds his reaction amusing and asks for a moment to put the armor Nahan gave her into her storage space. Seer smiles calmly, explaining that she hates to get the precious gift from her master dirty if it is not strictly necessary. Belial completely loses control due to the contempt, while Seer silently celebrates the absolute success of her provocation. Belial admits he looked down on her because she is young and praises her lineage, leaving the girl both confused and sarcastic at the compliment. However, he declares that her talent only goes so far. Due to her lack of real combat experience against a strong opponent, Belial expresses his rage with fiery eyes, calling Seer's attitude unbelievable and limitless arrogance. The demon lord summons the giant Surtur, a pure entity of destruction capable of burning everything to ash. Facing her opponent's horrifying and giant flame summons, Seer only quietly observes with a calm and determined expression. He ruthlessly warns that it is now too late for regrets, and that only death awaits the young queen. Belial raises his flaming weapon and challenges Seer to try and withstand his destructive power if she is truly capable. The giant blow descends with full force, cracking the ground in two and releasing a terrifying torrent of fire that engulfs the entire area. Citri observes the destructive attack from afar and is extremely worried about her young ally's safety. She worriedly asks if everything is really okay, but Nahan calmly replies with confidence that it is. Citri reminds him that it is the terrifying giant Surtur. Nahan says that precisely because it is Seer, she will do very well in this battle. He tells them to end the conversation because turning the tide of the battle in their favor is just as important as Seer defeating Belial. On the battlefield, two swords collide violently, creating a large explosion of sparks. Captain Run is exerting strong pressure on Florence of the Crimson Flame in a fierce sword fight amidst the blinding dust. Florence temporarily retreats, riding her horse to escape her opponent's constant pressure. Florence silently acknowledges Ren's strength. Thinking she is worthy of being an elite member of Citri's army, Ren advises General Florence to stop her futile resistance. The enemy replies that she is honored to be remembered by Run. Florence declares that stopping her resistance means surrendering to a girl who is too young, something she will absolutely never accept. Ren says she admires the opposing general's determination and coldly invites her to begin the final match. Florence charges with all her might with a purely physical attack, warning her opponent not to underestimate her melee strength. Ren retorts that the opposing general underestimates her if she thinks she will make an amateur mistake like underestimating an opponent. Two female warriors dash past each other at high speed, riding horses in a fast and lethal sword collision. Ren warns that she has been fighting seriously from the start, while Florence's sword falls to the sand, disarmed. Severely injured by her opponent's precise strike, Florence coughs up blood while trying to maintain her posture on the horse. Ren laments Florence's fate, remarking that she would have been a great ally if she had fought on their side. With a serious expression, Captain Ren promises to grant her defeated opponent a peaceful sleep while the focus of the battle shifts. In another area of the plain commanded by Entria of the Heavenly Flame, Belial's captain is completely shocked, trembling in terror on her horse. Entria stammers and asks how the mysterious warrior is still alive. She realizes he is Elias of the Dragon Tribe, but he tells her to call him Belarus, a name given by Seer herself. Entria argues that no matter how you look at it, the opponent clearly does not belong to their demon race. Upon seeing his eyes glowing intensely, the female warrior panics and wonders if those are the legendary demon eyes. A blow of terrifying force slams into the ground, sending dust and rock debris flying everywhere around the army. Intria feels the monster's power from a simple axe strike and intends to use her speed to dodge and then counterattack. She accuses him of deceiving everyone with a fake name, because those who followed Citri were supposedly executed at the conference. The accusation of deceiving everyone makes the warrior release a massive wave of blue electricity. With eyes glowing intensely blue, the dragon tells his opponent to watch her words, denying that he deceived anyone. He roars in anger against the conference for insulting his master. Intria is completely terrified by his monstrous aura. He coldly warns he will send her very far away and tells her to pass his regards to her old, dead comrades. Intria looks up in extreme panic, realizing she is about to face an overwhelming legendary power. She is desperate when she realizes her opponent possesses the horrifying demon eyes of the fossils. The warrior moves heavily, each powerful step causing the rocky ground to crack into many pieces. Intria desperately tries to jump backward quickly to dodge the blow, but notices something strange and dangerous. She realizes she has made a fatal mistake and begs for a second. While terror fills her mind without a shred of mercy, the dragon coldly warns that it is now too late for any defensive attempts. A giant beam of blue energy slams into the ground with absolute power, obliterating everything it touches. The violent power of the strike completely destroys the enemy's defensive line, making the battlefield tremble. Intria tries to use her sword to block the opponent's axe. Realizing this is the exact same physical strike as before, she intends to just block the strike to gain some distance, but her blade begins to crack rapidly. Intria's weapon shatters completely under the monstrous pressure, leaving her helpless against the final blow. The giant axe head buries deep into the blood-stained ground next to pieces of broken swords and destroyed armor. The terrifying dragon silently swears to find the whole truth to restore his master's former glory. Returning to the main fight, Belial looks at the smoking crater and mocks, imagining Seer was defeated in just one blow. Amidst the dust and flames created by the destructive attack, a figure begins to move completely leisurely. Belial immediately stops when hearing a slight noise from behind and turns around in confusion to check the smoke. Seer appears completely unharmed in the air and comments that dodging was a good move, admitting that her opponent is indeed quite strong. Belial agrees that she won't die that easily and summons Seer's power again. He decides to fight with all his might from now on. At that moment, a stream of dark purple energy, sparkling like stars, begins to spread rapidly across the area. Seer raises her sword to the sky and releases a large amount of high-intensity, mystical purple flames. With cold eyes, Seer firmly warns that his plan ends right here, calling her opponent by his official title, Lord of Fire. Seer focuses her energy, casting the ultimate spell of destruction called Existence Extinction. The attack vanishes, and Belial comments that even though he doesn't know what that was, her plan seems to have failed. He retorts with a mockery and orders his giant Seeker to crush the insolent girl once and for all. The giant flame entity begins to vanish into thin air, leaving Belial confused. He does not understand what is happening and wonders why his giant of fire suddenly disappeared. Immediately after that, a horrific wave of pain washed over Belial, forcing him to cough up blood as he felt the sheer power of the invisible attack. No longer able to hold his ground, the demon lord collapsed onto the sand, letting out a gut-wrenching scream of agony. Realizing he had been hit by a terrifying magical backlash, he angrily demanded to know what the young queen had done to him. Seer offered a triumphant smile and explained that it wasn't a trick, but a special magic that required a massive amount of magical energy. She proved that this special magic was capable of completely erasing the existence of any active magic from her opponent. Belial refused to believe it, horrified, and stammered that such an absurd magic couldn't possibly exist in this world. Seer replied that whether he believed it or not was up to him, then quickly moved forward, unleashing a new strike aimed at her weakened opponent. The young queen declared that it was finally time to end this battle that had dragged on for far too long. Belial used the last of his remaining strength to block the blade with his weapon. While cursing Seer with every ounce of his rage, The demon lord roared in fury as he tried to withstand the devastating strike amidst a massive explosion of energy. The two warriors continuously exchanged swift physical blows, locking blades in a fierce struggle of strength and technique. Realizing he could no longer sense any magical energy from Seer, Belial smiled, thinking the girl must have depleted all of her magical power as well. He mocked her, asking if she really thought she had an advantage in a pure sword fight, and promised to show her what true swordsmanship was. She remarked that he was still strong despite having just suffered a magical backlash, and calmly realized she had no choice but to fight seriously with precise movements. Seer dodged Belial's heavy sword strike, and quickly closed the distance to land a finishing blow. Belial attacked, screaming for her to die, but Seer dodged with extreme agility, slipping right under his blade. She completed the maneuver, appearing behind her opponent and delivering a clean, lethal slash to end the fight. Seer offered a look of contemptuous amusement and sarcastically asked if her opponent had lost his mind trying to teach her swordsmanship. She proudly raised her sword and reminded Belial that she belonged to the bloodline of the noble Devata demon clan. Consumed by absolute hatred, the wounded opponent lunged forward in a desperate charge, swearing he would kill her at any cost. Seer decided he wasn't an opponent she needed to hold back against anymore, and prepared to use her ultimate hidden skill. Belial felt a terrifying surge of magical energy appearing from thin air and despaired, unable to comprehend how she still had so much power left. Belial felt a terrifying surge of magical energy appearing from thin air and despaired, unable to comprehend how she still had so much power left. With a single precise motion, Seer executed a strike that cut deep into Belial's body, causing blood to spray out. Silence returned to the battlefield as blood slowly dripped from the triumphant queen's imposing blade. On the verge of death and coughing up copious amounts of blood, Belial couldn't believe it and groaned about the perfect swordsmanship he had just been subjected to. The majestic image of an ancient, legendary knight appeared like a spiritual projection behind Seer, revealing the origins of her style. Belial collapsed onto the ground, lifeless, realizing the power of that legendary technique, while Seer just calmly remarked that he had quite good knowledge. She admitted that her bloodline had helped her a lot, but credited her success mostly to having a truly amazing mentor. Returning to camp, an officer reported the post-battle damages, with over 3,000 dead and 70,000 prisoners captured. The deputy commander reported that Belial and 2 fire generals had been killed in action, while Seer thanked her subordinate Verna for doing an excellent job. Verna asked Nahan to praise the queen profusely, then respectfully exited the tent to attend to the wounded soldiers. Nahan praised her wonderful performance as a queen, but Seer said she simply followed all the valuable advice from her master. Nahan smiled proudly, noting how reliable she had become, and thanked the girl for maturing so wonderfully. The sincere praise from her master made Seer's face flush with shyness, leaving her completely unsure of how to react. With sparkling eyes, she asked if she was really that reliable, and Nahan proudly confirmed it, calling her his only disciple. Seer asked if she looked more mature now, and Nahan replied that she still looked like a child to him. While understanding the common desires of youth, Nahan admitted that perhaps she had grown up a little, making the girl sigh with relief with a sweet smile on her face. She pondered for a moment, then looked deep into her master's eyes as a new idea sparked in her head. Seer provocatively asked if she was becoming an adult, causing Nahan to feel uncomfortable with a very strange sensation. Nahan hesitantly called her back to reality, causing the girl to jump slightly and respond immediately. Nahan thought to himself that it was probably just his mind playing tricks on him from worrying too much throughout the war. He suggested she go get some rest since she had depleted so much magical energy, assuring her he could handle the rest of the paperwork himself. Seer accepted the idea of resting, but demanded to lie on her master's lap, leaving Nahan completely stunned. She pouted unhappily, complaining that he hadn't let her do that lately, making Nahan incredibly shy at the request. Nahan explained that she was growing up and they needed to maintain their image in front of others. But Seer retorted that there was no one else around, and she insistently wheedled that she would feel much more comfortable lying on his lap, making Nahan think she was still small enough to be pampered. He finally gave in to her affectionate request and called her over. Seer happily hugged him, said a cute thank you, and sat comfortably on her master's lap. Seer made a new request, demanding that he pet her head as well. Nahan began to affectionately stroke the girl's white hair, and Seer closed her eyes, beaming with happiness. He realized she was still the lovely girl who used to sleep with her teddy bear and love cream cake, concluding that perhaps it was he who had changed. Seer said she knew she needed to maintain her queenly composure in front of everyone, but emphasized that when it was just the two of them, things were different. Nahan smiled warmly and said she could be clingy whenever she wanted because he would always be her one and only beloved master. Seer gave a knowing smile as she softly repeated his words about him being her one and only master. Feeling overwhelming happiness, she hugged him even tighter and happily confirmed it with all the sweetness and affection she had for her mentor and protector. The scene shifted to a dark castle under a blood-red sky in hell, where a trembling voice called out to its master. In a magnificent palace of Galachab, the Lord contemptuously asked what brought that kneeling demon to his domain so suddenly. The messenger reported in a panic that Belial had been completely defeated, leaving Lord Galachab surprised by the news. Galachab asked again, full of doubt, remembering that Belial was the lord of the 67th floor and possessed considerable power. The messenger explained to the tyrant Galachab that Belial had been killed in battle by the young Queen Seer, the sole heir to the Devata bloodline. Galachab mused that someone at Belial's level shouldn't have lost to an up-and-coming queen, and wondered if the Devata bloodline was really that strong. The subordinate trembled in fear as he revealed that besides the defeat, they had also found traces of Leviathan, the legendary beast of the apocalypse. In this domain, Galachab was completely shocked by the horrifying news and roared, asking if the traces found really belonged to the terrifying beast Leviathan. The messenger confirmed it in terror and added that the mysterious lord of the inverted world seemed to have intervened directly. Galachab stood up from his throne, demanding the absolute truth under the threat of execution, and the messenger swore the information was 100% accurate. He decided to go see Galil to find answers, curious about the motives that would make that man leave his domain during such a critical period. A short time later, outside the walls of Galil's palace, Galachab angrily wondered what that man was doing in the demon world. Inside Galil's luxurious palace, many demons were enjoying a party filled with pleasure in a purely lustful atmosphere. The tyrant Galachab stormed in, kicking the door down with an intimidating aura, and loudly demanded to know where Lord Galil was. Faced with the terrifying aura of Lord Galachab, the weaker demons trembled in horror, stammering as they tried to answer the intruder. Galachab expressed deep disgust for these pleasure-seeking creatures and cursed, saying he hated coming to this filthy castle. They tremblingly tried to argue that even a powerful lord like him should have announced himself before intruding, but Galachab ignored them. He dismissed all excuses and told his subordinate to shut up, angrily complaining that he was covered in their blood after clearing a path. Suddenly, the sound of firm high heels echoed through the palace corridor as the seductive Queen Gamaliel approached to greet him. Galil appeared majestically in a dark dress and roared angrily, asking Galachab what he thought he was doing invading her domain. Galachab replied calmly that he was just teaching the insolent guards a lesson, but Galil angrily accused him of killing her subordinates without permission. Galachab ignored the accusation and asked straight out if she knew anything about the man from the upper floor, but Galil pretended to know absolutely nothing. Though she tried to hide her surprise, the Queen of Lust suspiciously asked why he was so curious about that man. Galachab argued that it was dangerous for the guardian of the inverted world to leave his domain for so long. Galil asked where he heard that news, and Galachab revealed he had used Belial to spy on the demon world. Galil asked if admitting that in front of her was smart. She found his threat amusing and countered that she did far worse things, assuring him that she would also be destroyed if she decided to report him. Galachab advised the queen to give up her secret obsession with the lord of the inverted world before she was killed by Thami. Tired of the argument, Galil agreed to provide information but asked what he intended to do. Galachab replied that he would force the other to return. Galil mocked his attempt to persuade that man, but revealed she had discovered clues about him when he intervened in her plans in the human world. She explained that since it involved locations connected to the human world, his whereabouts could only be on the 1st or the 72nd floor. Galachab wore a crafty smile and decided he would start his search in the Devata domain to find the legendary lord of the inverted world. In another domain of hell, the elite messenger Achilles knelt to report to his queen that the powerful Lord Belial had been killed in the war. The queen was stunned at the news of Belial's death and couldn't believe it, asking who had the capability to kill him. The messenger revealed the name Seer. The terrifying Queen Gremory of the 55th floor stood up in horror, unable to understand how the young heir had become so strong in such a short amount of time. The messenger cautiously suggested that the young queen's stunning progress was certainly a direct result of the royal tutor's excellent training. Gremory pondered and agreed, while tapping her fingers on the throne, recalling the terrifying rumors about that tutor's immense power. She asked if that tutor had the ability to raise her strength to a higher level. The messenger replied that he couldn't say for certain. He explained that with Seer's frightening growth and Citria lying with him, it was entirely possible that the tutor could do it. Gremory wore a crafty smile and decided she would prepare a very special gift to approach the tutor without arousing suspicion from Citria. A few days later, Nahan read the report and was confused to see that the queen of the 55th floor had initiated a war for no apparent reason. Gremory was the last surviving demon lord of the Claw tribe and ruled the entire 55th floor of hell with absolute power. Nahan recalled that she was just a minor character in the original game, knowing very little about her true intentions. Verna suggested that the news of Belial's defeat had encouraged her to act, and Nahan agreed that the situation could be quite dangerous. He analyzed that Gremory was personally weaker than Belial in combat, but the real issue was her massive army of 300,000 soldiers. Determined to understand Gremory's goal, Nahan planned to send the spy Dane to gather information while Aerie took care of the human world. Seer happily stormed into the room, calling for her master. Nahan asked in surprise if she had finished all her work for the day. Seer shook her head with a cute smile, held Nahan's hand, and explained that she had been advised to rest for a little while. She smiled affectionately at her mentor and sweetly revealed that she had just come to recharge her energy by being with him. Nahan stroked her head gently and jokingly told her to hang in there, then quickly returned to the pile of remaining work. A few years ago, the young queen was just a helpless girl who had lost all hope after her father's catastrophic fall. However, under Nahan's care, she had grown enough to have absolute influence over 5 floors of hell. Verna admitted it was all thanks to Nahan, even though he had initially doubted his ability because he wasn't famous and had no official title. He remembered the moment Nahan accepted the role of guardian for the little girl after accepting the final request for help from the former lord, Servan Devata. Very grateful that Nahan had brought a smile back to the queen, Verna hoped the two of them would stay together forever and said he would go get snacks for her. Advisor Verna thought to himself that this desire for peace of his was perhaps too greedy, while Seer smiled watching the snacks being brought in, and Nahan just nodded in agreement with a slight smile on his lips. Feeling relieved by the relaxing atmosphere of the office, Seer happily said thank you. Nahan jokingly asked if she was that happy just because of a small snack, and then asked about the division of the conquered territories. Seer explained the progress of the negotiations, which made him worry because of the massive workload. Nahan immediately offered to help her if the task was too heavy, but Seer firmly assured him she could handle it herself. Seer suddenly asked if she should change her hairstyle, thinking to herself that she just wanted to attract more attention from her beloved master. He said any hairstyle would suit her. Seer demanded he make a suggestion, but Nahan shyly confessed he didn't know much about hair fashion. The young queen took a step forward with determination, resolved to extract a more detailed and sincere answer from her master. Seer suggested asking simple questions to help him answer. Nahan nervously agreed, fearing she would get angry if he refused. She started by asking if he liked long or short hair, and Nahan replied that he liked long. After being asked if the hair should be tied up, Nahan tried to say both styles were beautiful, but quickly retreated under Seer's serious gaze and said that letting it down was probably better. Seer asked his opinion on bangs. Nahan pondered, trying to decide which answer would please his difficult disciple. Nahan silently remembered that her favorite hairstyle in the original game had short, trendy, asymmetrical bangs. Seer realized her master answered quite specifically about the bangs and gave a mysterious smile, finding his reaction very interesting. She secretly celebrated discovering her master's personal preference, planning to use this valuable information to her advantage. With a beautiful smile on her face, Seer decided that from today on, she would change her entire style to suit the tastes of her beloved Nahan.